Chapter 220. In July, the sun was scorching. Most travelers would choose to travel in the morning and evening, choosing a place to rest and enjoy the shade when the sun was high in the sky. Thus, there were not many travelers on the road at this time. Suddenly, several fast horses caught up and immediately alerted Yang Fan. Their action of reining in their horses and blocking the road made Yang Fan even more vigilant. Duo. Yang Fan handed the child to Duo and gave her a look. Duo understood and quickly took the child and shrank into the carriage shed. Yang Fan pulled the carriage and quietly moved the hilt of the knife under the straw mat. He pretended to be a simple and honest countryman and asked in a daze, "Why are you brothers blocking my way?" A knight used a whip to push up his sun hat, revealing the dark and shrewd face of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged knight's sharp eyes glanced at the place where the knight's fingers touched, and he said with a faint smile, "Please wait for a moment, young Lang Jun. My master will explain to you." "Your master?" Yang Fan turned his head and saw two large carriages with wide axles and large wheels quickly rushing over. There were more than a dozen guards in green, riding uniforms around the carriage. Yang Fan secretly cursed. If the people coming had evil intentions, he was not sure he could protect Duo and Shao Qi in the hands of so many people. The carriage got closer and closer. The carriage was not very gorgeous. This kind of long-distance carriage, especially the one going in the direction of Guangzhou and the western regions, paid attention to sturdiness and durability, spaciousness and comfort. However, looking at the four horses pulling the carriage, they were all extremely handsome. As the carriage approached, the guards in riding uniforms parted to the left and right, allowing the carriage to drive forward and stop side by side with Yang Fan's carriage. The curtain of the carriage was lifted and a very annoying face poked out from the window. He said lazily, "What a coincidence. Erlang is also going west. Since we're going the same way, why not come over to chat, reminisce, and have a drink? What do you think?" Yang Fan cried out involuntarily, "Brother Shun, it's you." Shenmu's carriage was not small. It looked ordinary on the outside, but the inside was extremely luxurious. It was not a problem to stand and walk in this spacious and tall carriage. The seat was also soft and could be sat or laid down. It was unusually comfortable and did not feel tired no matter how far they traveled. The hanging board of the carriage could be flattened. Once it was flattened, it would become a table. There were interlayers on both sides of the carriage. There were preserved fruits, candied fruits, snacks, and even chilled grape wine. The most extravagant thing was that in the middle of the carriage, there was actually a bucket of sparkling and translucent ice cubes, making the entire carriage pleasantly cool. Who knew where they got the ice cubes after traveling such a long distance? Looking at such a luxurious and comfortable carriage, such a noble and graceful style, and then thinking of his own broken car and the bleeding milk sheep in it, Yang Fan could not help but feel a touch of shame. Shenmu seemed to have seen through his heart. He shook the peach red wine, letting the ice in the wine clinking against the walls of the glass. He leisurely said, "I am not from an aristocratic family. To be able to enjoy such a life is due to my ability and luck. Erlang is also a person with ability. Luck is on the road to the west. If Erlang has the heart, such a life can be easily obtained by you." When Yang Fan heard this, he was not fooled by the beautiful future that he had described. Instead, his eyes revealed an even more vigilant look. "Looks like this fortuitous opportunity is something that Brother Shen wants to give to me." At this time, Duo was sitting on his right side with the child in her arms. Chi was lightly leaning on Shun Mu's left side. When Yang Fan and Shun Mu were talking, the two women were also sizing each other up. Shenmu did not answer immediately. He only smiled and said, "The road is still long. What's the hurry? Let's first drink some wine and enjoy the cool air. Your wife and child can go to the car in the back to rest. That car is currently empty." He deliberately identified Duo as Yang Fan's wife because he wanted to hear Yang Fan reveal Duo's identity. Yang Fan naturally would not fall for this trick. He turned his head to Duo and said, "Since Brother Shun has said so, Duo, you and Xiao Qi can go to the car in the back to rest. Hee hee, this car is so comfortable to sit in. It would be a waste not to sit. Xiao Qi. You call me Xiao Qi? Li Lingchuan's eyes widened, and she looked at Yang Fan in disbelief. Who are you to me that you dare to call me Xiao Qi? Yang Fan was startled and said in surprise, the eldest lady of the Shen family's maiden name is also Xiao Qi? The Xiao Qi that this Yang is talking about is this child. Yang Fan addressed her as the eldest lady of the Shen family. This was returning the favor to Shun Mu by giving him a taste of his own medicine. But when Li Lingquan heard that he recognized her as the matriarch of the Shun family, she felt an indescribable comfort in her heart. For a moment, she did not want to pursue how he called her by her pet name that only parents and elders would call her. She only smiled and said, Your child is called Xiao Qi? What a coincidence. We are fated. Shen Mu saw that she accepted the title of eldest lady of the Shen family. He uncomfortably twisted his butt and coughed. Chi, since you are fated with this child, why don't you sit in the car at the back and have a chat to relieve your boredom? Li Lingquan pouted. I knew that you can't wait for me to leave. Young family's wife, let's go. Duo did not know who this young Master Shun and Miss Chi were. She was originally dressed as a young married woman, Yang Fan's wife, so she did not deny it. And so, the Shun family's wife and the Yang family's wife, who were not Yang family's wife, got off the car together and went to the car behind. The carriages continued to move. More than 10 well-dressed knights surrounded the two carriages. Behind them was an empty carriage pulled by 2 crossbow horses. Inside the carriage, Shamu leaned forward slightly and asked in a low voice, That woman is not your woman, right? Yang Fan said, Of course not. That child also not. Then they are, Brother Shun. Every man has a little secret. Don't you think so? Understood. Then I won't ask. Brother Shun, I remember that your wife is the eldest lady of the Yang family. Why is it Miss Chi today? This Miss Chi is not your woman, is she? Of course not. Then she is... Erlang, every man has a little secret, don't you think so? The 2 men laughed mischievously, and their eyes were somewhat treacherous. Shen Mu opened a silver cup and filled it with wine for Yang Fan. She also used a silver clip to pick up 2 pieces of crushed ice from the silver basin. She smiled and said, Isn't Erlang the Yulin Guard's 100 horseman imperial bodyguard? Why are you dressed like this heading to the pass? Yang Fan did not answer, but asked in return, Could it be that Brother Shen purposely followed this little brother here? Shamu said, Yes and no. Whether Erlang goes to Longyu or not, I will go anyway. After knowing that Erlang is going, I came with you. It's convenient for both sides. Yang Fan caught his words and said with a smile, Just now Brother Shen said Guanzhong, but now it has become Longyu. Brother Shun, your aristocratic families are really amazing. You can even find out about this kind of news. Shamu laughed and did not hide it anymore. He only said, Erlang is also going to Longyu. Do you still remember what we talked about that day? Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. He said, Brother Shen just said that my opportunity is in Longyu. Is Brother Shun also interested in the matter of me going to Longyu? Shenmu held the cup in one hand and lightly knocked on the table. He said slowly, Not only am I interested, I am very interested. I can help you with Erlang's matter. I can guarantee that with my help, you will be able to obtain more detailed and useful information than anyone else. But there is one thing, Yang Fan said frankly. I will return the favor. As long as it does not go against my conscience, Brother Shun, please speak freely. Shen Mu said, Of course it will not go against my conscience, but it will be disadvantageous to a person. Also, it goes against Master D's opinion. Yang Fan frowned. Shen Mu continued, However, going against Master D's opinion does not necessarily mean going against the Imperial Court's opinion. The current emperor is also happy to see this second matter. Yang Fan asked doubtfully, What is Brother Shen talking about? Can you be honest? Shen Mu hesitated and said, You were that person's subordinate and Shui Huai's disciple. Logically speaking, I should not trust you on this matter, let alone discuss it with you. But Master D said that your heart is with Li Tang, and you can definitely be trusted. Yang Fan thought to himself, Master D's evaluation must be because I would rather give up the opportunity to be promoted and take the risk to save Blacktooth Changji's youngest son. However, he does not know that my willingness to save him has nothing to do with Blacktooth Changji's loyalty to Li Tang. It is such an outrageous action that goes against my conscience. Shenmu said in a deep voice, I believe in Master D's judgment, so I will say it directly. This person is Qiu Shenji. Yang Fan was stunned. He stared fixedly at Shenmu, not knowing what to say for a moment. Shenmu was willing to say it directly not because he believed in Di Renji's evaluation of Yang Fan, but because he believed that he would give Yang Fan a generous reward that Yang Fan could not refuse. It was true that Yang Fan was once Qiu Shenji's subordinate, but it was very short and he had never become Qiu Shenji's confidant. It was difficult to guarantee that Yang Fan would be loyal to Qiu Shenji just by being his subordinate. As for Shui Huai's close relationship with Qiu Shenji, there was no need to worry. Although Yang Fan was once Shui Huai's disciple, it was due to a strange combination of factors. From the fact that Yang Fan had never used Shui Huai's power to get promoted or make a fortune, it could be seen that Yang Fan was very repulsed by the power of a gigolo. Therefore, he should not have a close relationship with Shui Huai. Yang Fan's stunned expression was interpreted by Shun Mu as worry about becoming enemies with the high and mighty general of the Jinwu Guards. Therefore, he immediately gave Yang Fan a reassuring pill. Don't worry, I will not ask you to do anything too dangerous. You will only act as a middleman and pass some powerful evidence to the hands of a powerful figure. Shun Mu smiled and said, Qiu Shenji is a traitor of the country. Master D also wants to get rid of him as soon as possible. Master D knows about this. As for the powerful figure I mentioned, his status and power are even greater than Duke D's. If you can cling to him, what do you have to worry about? Of course, Yang Fan knew that Di Renji wanted to deal with Qiu Shenji. But Di Renji was already the prime minister. Who else could be more powerful than Di Renji? Of course, at this moment, even if Shun Mu did not say it out loud, he would not have thought that this powerful figure who was more powerful than Di Renji was actually Princess Taiping. Yang Fan stared at Shun Mu, and a mysterious smile slowly appeared on his lips. Shun Mu was puzzled as to why Yang Fan's smile was so strange. Yang Fan replied word by word, I agree. Then what is the other thing? Chapter 2:21. Shun Mu smiled. What I'm most worried about is that you will not agree to this matter. Haha, you are indeed a person capable of great things. You are decisive. Good, very good. Shun Mu's smile faded. The second matter is actually not a big problem. The key is that Duke D is against sending troops to the western regions to recapture the 4 towns of Anqi. You respect Duke D very much and may agree with his opinion. However, the Emperor wants to recapture Anqi. You are a member of the court and should naturally follow the Emperor's will. This matter should not be too difficult for you. Yang Fan understood his meaning and asked, You are worried that the situation in Longyu will develop in a direction that is not conducive to sending troops. Or perhaps, the intelligence gathered in front of the Emperor's desk will not be conducive to sending troops to Longyu and cause the Emperor to change his mind. Thus, you want the court to send troops to Longyu as much as possible? Shun Mu cheerfully said, It is indeed easy to speak with intelligent people. Yang Fan looked straight at him and asked, Whether the court sends troops to Longyu or not, does it have much to do with the aristocratic families? Why are you so keen on this matter? Shun Mu replied, Of course it has a lot to do with it. Do you know how many aristocratic families in the western regions that have been passed down since the Han Dynasty? Do you know how many connections and interests they have with the aristocratic families of the Central Plains? Do you know how much wealth will be lost if the western region's trade routes are in the hands of the foreign races? Yang Fan was somewhat displeased. Just for this, for the interests of the aristocratic families, you are willing to start a war? Shun Mu shook his head. You are wrong. In the end, the aristocratic families are just a representative of the local community. Do you think these interests are just the interests of the aristocratic families? Even if it is just the aristocratic families, Do you know how many businesses they run, how many shops they open, how many people they employ, and how many people they provide jobs for? If they lose these sources of income, they will not need to engage in these unprofitable businesses. To these rich and powerful aristocratic families, it is just one less source of income. But to the commoners, it is the loss of a way to live. If the court cannot work for the welfare of its commoners, then why does it exist? Is it just for the glory and wealth of the imperial family? Further on, Longyu and Liaodong are all places where barbarism breeds. If we don't control these places in the hands of the imperial court, they will become a great threat to our central plains sooner or later. Although the Li Tang imperial family was Han, they had the blood of the Hu. Of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, 30% were of the Xiongnu, Xinbei, and Turkic races. Therefore, during the reign of Emperor I of the Sui dynasty, Huaxia was the orthodox, and the barbarians of the four barbarians were his subordinates. However, our dynasty emphasized that Hua and the barbarians were one. At this point, Shunmu suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. He seemed to be looking at something far away, and his gaze suddenly deepened. Yang Fan followed his gaze and looked out, only to see layers upon layers of green mountains and clear waters, rising and falling like a beautiful landscape painting. A man has no intention of harming a tiger, but the tiger harms a man. Our Han people are tolerant of all rivers running into the sea. We treat everyone equally, but when the barbarians become strong, they rarely treat us as brothers. You haven't experienced it, so of course you can't understand it. Although I haven't experienced it as well. I was born in a family with 1,000 years of heritage, so I'm more aware of many things that have been forgotten or overlooked by others. Shunmu retracted his gaze and looked at Yang Fan, solemnly saying, "In the first year of Yongxing, the Hu dogs and Xinbei pillaged the central plains, plundering countless riches and capturing hundreds of thousands of Han women. They raped them in the evening, cooked them in the morning, and thousands of women threw themselves into the river, cutting off the flow of the Yi River. The Jia dogs were violent, treating the Han as sheep and killing them for food. In the fourth year of Yongjia, they surrounded and hunted the Han people, killing more than 100,000 princes and dukes. Not long after, the barbarians and Xinbei set fire to the surrounding areas, roasting the Han for food, killing more than 200,000 people. In the first year of Taixing, Emperor Min was humiliated and died at the hands of the Xinbei. All these are too numerous to list. Today, the Hu barbarians have the ambition of wolves, delighting in plundering and slaughtering, taking glory from the Han people." Shunmu paused for a moment before asking, "Do you know what I just said?" Yang Fan shook his head. Shunmu continued, "What I just recited is a part of the Kill the Hu order written by King Wu Ai. Yang Fan has heard of the Kill the Hu order before, and his countenance could not help but change. Ah, so this is the Kill the Hu order." Shunmu continued, "No one is clearer than us aristocratic families on what happened at that time. At that time, the number of who migrated from the north to the central plains has reached 7 million, but the local Han population is only 5 to 6 million. The number of who is still increasing, but our Han people are constantly being killed, driven, enslaved, and our numbers are decreasing. King Wu Ai issued the Kill the Hu order, calling on the exterminated Han people to rebel and kill countless Hu. Although he was defeated and died in the end, he accomplished two great things. Firstly, under his Kill the Hu decree, the Han people in the north who had been bullied and humiliated responded and killed a large number of the foreign tribes. If he had not stood up at that time, then after the Han people in the north were killed, their descendants would continue to multiply and grow stronger, and then they would attack Jiangnan. At that time, there were only 3 million Han people in Jiangnan. They will also be killed, and the Han people will be extinct. The second thing was that even though the martial mourning heavenly king had died, his heroic deeds allowed the cruel Hu people to see clearly that the Han people weren't sheep that could be bullied by anyone. Even though they defeated Ranmin in the end, their hearts were filled with reverence. They bestowed Ranmin the title of martial mourning heavenly king to appease the Han people. From then on, they no longer dared to bully and slaughter the Han people. They did not even dare to let the Han people serve as soldiers, and did not dare to let the Han people touch weapons. It was under these circumstances that the small barbarians and barbarians killed each other, and the Han people who only focused on farming were able to recuperate and multiply. By the time the continuous wars caused a large number of Hu people to die in battle, they had no choice but to once again recruit Han soldiers. The Han people's strength could no longer be ignored. At this time, in order to win over the Han people, they had no choice but to marry off their princesses to the rich and powerful families of the Han people. The Han people used this opportunity to grasp power step by step and continue to grow until Yang Jian destroyed the Hu people and established the Sui dynasty. At this point, Shen Mu sneered and said, "It's funny to say that to this day, there are some arrogant, boastful, and stupid people who forget their ancestors, who are still cursing Ran Min as a butcher. If it wasn't for King Wu Ai, his ancestors would have long been enslaved to death, and he would not even exist." At this point, Shen Mu said to Yang Fan with sorrow, the situation at that time was really scary. The aristocratic families all fled to Jiangnan, living in fear. The Central Plains changed, and the aristocratic families never feared it. The emperor could be Zhang Wang Li Zhao, and the world would still be the Han people's country. However, when the Hu people entered the Central Plains, there was a real possibility of extinction. I never denied that my main goal was for the continuation and inheritance of my family. But to achieve this goal, I had to maintain the prosperity of my Han people. If the skin doesn't exist, where will the hair attach to? So, even if my original goal wasn't to help the world, what does it matter? Now that our Central Plains is strong and prosperous, if we don't take advantage of this time to control the western regions, consolidate the northwest border, and suppress the Hu people's growth, are we going to wait for the Central Plains to weaken or for internal strife to occur and give the Hu people the opportunity to invade? Erlang, you and I are good men. Why don't we take this opportunity to help our Central Plains recover the western regions? Not only can we serve the country, help the people, and achieve success and fame. Yang Fan slightly lowered his eyes. After a long time, his eyes slowly raised and met Shenmu's eyes. "Brother Shun, you've convinced me." Yang Fan raised his cup with one hand and supported the bottom with the other. He solemnly gave a toast to Shenmu and said in a deep voice, "Let us take this opportunity to do something great." Shenmu was overjoyed and also solemnly raised his cup. Dang! The two silver cups touched, and the wine in the cups rippled like blood. The cavalrymen escorted the 3 carriages, following the inclination of the mountain, making many turns to the left and to the right, traversed the difficult mountain path, and after rounding the foothills, came a comparatively gentle downhill road, from which the journey was easy. Duo brought the child and Miss Chi-Chi to stay in the second carriage. Although Miss Chi-Chi was the daughter of a noble family, she did not put on any airs. After a few days, she became close to the straightforward and lively Duo. Naturally, Xiaoqi also became Miss Chi-Chi's favorite. She always rushed to do such interesting things as changing diapers and feeding goats milk. At first, she was clumsy and needed Duo to teach her, but now she seemed to be even more skilled than Duo. Because of Xiaoqi and the fact that Yang Fan and Shun Mu were inseparable, it was not convenient for her to come over. These few days, she rarely pestered Shen Mu, which made Shen Mu heave a sigh of relief. After going down the hill, there was an endless plain in front of them. There were no road signs here, and people who were not familiar with this place would not know where they were. Shen Mu had a guide who was familiar with this road, so Yang Fan was much more relaxed. He did not even bother to ask for directions, and only knew that after passing Tong Pass, they walked west for about half a month. During this journey, he realized that there were more than a dozen guards around Shen Mu, and there seemed to be people secretly scouting for Shen Mu and protecting him. Yang Fan was not a disciple of a noble family, and he only thought that the disciples of a noble family were like this. He could not help but be speechless. However, he did not know that the disciples of a noble family were not great generals with thousands of troops and horses, nor were they high officials in charge of a prefecture. How could they have such prestige when they went out? It was because Shun Mu was not an ordinary disciple of a noble family. As the hidden sex patriarch of the succession hall, Shun Mu was involved in many things, and no one dared to let him take risks. The carriage went down the hill and entered a hilly area. The river and hills here were neither low nor high, and the undulating slope was very gentle, so it looked much more flat and wide. Especially when looking into the distance, there was no undulation at all, as though it was a flat plain. About 2 miles away, a forest could be vaguely seen. At this moment, a short horn sounded from the forest. Yang Fan and Shun Mu were playing chess in the carriage. The chessboard and chess pieces were made of magnetic stones, which were suitable to be used in the carriage. There was no need to worry, even if it was subverted. When he suddenly heard the horn, Shun Mu, who was about to place a white chess piece on the chessboard, suddenly raised his head and looked out of the window alertly. This wasn't the first time that Yang Fan had heard the horn along the way, and it was only one sound each time. Every time the horn sounded, there would be a mountain ridge, a forest, a bridge, a canyon, or any other place that could hide an ambush. However, the horn that he heard in the past was always a long sound, and it had never been this short. Therefore, when he saw Shun Mu's expression, Yang Fan immediately realized that something had happened. Note: King Wu AIs whose slang order did exist, but it was said that there weren't any detailed contents that had been passed down. The article that could be found might be a forgery by the later generations, so we shall use it for now. Chapter 222. When a short sound of the horn was heard, the knights around the carriage immediately drew their swords in their hands and took up their guard. A moment later, 2 short horns sounded from the distant forest. The 2 riders at the front immediately made a hand signal to each other and galloped into the forest. When they left, Shun Mu and Yang Fan had just walked out of the carriage, and the 2 had already galloped into the distance, leaving only a trail of dust behind them. Not long after, the 2 riders returned from the forest and stopped in front of Shun Mu's carriage. One of them loudly said, "Lang Jun, there are 7 to 8 corpses in the forest and 2 carriages. The corpses are still warm, and the blood has yet to coagulate. They should have died not too long ago." The other person replied, "We have checked the surroundings. There is no trace of anyone within a 10-li radius. The murderer has already escaped far away." Shinmu raised his brows and said, "Let's go and take a look." He did not get off the carriage, and the entire convoy rushed into the forest. Yang Fan carefully sized up the surrounding riders. Every one of them was a strong man, and their mounts were also majestic. As they followed the carriage forward, they gradually formed groups of 3 and formed an offensive and defensive formation. Because there was not much cover in the surroundings, Yang Fan could vaguely see a few figures in the distance. However, these vigilant riders turned a blind eye to them. It was obvious that they were the people secretly protecting Shun Mu. Due to this accident, their figures were slightly revealed. Yang Fan could not help but say to Shun Mu, "The bodyguards under Brother Shun are all extraordinary. Although I do not know how good they are at fighting on the battlefield, as bodyguards, I think they are more competent than the imperial guards in the palace." Shun Mu smiled. "This is different. After all, the imperial court and the Jianghu are 2 completely different places. The environment and people that the imperial court's bodyguards and the Jianghu's warriors live in are completely different. If a hungry and cruel wolf is chained to the house as a watchdog, it will lose its wild nature after a long time." Speaking up to this point, Shun Mu suddenly felt something and smiled apologetically at Yang Fan. "My apologies, this brother's analogy is somewhat inappropriate." Yang Fan did not feel offended. He only smiled and said, "Even so, I'm still amazed to personally witness Brother Shun's shrewdness and capability." Shenmu lightly nodded and said with deep emotion, "Of course. These aristocratic families have risen for thousands of years. No matter how the dynasty changes, they have always stood tall. Of course, they have their outstanding points. The branches of aristocratic families are incomparably prosperous and spread throughout the imperial court and the common people. In the imperial court, there are generals and ministers for generations. In the imperial court, there are rich merchants and wealthy families. Regardless of the imperial court or the common people, their power is deep and their foundation is deep. In addition to the descendants of the main branch of the aristocratic families, there were also many external forces that were allied or supported by these aristocratic families. They intertwined with each other and intertwined with each other. An empire can be easily destroyed, but it's very difficult for an aristocratic family. I dare say that even if the world were to undergo an earth-shattering change, the first to recover and rise would still be these aristocratic families with deep foundations. Shenmue was startled and laughed involuntarily. Yes, although I'm also a descendant of an aristocratic family, as a side branch, I have been ostracized since young. Therefore, I unknowingly put myself out of the picture. Shenmue was startled and laughed involuntarily. Yes, although I'm also a descendant of an aristocratic family, as a side branch, I have been ostracized since young. Therefore, I unknowingly put myself out of the picture. Yang Fan had heard him talk about the rough experiences he had in the past more than once, and could not help but feel curious. However, he did not have the time to ask, as they had already arrived at the edge of the forest. The carriage stopped at the edge of the forest and did not go deep into the forest. Yang Fan and Shenmue alighted from the carriage and walked into the forest accompanied by the guards. Miss Chi-Chi could not bear the loneliness and also jumped out of the carriage. She picked up a piece of preserved fruit and excitedly wanted to join in the fun. In the end, she had just run a few steps when she saw a headless corpse lying on a bush. The neck was badly mutilated and had a slightly black color. At first, they thought that it was because the blood had dried up. However, when they got closer, there was a buzzing sound from the cut of the neck and a swarm of flies flew up, revealing the bloody wound with the trachea and tendons tangled together. Miss Chi-Chi screamed and danced a hula dance. Then, with a wah, she vomited decisively. This time, she did not need Shenmue's advice and ran back to the carriage. Shenmue brushed his head and brushed the piece of preserved fruit that Miss Chi-Chi had thrown off and walked forward without a change in expression. There were a total of 7 corpses in the forest. They were dressed as small peddlers from the western region. There were 2 overturned carriages on the ground with many goods such as coarse cloth, pottery, and iron pots. It was a messy scene. The 7 people had died in different ways. Some had been shot, some had been hacked, and some had been assassinated. Not far from where they had died, there were some puddles of blood, and there were traces of dragging. Then there was the messy sound of horse hooves. It seemed that the people who had killed them had also died, but their corpses had been carried away. It should be an ambush. They first set up an ambush in the forest and killed a few people before eliminating the survivors. The ground is very messy and the goods were not taken away. Even the weapons abandoned by the victims were not taken away. It seems that they must have noticed us attacking the front lines and fled in a hurry. From this, I can deduce that there shouldn't be many people ambushing us. Shenmue rubbed his chin and muttered. Yang Fan nodded his head. His gaze fell on a bloody saber that was still in the hand of one of the corpses. He then shifted his gaze to an old tree with a broken spear stuck in it. Yang Fan's gaze turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "Have you searched the bodies of the corpses?" A very calm-looking middle-aged man nodded and said, "We've searched them, but there's nothing that can prove their identity. However, 2 of them are wearing dark armor under their robes. Look." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and 2 corpses were carried in front of Yang Fan and Shenmue. Their robes were untied, and they were indeed wearing dark armor under their robes. Yang Fan identified them one by one and carefully looked at the other corpses. They all had Han faces, but he did not recognize any of them. Yang Fan could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Shenmue followed beside him. Observing his expression, he asked, "Why? You suspect that the corpses are from the 100 Cavalry?" Yang Fan shook his head and replied, "I do not recognize them. They are all unfamiliar faces. If they were from the 100 Cavalry, I would recognize them. However, these corpses should be from the Imperial Court and were sent here on official business." Yang Fan took out half a spear handle from one of the corpses and pointed at the copper pattern on the handle. He told Shenmu, "This is the special pattern of the spear used by the Imperial Guards. Also, this dark armor is specially made by the government. These two people must be the leaders. That's why they receive such treatment." Shenmu asked, "You can determine their identity just based on their weapons?" Yang Fan replied, "Armor, crossbows, spears, lances, and armors are all prohibited for private ownership. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to rebellion. Only before the soldiers go out to battle can they be allocated equipment. Who among the commoners would possess these weapons? Moreover, they're specially registered by the Imperial Guards. Is this not enough to prove their identity? According to the regulations of the Imperial Court, armor, crossbows, lances, and armors are strictly prohibited for private ownership. Even soldiers are not allowed to equip them when they go out on private business." Yang Fan did not mention the Mo Dao that they use because it is not prohibited for private ownership. Although the Mo Dao is the most powerful of the 4 types of weapons made from the Tang Dynasty, it is only in comparison to the other types of weapons. The Mo Dao is only one of the many types of soldiers in the Tang Dynasty. The opportunities for it to display its power on the battlefield are far inferior to the spears, lances, and crossbows. Most of the time, the Mo Dao is used as an auxiliary weapon for individual infantry. Its formation effect is even worse than a dense formation of long spears. Therefore, it is not prohibited for private ownership. If the deceased were all using knives and did not have anything on them that could prove their identity, Yang Fan would not be able to guess their identity. However, the long spears and the dark armor with the special patterns of the Imperial Guards revealed their true identity. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to notice these hidden characteristics. However, Yang Fan is a member of the Imperial Guards and naturally can see at a glance. After listening to Yang Fan's explanation, Shenmu could not help but secretly speculate. Since Yang Fan does not know these people, then they should not be from the Hunter Cavalry. Are these people Princess Taiping's men, Wu Chengxi's men, or Wu Sanxi's men? Did they die from the secret infighting of other forces, or were they attacked by small groups of horse bandits? Just as Shenmu was thinking, a guard suddenly said, "Lang Jun, there is something here." Hearing the voice, Yang Fan and Shenmu looked over and saw the guard bending over and pulling something out from under a low bush. There was a pool of blood where he stood, and beside it was a drag mark more than 10 feet long. It seems that someone died here and was later dragged away on a horse. The thing that the guard pulled out from a bush was a swan ni belt with 7 colored vertical stripes. Shenmu took the belt, which was made from a mixture of cow and wool, and looked at it carefully. His eyes gradually narrowed, and he said, "Although I do not know who the deceased is, I think I already know the identity of the killer." Yang Fan asked, "Who are they?" Shenmu did not answer and turned to the guard who found the swan ni belt and ordered, "Search carefully again. If there are no other clues, bury the dead on the spot." Finishing, he ordered another guard, "Inform Zhang to personally escort me on my journey to the west. If there are any suspicious people along the way, it is better to kill wrongly than to let them go." Shenmu has always given Yang Fan the impression that he does not care about anything. Only now does he faintly reveal a hint of coldness. The guard did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly complied. He turned around and left. It is unknown how he intends to inform Zhang Yi, who has not been seen yet. After Shenmu finished giving his orders, he turned to Yang Fan and changed into a spring breeze-like smile, saying, "Come, let's talk in the carriage." The two of them returned to the carriage. Shenmu gently stroked the soft and fine woolen belt. He turned to Yang Fan and said, "This material is different from the silk belt used by our Central Plains Han people and also different from the leather belt used by other tribes. This is a woolen belt knitted by spinning and weaving, unique to the Tubo people." Yang Fan's eyes flashed and he asked in astonishment, "This is still our territory. How can the Tubo people commit murder here?" Shenmu said, "That's right, this is our territory. But for some people in our dynasty, this place is dispensable. But in the eyes of the Tubo people, this is the foundation of their survival. So, The Tubo people pay more attention to this place than us and manage it better. Have you heard of the famous Tubo Gorge? Chapter 223. Tufan Gorge? Famous? Yang Fan really does not know, so he can only shake his head in shame. Shenmu knew that he lived in Southeast Asia when he was young and moved to Luoyang when he grew up, so he has never been to other places. Seeing that he does not know, he is not surprised and said, "So you don't know much about Longyo's archenemy, the Tufan people. Then I will briefly explain to you, and finally we will talk about this Tufan Gorge." Yang Fan said, "Please advise me." Shenmu said, "Speaking of the four barbarians and D-Man, our Central Plains has always regarded them as barbarians and disdained them. But this can only be reflected in education and people's livelihood. Talking about military affairs, haha." Shenmu shook his head and said, "First talking about military strength. The Tufan population is not as large as our dynasty, but all of them are soldiers. Their total military strength is at least 400,000. And our dynasty's total military strength is about 400 to 600,000, and we need at least 50,000 men and horses to guard the capital. Our vast territory needs to be garrisoned, so when our dynasty sends troops against the Tufan, we rarely have more than 200,000 men, and the Tufan can deploy their troops nearby. So in terms of military strength, our dynasty is at a disadvantage. Talking about military strength, the Tufan army is like the people. The people are like the army. Their culture is fierce. They love to fight, and when they fight, they're not afraid of death. In every battle, it is often when the front line is completely dead that the rear line enters the battle. Their bravery is in no way inferior to our dynasty's army. Talking about weapons and equipment, the Tufan people are different from the Turks. Their bows and arrows are not considered formidable. What is formidable is their armor and weapons. The Tufan elite troops, men and horses will wear chainmail, their whole body covered in armor. Only their eyes are open. Only a strong blade can injure them. Not only are they good at riding, they are also good at fighting on foot. Although they may not have learned our dynasty's art of war, but the grassland people have comprehended the art of separation and encirclement from hunting, which is not inferior to our dynasty's art of war. Yang Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "They're actually that powerful?" In Yang Fan's imagination, he had thought that these Turks in Tubo were just a bunch of beggar soldiers. When they go to battle, they're nothing more than a bunch of fur-covered soldiers, armed with big sticks and iron forks, similar to the refugees who gathered together during the famine years. Who would have thought that in terms of military strength, they're not inferior to the Tang dynasty? Moreover, they have the advantage in military strength and geographical advantage. No wonder the Tang dynasty has always been cautious in deploying their troops to the western region. Shenmu said, "That's right. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious in every battle. If you blindly and arrogantly consider yourself as the Celestial Empire, you will suffer a great loss." If Tubo's military force was not this strong, do you think that during the Lantern Festival, how could the Tubo envoys dare to be so arrogant in front of the Queen of Heaven, even daring to openly ask for the Jin Oyongu cup? Shenmu smiled and said, "Of course, they also have their own shortcomings, and they can't avoid them. We'll talk about this in the future. Today we will only talk about the enemy's strong point. Not only the Tubo people are good at fighting, they're also good at using their intelligence. When it comes to savagery, it always makes people think that they are cruel and savage by nature. They only have brute force, but it's very easy for people to overlook their intelligence. To say something impolite, in terms of using their intelligence, the Tubo people have put in far more effort than our court. Their scouts, which I mentioned just now, are 100 times stronger than our scouts and mounted scouts. In their territory, in the territory they occupied, in the territory they wanted to occupy, their eyes and ears are everywhere they look. These scouts and spies can be one person. They can also be a group of people. They can also be a family with the old and the young, or even a small tribe. They can even recruit the people of the conquered tribes and regions as scouts. After controlling their families, they will be sent out to act as their eyes and ears. Yang Fan recalled the time when he was in Luoyang's show, workshop, where he obtained information from the seemingly unremarkable people of the town. He couldn't help but be enlightened and said, I understand now. Once these people infiltrate into the places we control, they will infiltrate into all walks of life and even become the servants of the government or the auxiliary soldiers of the military camp. It's impossible for there to be no signs of any movement, and with these eyes and ears that can penetrate every nook and cranny, as long as you hear a little and they see a little, when combined together, it will be absolutely detailed and true information. Shenmue nodded and said, That's right. But not only do they spy for information, they will also use their hidden identities to deliberately provoke some conflicts, inciting the conflict between the army and the local people. Sometimes they will even carry out assassinations and ambushes, making the people panic at the slightest sound and treat every bush and tree as an enemy. Yang Fan said, Like the scene just now? Shenmue cast his gaze out of the window again and said thoughtfully, I only hope that it's really like this. Otherwise, it means that the information about your secret hiding in Longyu has already been leaked. Yang Fan thought that the rest of the journey would not be peaceful, but as they traveled westward, they did not encounter a single battle. The entire journey was calm and peaceful. There were a few times when they were in the sparsely populated forest, and they had seen a few dead people who had just died. But every time, they would find an arrow symbol on a nearby yellow wall or tree trunk. Once they saw this symbol, Shenmue's men would let down their guard and calmly continue on their way. Thinking back to Shenmue's words about Zhang Yi personally leading men to escort them westward, Yang Fan guessed that this arrow must be a symbol left behind by that Zhang Yi. Later on, when they passed by a few towns to rest and stroll, Yang Fan would often hear some merchants talking about how much goods the little flying general had stolen and how many people he had killed. After hearing more, he knew that this little flying general was a famous horse bandit leader who roamed Longyu. It was said that this person was ruthless and fierce. Although he only had about 300 men, the 2,000 to 3,000 strong horse bandit gang did not dare to provoke him. This was because the little flying general's subordinates were all ruthless characters who could fight against 10 men. If they really fought, the 2,000 to 3,000 strong horse bandit gang might not be able to provoke him. Moreover, the little flying general's subordinates were few, and he could come and go as he pleased. If he wanted to find you, he could find you. If he wanted to hide from you, Longyu is high and wide. If he wanted to hide, there was no way to find him. That was why there were very few people who dared to provoke him. And this person's symbol was an arrow. As long as he was involved in a case, he would never conceal his identity. He would generously leave a sharp wolf fang arrow as a symbol. His nickname, Little Flying General, was due to his superb archery skills that allowed him to shoot through a willow tree from 100 steps away. However, the Little Flying General couldn't help but feel proud of himself for this, so he designed the symbol of his identity as an arrowhead. Yang Fan thought to himself, perhaps this Zhang Yi is the Little Flying General. They arrived at the Huang River. This was Yang Fan's first stop in the western regions, and also Duo and Shaoqi's final stop. The Huang River faced the Long Mountains in the east, the Red Ridge in the west, the Yellow River in the south, and the Chilean River in the north. 800 Huang valleys crisscrossed and contained thousands of rivers and streams. It was the birthplace of the ancient Chongyan Emperor. The car stopped on a small hill from where they could see the Huang River city in the distance. On both sides of the road were rolling hills. There were tower-shaped pines, precious red pines, round cypresses that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, tall and straight spruce, as well as countless red birch, white birch, and rough-skinned birch. Tigers, wild wolves, red deer, roe deer, argali, antelopes, foxes, snow chickens, stone chickens, and other wild beasts and mountain birds lived in the forest. In front of him was a grassland overflowing with green. The grassland was overgrown with shrubs, and together, they weaved together to form an emerald green field. Flocks of white sheep and yellow cows could be faintly seen wandering on the grassland like clouds. Duo stood on the mountain with Shaoqi in her arms. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of her, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She was finally back. After Madame's death, she had felt a sense of loneliness and uneasiness every day and night in Luoyang. Now that she was back and saw the familiar grassland, that sense of security finally returned to her heart. These were tears of joy, but also tears of sorrow when she thought of Ah Lang and Madame, who had left and never returned. Shenmu stood side by side with Yang Fan. He smiled cheerfully at a guard and said, "Zhang Yi has done a good job along the way. Tell him to come and accompany me to the Huang River." "Yes," the guard answered and hurriedly retreated. No one knew what method he used to communicate with Yang Fan, but when Yang Fan and the others had moved around the mountaintop for a while and were about to board the carriage to continue their journey, Steed suddenly emerged from the bushes beside a jade-like river at the foot of the slope in front of them and galloped up the mountain. There were 4 riders on the 4 horses. One of them had his hair draped in a headband. If a crescent moon was added to the headband, he would look like a Buddha. He wore a large robe that reached to his knees and a leather belt around his waist. There was a broadsword with a thick back and a bow slung diagonally on his shoulder. The bow was as long as an ordinary person's height. There were 3 other people behind him. They didn't wear their hair in a bun and only used a headband to tie their hair so that it wouldn't cover their faces or obstruct their line of sight. They let their hair flutter behind their shoulders, giving them a very boorish and heroic appearance. 2 of these 3 people were in their 30s, rough and burly. The other person was a little younger, looking to be in his early 20s. He wore a scarlet headband and didn't have a beard. His face was clear and handsome, but there seemed to be a touch of evil in his demeanor. All 4 of them carried bows and arrows, but the one in the front had the biggest bow. Looking at his face, thick eyebrows and wide mouth, he looked very awe-inspiring. Yang Fan couldn't help thinking, could it be that this person is the little flying General Zhang Yi? Unexpectedly, this person flew to the front of the carriage, rolled down the saddle, and nimbly led the horse to one side. Yang Fan was surprised. This person isn't the little flying General Zhang Yi? He was about to choose from the 2 dark-faced men among the remaining 3 when a young man with a red headband, with a slightly evil aura, jumped down from the horse and left the horse. He quickly walked forward and knelt down on one knee. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Zhang Yi greets the sect leader." Yang Fan was secretly shocked. So this person is the little flying general. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Shenmu smiled and pulled the little flying General Zhang Yi up. He said, "We're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. You've done well in Longyu these 2 years. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I asked you to come with me to go to Huangshui to have a gathering. There are some things I need to tell you. Come, I'll introduce you to a friend." As Shenmu said this, he pulled Yang Fan in front of him. The little flying General Zhang Yi looked at Yang Fan, and his eyes immediately shot out a frightening light like that of a wolf. He stretched out his hand and pushed Shenmu. He suddenly pulled out his saber and at the same time shouted, "Ashina Musi, it's actually you." Chapter 224. Yang Fan knew that this little flying General Zhang Yi must be an important subordinate of Shenmu. From Shenmu's tone, it is very likely that he will need his help with what he is about to do. With a face full of smiles, Yang Fan hurriedly greeted him. He had just cupped his fists when Zhang Yi shouted and pushed Shenmu away with all his might. He pulled out his saber and slashed it towards Yang Fan's face. His saber moved like a wheel, swift and fierce like lightning. Yang Fan was greatly startled, but fortunately he had a good martial arts skill. Immediately he bent his waist, and without bending his legs, relying only on the strength of his feet, he leaped diagonally to evade the attack. Chua! The bright saber flashed, and a piece of Yang Fan's clothes was blown away by the mountain breeze. If Yang Fan had been a split second slower, this saber would have cut him in half. Even if he had been a split second slower, at least one of his legs would have been left behind. Yang Fan saw that this person suddenly attacked with such a vicious method and was slightly annoyed. He turned around and circled in the air before landing on the ground with a schwa sound. He crouched down like an eagle crouching on a cliff and was about to attack. At this time, 2 of Shenmu's bodyguards had already blocked his way and shouted at Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, have you gone mad?" Zhang Yi shouted, "You 2 fools, you actually let Ashina Musi sneak up to sect leader's side and almost killed him. Get out of my way." Shenmu has always been a steady and intelligent person, but after being pushed by Zhang Yi, he fell into a sorry state. Shenmu does not know martial arts at all, and after being pushed by Zhang Yi, he fell flat on his back. When he hit the ground, his back was hit by a mountain rock, and it was so painful that he felt like his back was about to break. Two of his men hurried forward to help him up. Shenmu cried out in pain as he crawled up from the ground and angrily said, "Zhang Yi, you bastard! What are you doing?" Chi-Chi and Duo had already boarded the carriage. Seeing this scene, she also jumped down and rushed forward to support Shenmu. She glared angrily at Zhang Yi. Looking at Shenmu's eager expression, if not for the fact that Shenmu was questioning Zhang Yi, she would have rushed forward to teach this brat a lesson. Zhang Yi stamped his foot and said, "Sect Master, you have always been smart, but this time you are muddle-headed. How did you allow a Turk to come to your side? How lucky! How lucky! This person must have some other evil intentions, which was why he didn't make a move on the Sect Master. Otherwise, it would really be over. We can't let him escape this time. Quickly surround him." Shenmu supported his old waist and limped to his side. Exasperated, he said, "Turks? Who are the Turks?" Zhang Yi pointed at Yang Fan and said, "It's him." Only then did Yang Fan realize that Zhang Yi had mistaken him for someone else. Afraid of causing misunderstandings, he did not dare to make a move. He stood still and looked at him coldly. Shenmu snapped, "Him? His name was Yang Fan from Luoyang. When did he become a Turk?" Zhang Yi was stunned and muttered, "How can it be?" "Ah, that's right, Sect Master. It must be his sophistry that deceived you." Shenmu rolled his eyes and asked, "Why are you so sure that he is a Turk?" Zhang Yi said, "Because I have seen him before." Shenmu asked, "When did you see him?" Zhang Yi said, "A month ago, I received the Sect Master's order to rush to Guangzhou to provide support. I wanted to do one more job before I leave. If I manage to rob a fat sheep, I can get some good stuff for the Sect Master as a greeting gift." In the end, as luck would have it, we robbed his carriage, and many of my brothers were killed or injured. Zhang Yi pointed at Yang Fan and gritted his teeth. "That's right. It's him. I remember it clearly. He is Ashina Musi." Shenmu held his waist and sighed to the sky. He said weakly, "Zhang Yi, a month ago he and I, that is, this Ashina Musi you speak of, were at a family's wedding banquet in Luoyang. Could it be that this person you speak of has the ability to fly in the sky and travel through the earth? He can appear in both the Turkic steppe and Luoyang at the same time?" "Eh." Zhang Yi's eyes widened, and he stammered, "How can it be? How can it be? His appearance, his appearance." Shenmu looked at Yang Fan and asked, "Does this person really look like that Ashina Musi you speak of?" Zhang Yi said confidently, "Not just look, but look exactly the same. Sect Master, you should know that I have the best memory. Even if I met someone once or twice 10 years ago, I would still be able to recognize him. I would never mistake him. Other than his clothes, he is exactly the same as that Ashina Musi." Yang Fan could not help but ask, "This brother, I didn't know a friend in Luoyang called Ashina Huzuro. Who is this Ashina Musi you speak of?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Ah, the voice doesn't sound like it. That's not right. The voice can be faked." Shenmu helplessly said, "I just said that this person can't be the person you met in the Turkic steppe, because when you met this Ashina Musi, I was drinking with him in Luoyang. The world is vast, and there are many people with similar appearances. Even if they look exactly the same, there are few differences in height and weight, but that doesn't mean that there are none. If you're not mistaken, then he's exactly the same as the person you met." "There's such a thing?" Zhang Yi still did not believe it. After Shenmu explained it again and again, Zhang Yi had no choice but to believe it. Shenmu said that when he met Ashina Musi, he was drinking with Yang Fan in Luoyang. The Sect Master would not lie to him. This meant that Luoyang and the Turkic steppe were separated by several thousand li, so it was impossible for these two people to be the same person. Zhang Yi scratched his head and hesitantly said, "It seems that I really did get the wrong person." Yang Fan unhappily said, "Brother mistook me for someone else and almost killed me." Shenmu smiled apologetically. "Erlang, please don't blame me. This brother of mine is good except that he is a little rash. Because of this, I cannot keep him by my side and send him to Lanyu, who knew that after not seeing him for a few years, he is still as hot-tempered as ever. Luckily, he did not really hurt you. I apologize on his behalf. Erlang, please don't take this matter to heart. Shenmu bowed to Yang Fan and glared at Zhang Yi, saying, "What are you waiting for? Apologize to Erlang." Zhang Yi hesitantly bowed to Yang Fan and said no. Yang Fan bitterly smiled. "Forget it. Luckily I did not die. If I was really cut into two by your saber, even if I have a stomach full of grievances, there is no one I can reason with." Shenmu pulled Yang Fan and Zhang Yi up the carriage. After they were seated, Shenmu reintroduced them to each other and asked Zhang, "Who is that Ashina Musi you mentioned just now?" Zhang, "Ashina Musi is Ashina Huan's son." He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said, "That day, he went to give betrothal gifts to another tribe leader. The carriage was loaded with a lot of valuables, and there was a large group of men and women in the procession. It looked like there was a lot of money to be had. Actually, I would not be so careless when robbing a fat sheep. I would definitely find out the other party's identity first. That day, I received the news and was in a hurry to go to Guangzhou to fetch you. I was careless. Hi, I lost more than 10 of my brothers." Shenmu did not care about the details of his robbery and only asked, "Ashina Huan? You mean Moshe?" Zhang, "That's right. His granny. If not for Moshe's son, I would not have suffered such a loss." Yang Fan could not help asking, "Who is this Moshe?" Shenmu explained, "Moshe is the younger brother of the Eastern Turkic Khagan Gu-Delu. Gu-Delu fell seriously ill at the beginning of the year, and the Eastern Turks are currently under Moshe's control. The Eastern Turks and Western Turks were originally one family, and their Khagan belonged to the Ashina clan. Ashina is the surname of the Turkic Khagan, meaning pale wolf's eyes." Yang Fan nodded in understanding. Zhang Yi continued, "Erlang, I am truly sorry. You look exactly like that Ashina Musi. At the time, I did not expect that two people could look so alike, so..." Shenmu glared at him. "So you stabbed him in the head? Even if Erlang really is Ashina Musi in disguise, is there a need to do this? You just need to state his identity, and he will not be able to escape. Humph. You have been in Lanyu for so many years, and you have not improved at all. When will you grow a brain?" Zhang Yi was scolded to the point that he could not raise his head and did not dare to retort. After Shenmu finished, he thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. "Ha ha. Speaking of which, this matter is really interesting. Erlang, the two generals who went to Lanyu to inspect the military situation this time are Qiu Shinji and Wang Xiaojia. Do you know what happened to Wang Xiaojia?" Yang Fan did not know why he suddenly brought up Wang Xiaojia and could not help but ask, "You were talking about General Wang of the Right Eagle Guard? What happened to him?" Shenmu said, "In the 3rd year and 9th month of Yifeng, Emperor Gaozong ordered Li Jingxian, who was also the governor of Shanzhou, to lead the army to attack Tufan. At that time, Wang Xiaojia was the deputy chief of the army, led by Minister of Works Lu Xinli. When the army reached Feichuan, they met a famous Tufan general, Luan Qinling. Both sides had a huge battle. This Luan Qinling is known as the Tufan god of war and has been fighting with our Tang dynasty for decades. Whether it is Shui Rengui, Guo Daifeng, Li Jingxian, Wei Daijia, or Lu Shida, all of them were defeated by him. In all these years, among our Tang dynasty generals, only He Qi Changji has defeated Luan Qinling. Naturally, we lost the battle at the Feichuan. Lu Xinli's army was completely annihilated. Li Jingxian did not dare to save him. Lu Xinli was injured and died not long after. Originally, Wang Xiaojia would not be able to escape death, but Tufan Sang Puchi de Songzhen saw him by chance and treated him with great respect. In the end, he was sent back to the Tang dynasty. Why is that? Yang Fan asked in astonishment. Shenmu smiled and said, "Because Wang Xiaojia's appearance is very similar to Sang Puchi de Songzhen's late father. Sang Puchi de Songzhen believes in reincarnation. When he saw Wang Xiaojia, he could not help but think of his late father. How could he dare to be disrespectful to Wang Xiaojia? This Sang Puchi first treated Wang Xiaojia as an honored guest. Later on, he saw that Wang Xiaojie could not forget the Tang dynasty and was very unhappy living in Tufan. So he simply sent someone to send him back. Shenmu laughed aloud and said, Erlang, Wang Xiaojie only looks like Sang Puqi's father. But you are exactly the same as that Ashinamuzi. Too bad your luck is not as good as Great General Wang. Because of this, Great General Wang escaped with his life. Because of this, you almost lost your life. Ha. Yang Fan snorted. Thinking about the same reason but different treatment, he could not help but laugh. In that case, I should not blame Zhang Xiong, but that Ashinamuzi. What do you mean? Zhang Yi asked. Yang Fan said, Because Great General Wang looks like Sang Puqi's father, he was treated as an honored guest and was respectfully sent back to his country. As for me, I look exactly the same as that Ashinamuzi, but I was almost implicated by him. This is clearly because his relationship with others is not good. If one day I see this Muzi, I will definitely beat his head into a pig's head so that he will never look like me again, so that he will not implicate good people. Hearing this, Shenmu and Zhang Yi could not help bursting into laughter. At this time, a horseman rushed outside the carriage window. Bending down, he reported, Zhongzhu, we have arrived at Huangshui City. Chapter 225. In this era, Longyu was not yet a barren desert. There were green mountains and clear waters everywhere, and the vegetation was lush. However, it was sparsely populated. Often, one would walk 100 li without seeing a single chimney smoke. Only wild beasts roamed the jungles and grasslands. Even when one reached the outskirts of Huangshui, if it weren't for the lofty city in the distance and the cattle and sheep grazing on the grasslands in front of it, it would have been difficult to feel any human presence. But once one entered the crude city gate made of yellow mud and gravel, the scene in Huangshui City was completely different. Inside Huangshui City, there were carriages and horses, and people were everywhere. The shops were like forests, and the people were abundant. Although this place could not compare to the prosperity of Luoyang, the more prosperous provinces and counties they had passed through before entering the Guangzhou, after leaving Luoyang, were not necessarily much livelier than this place. Huangshui was an important place for trade between the western regions and the central plains, so it was abundant with goods and people. Of course, what was different from the provinces and counties of the central plains was that there were fewer people wearing silk and satin. The streets were filled with the figures of Tubo, Turks, and Hu people from even further west. It was like an international metropolis. Further from Huangshui was the city of Shanzhou, where Heishui Changji had originally been stationed. Although Duo was not a well-known figure in Shanzhou, it was hard to guarantee that no one there would recognize her. Thus, after discussing it with her, Yang Fan decided to let her live in Huangshui, which was relatively close to Shanzhou. In Yang Fan's view, how a woman would survive with a child was a major problem. He had once discussed this with Duo, but Duo was very optimistic. Once in Longyu, Duo was like a fish in water, no longer as helpless as she had been in the Central Plains. She told Yang Fan that in Longyu, women could engage in more professions than women in the Central Plains. They could work in all kinds of shops and workshops and earn enough grain to feed the two of them. There was no problem, so Yang Fan could only let her be. In Huangshui City, row upon row of houses lined up on both sides of the main road. There were wine shops, foot shops, butcher shops, temples, public houses, and everything that one could think of. Medical halls, medicine shops, cart repair, fortune-telling, shaving, plastic surgery, and other trades were all flourishing. Inside the shops, there were all kinds of expensive and cheap goods, such as silk and satin, jewelry and spices, silk and porcelain. The shops were bustling with pedestrians and merchants. More than a dozen knights were escorting 3 large carriages, moving slowly among them. Shenmu said to Yang Fan, "Are you going to see your people first, or are you going to settle Miss Duo down first?" Shenmu had revealed many secrets to Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan still did not reveal the true identity of Miss Duo and the baby she was carrying, it was not good for him to completely conceal it from Shenmu. Therefore, he had already briefly explained to Shenmu that Duo was a girl whose hometown was originally in the western region. This time, he was helping her return to her hometown and at the same time concealing his own identity. It was killing two birds with one stone, and he did not have any personal feelings for her. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "It's better to settle Miss Duo down first. You also said that Long Yu is full of Tubo spies and spies. I have just arrived at Huangshui. If I go to see those people immediately, it will be hard to avoid attracting attention. Moreover, it will be inconvenient to bring a woman and a child with me." Shimu nodded and said, "That's true. Do you need my help?" Yang Fan thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No need. This is a gathering place for merchants from the north and the south. There are many places to rent and buy. There won't be any problem." Shimu nodded and looked out of the window. On the main street, there were merchants doing business, officials riding horses, peddlers peddling their wares, families riding carriages and ox carts, barbarians pulling camels from the western regions, people of different ethnic groups wearing strange clothes, monks carrying baskets on their backs, porters pushing wheelbarrows, and disabled old men begging by the roadside. There were all kinds of people on the street. Who knew which one of them was a Tubo spy? Shinmu turned his head to Yang Fan and said, "If you and I part here, it will be very inconvenient. The Huangshui tycoon Yin Zhenhao has already prepared a banquet to entertain me. Why don't you come with me? When the banquet is over, my carriage will leave from the main entrance. You and Miss Duo can ride the same carriage and leave from the side entrance. It will be easier to conceal your tracks this way." Yang Fan nodded his head in agreement. At this time, a man was limping out of a medicine shop on the roadside. This man was wearing a robe with a lapel around his waist. His right arm was supported by a wooden walking stick. His left hand was carrying several bags of medicinal herbs. He was walking slowly, looking extremely distressed. If Yang Fan could walk face to face with him, he would definitely recognize this man as his colleague, the 100 Horseman Imperial Bodyguard Zhang Shidong. Unfortunately, they were going in the same direction. The curtains were rolled up. Yang Fan was sitting in the carriage. He could only see the back of a man limping like a stray dog. He would never have thought that this man was actually his own comrade. The carriage rumbled past Zhang Shitong's side. Zhang Shitong carried his wooden stick and limped along. When he was tired, he stopped and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Looking at the bright sun in the sky, he sighed deeply and said to himself, "It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. I'm a 100 Horseman Imperial Bodyguard, but I actually fell into the hands of a group of small thieves. AI, how can there be so many strong people in Longyu? The weather is so hot. I don't know if Tian Yan's injury will recover. Yu Zichin's group still hasn't arrived. Yang Fan, who is acting alone, is most likely in danger. There are only the two of us left. How can we complete the mission that the general has entrusted to us?" Zhang Shitong let out a long sigh and limped into a narrow and dirty alley. The carriages traveled in the city for a while and came to a wide alley with few pedestrians. On both sides of the alley were high walls and Guangliang gates. With one look, one could tell that the people living in this area were either rich or of high status. The Guangliang gates were buildings that were second only to the Wangfu. Logically speaking, there couldn't be so many high-ranking officials here. Longyu was not like the Central Plains. There were not strict requirements in these areas. As long as you had money and power, you could build anything you wanted. No one would punish you for overstepping your authority. The carriages traveled in the long alley for a while and stopped in front of a door with a high base. The eaves were decorated with sparrows and 3 clouds. Yang Fan and Shun Mu lifted the curtain and walked out. Zhang Yi followed behind. A man in his 40s dressed as a scribe smiled and stood at the bottom of the stairs. He bowed to Shun Mu and said loudly, "Young master, you came from afar. I, Yin, have not welcomed you. Forgive me, forgive me." This man was the richest man in Huangshui, Yin Zhenhao. Yin Zhenhao controlled jewelry, leather goods, silk, porcelain, salt, and almost all the profiteering businesses in the area. He also owned 2 large pastures and thousands of fine horses. He could be said to be as rich as a country. A few years ago, he was only one of the 4 great tycoons of Huangshui. He sat on the 3rd seat, but he wasn't number 1. Now, he was able to suppress the other heroes of Huang Shui. The reason was that he had the support of Shen Mu. Yin Jinhao was not one of Shen Mu's people. He had absolute freedom and could make his own decisions. But because of common and long-term interests, who could make him betray Shen Mu? Doing so was equivalent to betraying himself. Thus, he was someone Shen Mu could absolutely trust. Shen Mu got out of the carriage and helped Yin Jinhao up. He laughed and said, "Old Yin, long time no see." Yin Jinhao smiled and said, "Yes. It's been more than a year since we parted last spring in Chang'an. Young master is as handsome as ever. Congratulations." And this is... Yin Jinhao's eyes focused, and he looked at Yang Fan. He was well aware of Shen Mu's identity and how much power he had. How could he underestimate someone who could walk shoulder to shoulder with Shen Mu? Shen Mu smiled and said, "Come, come, come. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Yang Fan. You can call him Erlang." "Erlang, this is the richest man in Huang Shui, Yin Jinhao, whom I mentioned to you before. Brother Yin." Little brother Yang Fan greets brother Yin. Yang Fan hurriedly went forward to greet him. Yin Jinhao wore a turban on his head and a loose robe with pine and bamboo patterns. He was tall and thin, with a high forehead and a high nose. There were 3 strands of mustache under his chin. He did not have the stink of money of a merchant at all. He looked carefree and elegant, just like a distinguished scholar. It was difficult to associate him with a merchant's identity. After the greetings, Yin Jinhao courteously led the 2 of them inside. At this time, Lady Chi-Chi and Duo also came out of the carriage with their child. Shen Mu did not introduce Chi-Chi to Yin Jinhao. After all, the identity of the eldest daughter of the Li family was too illustrious. She was an unmarried young lady, but she had followed him thousands of miles to Lanyu. It was difficult to explain to a man and a woman alone. Yin Jinhao also had business dealings with the Li family. His jewelry business was with the Li family. It would be a little awkward for him to know that this lady was the pearl of the Li family. Yin Jinhao was a little surprised to see 2 women come out of the carriage. One of them was even carrying a child. But he knew that Shen Mu was a playboy. Since Shen Mu did not point it out, he did not ask. He only quietly instructed the steward to quickly inform the lady of the residence. Yin Jinhao led the guests into the mansion. They passed the front hall, the main hall, a few winding corridors, and a few houses before arriving at the back garden. They entered a moon door with vines and flowers hanging on it. There was a small, winding stone path in the middle that led to a secluded place. To be able to build such a garden in Lanyu, one must have put in a lot of effort. Just from this, it was enough to show the wealth of the Yin family. At the end of the winding path, a wide open space appeared in front of them. There was a pond about the size of an acre, rippling with light. A red pavilion with carved pillars was facing the water. The side facing the ground was open while the other 3 sides had windows. It was summer now, and the windows were open. The wind blew in from all directions, and it was very cool. In front of the pavilion, there was a woman with 2 maids waiting respectfully. When she saw the guests, she smiled and went forward to welcome them. This woman was Yin Jinhao's legal wife, Lady Gong. Her maiden name was Nianxi. She was also from a prestigious family in the western region. Although she was around 30 years old, she had a clear and fair face without makeup. Her facial features were elegant and elegant. She looked like a person in her 20s. It was funny that the people of the Central Plains liked to wear Hu clothing. Lanyu was the closest to the Hu people, but the local people liked to wear Han clothing. Lady Gong wore a floral, narrow-sleeved jacket with a lotus leaf skirt tied around her waist. She wore a plain robe on the outside. Her glossy black hair was tied up in a peony bun. Other than a jade hairpin in the bun, there were no other pearls or jade ornaments. She looked very simple and elegant. This style of dressing was not luxurious, but graceful. It was just right for her noble status. One must know that the rich merchants of the western region were very different from the merchants of the Central Plains. They were actually the leaders of the local politics, economy, culture, and education. Although they were called merchant families, they were actually the families of the local officials. Their background was very deep. Naturally, the merchants who only dealt in business could not compare. Seeing that Lady Gong was about to step forward to pay her respects, Shenmu hurriedly stepped forward and smiled. Both sides greeted each other. As the hostess, Lady Gong warmly invited the guests to sit in the pavilion. There were already a few tables in the pavilion. Everyone took their seats. All kinds of delicacies were served like flowing water. Musicians played under the door. Two beautiful concubines walked in. The welcoming banquet began. Chapter 226. At this time, Shanzhou was also holding a welcoming banquet. The welcoming banquet was held at the post house. Because there were many merchants traveling from the south to the north, this post house simply ran an inn. In this way, not only did the imperial court not need to allocate a lot of construction funds, but it could also make a lot of money. Now, this post house in Shanzhou was connected with luxurious rooms. Just the banquet hall alone had several rooms, such as the upper hall, the lower hall, the main hall, the side hall, the east hall, and the west hall. The inner walls of the post house were lined with bamboo mulberry trees, halls, and corridors. There was also a pond with a circumference of several acres. One could go boating, fish, or lean against the railing to admire the moon. The environment was very elegant. Because this place also ran an inn and received merchants from all over, the post house was divided into different areas. The area for receiving officials and messengers was separated from the other areas by high walls. It was equipped with special kitchen rooms, livestock corridors, warehouses, and so on. It was Lu Shirda's idea to make use of the large number of merchants from the north and south to open an inn to make up for the lack of funds allocated by the imperial court by running a hotel. Lu Shirda was an honest official and did not take any money other than a salary. These years, He Changji was in charge of the military and administration of the Qingyuan army. As his deputy, he was in charge of logistics and farming. It could be said that he was in charge of money. However, he lived in a shabby house and could not even afford to hire a few servants. Now that Wang Xiaojie and Qiu Shenji had come from Luoyang, he could not afford to hold a lavish banquet in his house. Fortunately, these two officials of the imperial court were here and should stay in the post house. The post house would be responsible for their food and accommodation, so it was reasonable for Lu Shirda to host a banquet here. In fact, Lu Shirda still benefited from them. Otherwise, as a local chief officer, there was no reason for this General Lu to go to the post house for receiving officials to eat. Lu Shirda was the same age as Di Renjia. He was also an old man with a head full of gray hair. He was 8 feet tall, had a square mouth, and a plump body. In fact, he was a man of great self-restraint and magnanimity. The idiom, dry one's face after spitting, came from Lu Shirda. One of Lu Shirda's legs was a little disabled. When he was young, he fought in the army, and his right leg was cut by an enemy's hook. Although he recovered later, his leg was a little inconvenient to move. In addition, he was old and fat, so when he welcomed Qiu Shenji and Wang Xiaojie into the inn, the two of them had to slow down in order to walk with him. Wang Xiaojie was also a general of the border army and was an old acquaintance of Lu Shirda. In terms of seniority, he was much younger than Lu Shirda. Seeing that Lu Shirda was having difficulty walking, he hurried forward to help him. Lu Shirda smiled and said, "This old man is old. I'll have to trouble General Wang." Wang Xiaojie said respectfully, "Duke Lu is too polite. Duke Lu has been guarding the western border and has worked hard. As a junior, it is only right for me to do so." Qiu Shenji, who was walking on the other side, glanced at Lu Shirda and said lightly, "Lord Lu has been farming in the western regions for more than 10 years and has stored tens of thousands of bushels of grain, so that the soldiers in the border towns have enough grain. Not only did he avoid the pain of transporting grain for the imperial court, but he also saved a lot of money and grain for the imperial court. His Majesty is also very approving of this." Qiu Shenji's words seemed to be a compliment, but in fact, he was hinting that Lu Shirda was just a petty official who was good at farming and had no achievements in military affairs. The border of the western regions was an important place. No matter what your strengths were, they would ultimately be in military affairs. If you had no achievements in military affairs, how could you be qualified to be the commander of an army? And at this moment, Liu Shida was acting for He Qi as the Qingyuan army's administrator-in-chief of the army. Liu Shida heard Qiu Shinji's implied meaning, but he only smiled faintly and did not explain. On the contrary, Wang Xiaojie felt that it was unfair for him and said on the side, General Qiu's words are wrong. Since the first year of Yongchun, Duke Liu has led troops to fight against the Tubo and won 8 battles and dominated the western border. Later, because He Qi became the Qingyuan army's administrator, Duke Liu became the deputy and was in charge of the military supplies, so he rarely had the opportunity to go to war. Qiu Shinji chuckled and glanced at Liu Shida's fat body and stiff legs. He laughed and said in a joking tone, Fortunately, Duke Liu has not led troops to war since then. Otherwise, this lifetime of fame, Wang Xiaojie said angrily, the martial arts of a general is the ability to devise strategies and mobilize the 3 armies. Could it be that in General Qiu's eyes, the commander-in-chief of an army relies on personal bravery in battle? Duke Liu has won 8 battles in the western regions. I wonder if you, General Qiu, have fought against the Tubo and the Turks? Liu Shida pressed down Wang Xiaojie's hand and coughed, saying, the banquet will be held in this hall. Since the 2 generals are here on a secret edict, it is not appropriate to announce it to the public, so this old man did not inform the other generals. Today, only this old man is here to welcome the 2 generals. I hope the 2 generals will not mind the cold atmosphere. Please come in. This time, Qiu Shinji and Wang Xiaojie were actually sent by Wu Zetian to find out the situation. Wu Zetian sent 2 groups of people. One group was Qiu Shinji and Wang Xiaojie, who rushed along you to understand the actual situation of the Tang dynasty's military strength, combat power, deployment provisions, equipment, and other aspects of the actual situation. The other group was sent to investigate the military strength, equipment, roads, fortresses, tribes, and conflicts between the various tribes in the area controlled by the Tubo with the cooperation of the local scouts. This was to act according to the situation and sow discord. This was the so-called knowing one's enemy. It was necessary to use military force, but it was impossible to defeat the Turks and Tubo in the Longyu area with military force, which was superior to the Tang dynasty. Whether it was the previous dynasty's Yang Jian or the current dynasty's Li Shimin, they were able to achieve brilliant results in the western regions because they cleverly made use of the internal conflicts of the foreign tribes and finally used military force to achieve great victories. This was the so-called the best military strategy. On the other hand, Wu Zetian had sent out troops to conquer the Tubo Empire several times, but she had always met them head-on with force. In the end, the Great Tang Empire had exhausted all of its troops while the Great Tang Empire had been waiting for its exhausted troops. Their battle prowess was not inferior to that of the Great Tang Empire at all. This time, Wu Zetian learned from the painful experience and decided to imitate the method used by Yang Jian and Li Shimin. On the point of sending troops, Qiu Shinji and Wu Zetian had the same goal, because he wanted to seize the opportunity to seize the military power of Longyu. At the same time, he was worried that the series of defeats in the past, coupled with the opposition of Di Renjie and other important officials in the court, would force Wu Zetian to send troops due to internal pressure and fear of another failure. So he planned to create a conflict in Longyu. He wanted to give the Tubo, or Turks, a chance to continue to the east, occupy an important Tang town, create a bloody case, and arouse the indignation of the court, so that it would be inevitable to send troops to the western regions. At that time, Liu Shida, as the commander-in-chief of the western regions, would have to bear the responsibility of the failure, be executed or exiled, and the military power would naturally be handed over. Before that, he still had to use Liu Shida and obtain Liu Shida's trust until this scapegoat completed his mission. After all, Liu Shida was the one who had to take the blame, so it wasn't good for him to become enemies with Liu Shida before that. Thinking of this, Qiu Shinji quickly changed his tone and said, General Wang, why do you say so? I was just joking with Liu Shida. Duke Liu's military skills are divine, and I also admire you very much. Qiu Shinji said, attentively holding the other side of Liu Shida, and said with a smile, "Duke Lu, please." In a pavilion by the water, music was pleasing to the ears. Two dazzling Persian beauties danced gracefully in front of the hall. Their exotic dance was captivating. Their graceful and alluring bodies constantly transformed into soft and graceful curves. Not only were the men unable to take their eyes off them, but even Duo and Chi were amazed by them. Little Chi was lying in Duo's arms, staring with her big black eyes, seemingly stunned. The two dancers had Persian beards, brown eyes, high noses, and snow-white skin. Their facial features were beautiful and charming, and they were very moving. Shenmu nodded repeatedly. Yan Jinhao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "These two beauties were bought from an Arab merchant 2 months ago. They are very beautiful, and their bodies are enchanting. They are especially good at singing and dancing, and they are very tactful. Young Master has come from afar, and the journey is lonely. I will send them to young Master to serve on the pillow, grind ink, and sing songs to relieve your boredom." "Ha! Old Yin, you are too polite. Then I won't be polite." Shenmu laughed, and just as he accepted the gifts, he suddenly felt 2 sharp gazes shoot toward him. Shenmu was alarmed, and only then did he remember that he had brought a vinegar jar with him. He quickly changed the topic and very naturally said, "However, Shenmu is not young anymore, and I don't have the frivolous mood of a young man. I plan to give these 2 dancers to Erlang. Brother Yin, please don't take it to heart." Yan Jinhao smiled and said, "Since they have already been given to young Master, it is naturally up to young Master to decide." Yang Fan was greatly embarrassed. These 2 beautiful and enchanting Persian beauties were indeed very beautiful. As a man, Yang Fan could not take his eyes off their dance, but he was not at all used to giving women away like they were goods. Besides, he had come to the western regions on official business. What was the big deal about taking 2 beauties back? Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, Brother Shin should keep them for yourself." Shenmu was stared at by Miss Chi-Chi's murderous eyes and did not dare to accept these 2 troublemakers. Even though he felt the pinch, he still laughed and said, "Since you call me brother, don't reject my brother's gifts." Yang Fan said, No. He turned to look at Zhang Yi and immediately said, "Brother Zhang and I feel like old friends. This is our first meeting, and I do not have any presentable gifts to offer. Since that is the case, I will present these 2 dancers to Brother Zhang." Zhang Yi did not expect such good fortune to fall into his lap. Upon hearing this, his spirits rose, and he laughed and said, "If that is the case, then I am ashamed to accept it. Ha! Although this is the first time I have met Erlang, we are indeed compatible. From now on, you and I are brothers. Brothers. Ha!" After the banquet, all kinds of drinks, dried fruits, and candied fruits were served. Everyone either sat or walked around, chatting with each other. Shenmu gave Yan Jinhao a look, and the 2 of them slowly walked side by side along the pool. Yan Jinhao and Shenmu strolled along the lake. On the surface of the lake, a few couples of mandarin ducks swam leisurely. Yan Jinhao told Shenmu in detail. When they walked 3 rounds around the lake and returned to the pavilion, Yan Jinhao was already at the end of his story. "Young Master, don't worry. The first batch of rations has been safely delivered." Shenmu nodded his head and said, "Rations, weapons, and armors must be provided in a timely manner. In order to contain the Turks in Tubo, it is not enough to rely on the army of the imperial court. Even if the imperial court were to pay a heavy price and innumerable amounts of rations, they might not be able to suppress their development. Moreover, Longyu is a long and narrow line. The Turks are in the south, and the Turks are in the north. One south and the other north. They are keeping us in check. The borderline is long, and they can attack us at any time. This is also one of the reasons why they are able to succeed so many times and become so arrogant. If we can create some internal strife in one of the factions, we can focus on the other. After defeating one, we can deal with the other. This will make things easier. Supporting the Western Turks is a good idea. Their roots are also in the Turks. By supporting them, they can fight with the Eastern Turks for territory, tribes, and war. There is no lack of wise men in the imperial court. They will not let go of this good opportunity and can focus on dealing with the other ferocious tiger. Yin Jinhao nodded his head repeatedly, saying, "Young master is thinking of the long term and has a grand plan. I understand. You don't have to worry about me. I will definitely provide you with the necessary supplies." Shenmu nodded his head, saying, "If that is the case, I can rest assured. I still have some matters to attend to in Longyu, and these matters have nothing to do with you. You are a merchant, and as long as you can handle these matters well, it will be the greatest help to me." Yin Jinhao laughed. Young master can rest assured. After they finished talking about the main topic, both of them relaxed. Yin Jinhao joked, "I remember that last year in Chong, and you were a frequent guest at the brothel, snuggling up to the beauties and living a carefree life. I bought these 2 courtesans at a high price and have never touched them before. I was planning to give them to young master as a gift for your birthday celebration." "Why did young master change his mind?" Shenmu grumbled. "You are still talking? You can give them away, but you have to do it in such a grand manner. You want me to do it in front of 7. AI, how can I accept them?" Yin Jinhao was enlightened and said, "Could it be that young master does not want to offend one of the 2 ladies? Let me guess, it should be that noble and elegant lady in a light blue dress?" Shenmu did not speak and only pretended to be distressed. Yin Jinhao said with a smile, "Young master is really like the stars shining in the sky. That lady is really not bad. Hee, I did not think this through. I thought she was just an ordinary lady by your side. I did not expect her to have such a great background. How about this? I will look for 2 excellent courtesans and send them to young master." "There is no need," Shenmu said with a smile. "Fortunately, Beta Persei did not want to accept them and gave them to Zhang Yi. I was just being polite to Beta Persei, but he did not stand on ceremony at all. After we leave this place, I will ask him to give them to me." Shenmu had just said this when he saw Zhang Yi's eyebrows crooked, his eyes slanted, his face full of satisfaction as he walked out from a fork in the forest. Behind him were the 2 girls. Their hair was disheveled, their clothes were untidy, and their cheeks were flushed red. Seeing Shenmu, Zhang Yi immediately greeted him with a smile. "Huh, young master, these 2 women are really interesting. Their butts are round and big. They are so charming." Shenmu looked at Zhang Yi and then at the 2 courtesans behind him. He stared and said, Where do you work?" Zhang Yi stuck his thumb up and said proudly, "In the forest. I have not touched a woman's body for 2 months. Today is really comfortable." Shenmu looked up at the sky and sighed. "How could I forget that you are called Little Flying General? It is not only because of your fast arrows." When Shenmu and the rest left the Yin residence, Yin Jinhao opened the door and sent them off. In order to prevent people from noticing, Yang Fan did not ask for his carriage back. Instead, he gave it to Shenmu to take with him. He also changed one of the courtesans who was given to Zhang Yi into the same outfit as Duo. She carried a bundle in the shape of a baby and boarded the carriage first. She purposely rolled up the curtains so that people could vaguely see her. Shenmu walked out of the residence and chatted with Yin Jinhao for a long time before boarding the carriage. He swaggered to the Huangshui post house. Among the local residences, that was the best place. Yang Fan and Duo carried the baby. While they were pretending to chat in front of the gate, Madame Gong personally escorted them to the corner gate of the backyard and left in a hurry. Before they left, the steward of the Yin residence had already given them a few pointers so that they knew the layout of Huangshui City and which areas had houses for rent. Therefore, after leaving the Yin residence, they went straight to the south of the city. Because there were a large number of merchants coming and going in this city, there were many shops, inns, taverns, and brothels. As a result, the entire city was divided into relatively obvious areas. The east side of the city was where the civil and military officials and the mansions of the rich and powerful merchants gathered. The west side of the city was where all kinds of shops and businesses gathered. The north side of the city was dominated by all kinds of entertainment venues. The south side of the city was where the local residents gathered. Therefore, if they wanted to rent a long-term residence, it was easiest to find it in the south side of the city. Duo carried the baby and followed behind Yang Fan. She blindly followed his every step like a little wife. From the east side of the city, they directly turned to the south side of the city. Along the way, they inquired about the information of the local people's houses for rent and sale. They entered the first alley in the south of the city that separated the cross street. Inside the alley, in a house with 2 courtyards, a young man wearing only a pair of jeans, his entire body tanned and extremely sturdy, was currently chopping firewood under a tree. There were deep traces of a pile of firewood by the wall, but other than the firewood at the bottom that was old, the firewood stacked high above was freshly chopped. In front of the pile of firewood was a flat blue stone. The young man held an axe in one hand and erected a wooden stake. With a swish of the axe, he cleanly chopped the wooden stake into 2 halves. It seemed that the chopped firewood by the wall was the result of his labor today. The firewood was still fresh, but when he chopped firewood, it was still accurate, steady, fast, and powerful. His arms really did have some arm strength. There was a stool under the shade of the tree. A woman in her 40s, wearing a beige long dress that was half new but not old, sat on the stool with one leg crossed. She scolded him, "Look at you. You're not young anymore. How can you not even know how to go on a blind date, huh? When you were a spy, you were so capable. You could pretend to be a dragon and a tiger like a tiger. But when you see a girl's parents, you're so clumsy. You can't even fart with 3 sticks." The young man didn't say a word. He just kept chopping firewood. The woman was annoyed and said angrily, "Did you hear what I said? You only know how to chop firewood. Every time you go out and come back, you chop a wall of firewood for me. No matter how much firewood you chop, I'm still living alone at home. I don't have a daughter-in-law, not to mention a grandson. When I see other people's children, I'm very curious. I say, Sheiji, although our Gao family has declined, you're still a descendant of the Goguryeo royal family. If you can't even find a wife, won't our Gao family have no descendants?" Pa! Another 2 pieces of firewood fell to the ground. The young man helplessly turned around and said, "Mother, look at what you're saying. I'm only in my 20s. Why are you worried about having no descendants?" The woman said angrily, "You blockhead, when you were young, Crow, who played with you in the mud, became a father at the age of 15. Now, his 4th daughter can call him father. You're already in your 20s. Don't you think it's too late? You don't even know how to go on a blind date. If you only know how to chop firewood, do you think your wife and child will come looking for you?" Just as the woman said this, the door knocker knocked a few times. A clear girl's voice came from outside the door. She asked, "Excuse me, is there anyone in the house?" The woman glared at her son. She got up and opened the door. She saw a pretty girl with big eyes and handsome eyebrows. She was holding a child in her arms. She stood under the door and asked, "Auntie, do you have a house to rent or sell?" The woman looked her up and down. She hesitated and said, "There's an empty house. We can rent or sell it." Miss Duo heard her words and happily turned around. She called out to someone in the distance, "Second brother, don't look anymore. This family has a house to rent or sell." Hearing the call, Yang Fan, who was asking at the door of another house, immediately ran over. The woman looked at them and asked, "Are you husband and wife?" There were some married women in the Longxi area who called their Langjun brother. Therefore, the woman was not sure about their relationship. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Auntie, you misunderstood. This girl is my sworn sister. I'm here to accompany her to find a place to live." The woman said, "Oh." She opened the door and said, "Come in and talk." When Yang Fan and Duo entered the courtyard, they saw a strong man with braided hair. His upper body was bare, and he held a sharp axe in his hand. He stood there and coldly sized them up. The young man was quiet, but the woman was talkative. She pulled the 2 to sit in the courtyard and started chatting with them. The woman was Mrs. Pooh, and the young man was her only son. His name was Gao Shi Chicken. The mother and son lived in a house with 2 entrances and 2 back entrances. The house was not an exquisite mansion. It was the most common type of house in the area. The roof was made of yellow mud mixed with grass, and it was covered with a thin layer of tiles. Because there were only the 2 of them and their son was not home often, they wanted to rent or sell the house in the back so that it would not be empty. If the house in the back was sold, The buyer would only need to build a wall between the two houses and open a door in the original back wall. They could enter and exit through another alley without much work. This was originally Mrs. Pooh's idea of selling the house, but she changed her mind when she heard the pretty girl's identity. It turned out that on the way here, Yang Fan had discussed it with Duo and felt that it wasn't suitable for her to live here as a married woman. After all, she still had to get married. Moreover, she was actually unmarried and had no children. As time passed, the neighbors in the neighborhood would inevitably notice it and inevitably arouse suspicions. What happened in Luoyang would not spread so far. Besides, Wu Yi did not even know that the person he was looking for had already given birth. It was better for her to choose a place to live as an unmarried woman, making it easier for her to start her own life. As for the child, he would say that he was the son of her eldest brother. Her brother and sister-in-law had been killed by bandits, and she and the child had been rescued by Yang Fan. Duo thought that this was reasonable and agreed to his arrangement. Mrs. Pooh, who was suffering from her son's inability to find a wife, heard of Duo's background and felt sympathetic tears. She suddenly thought of her son who could not find a wife. She looked at Duo again and felt like an old woman looking at her daughter-in-law. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Mrs. Pooh immediately said enthusiastically, "Is that so? What a poor girl. Then you can stay here with me. It's just a rundown house. Just give me a few coins. You're a girl with a child. In my opinion, there's no need to build a wall in the middle or open another door. We can live in the front and back courtyards and look after each other." Yang Fan looked worriedly at the silent youth and asked, "Auntie, are there only the two of you at home? Is your son unmarried?" Mrs. Pooh clapped her hands and laughed. "Yes. You don't have to worry about this. We are a family of our own. My son is especially honest. Also, he is a soldier and works under Ambassador Liu. He won't do anything illegal." "Oh." Yang Fan didn't quite believe her. Mrs. Pooh panicked and ran into the inner room to retrieve her son's uniform and badge. She placed it in front of Yang Fan so he could see it clearly. She said, "Look, it's right. If it weren't for the fact that my son is a soldier and is often away from home, I wouldn't have sold the house in the back. Warrior, don't worry. We've been living here for dozens of years, and we obey the law. How would we dare to do anything that goes against the rules? This old woman and this daughter of mine are very congenial, so let her stay here. This old woman is usually alone at home, and it's boring. At least we'll have a companion." As Mrs. Pooh spoke, she seemed to be afraid that her son's fierce look would scare the girl away. She glared at him and said, "I'm talking to someone here. What are you listening for? Go and chop the firewood." Koshek Chicken's chiseled face was expressionless. After being reprimanded by his mother, he didn't make a sound. He just silently picked up his axe and turned to chop the firewood. Mrs. Pooh chuckled and said to Duo politely, "Miss, what do you think?" Yang Fan also cast an inquiring glance at Duo. Miss Duo looked at the benevolent-looking Pooh Sure, then turned her head to look at the Kosho chicken who was busy chopping firewood in the yard. She did not feel that this taciturn and seemingly fierce young man was dangerous. Instead, she felt that he was steady and reliable, so she nodded to Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Good. If that's the case, Duo, you and Auntie Pooh will be neighbors from now on." When Yang Fan left the Gao family, Duo carried the child and accompanied by Mrs. Pooh to the alley. When Yang Fan asked her to go back again, Duo suddenly handed the child to Mrs. Pooh and knelt down. She kowtowed to Yang Fan 3 times, tears streaming down her face. Strolling along the long street, thinking of this scene, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. No matter what, all of this was over for now. He would never forget the great mother who was buried alone under the 7th grain cellar of Song City in Luoyang. Chun and I. If she was still in heaven and saw her son safely return to his hometown, she would probably be smiling in the underworld. The trip to Longyu was over. Next, it was time for him to fight for his goal. Chapter 227. This was a dirty, smelly, and chaotic alley. When Yang Fan was still far away from the alley, he could already smell an unpleasant smell. This smell was a mixture of all kinds of foul smells. It was impossible to accurately describe it, but one could feel that when this smell rushed into one's nose, it would immediately make one feel suffocated, and even breathing would become difficult. However, it was this smelly alley that was actually bustling with people coming and going. This was an alley in the commercial district of West City. At the entrance of the alley was a half-collapsed courtyard wall of a family. At the foot of the wall were a few beggars, half sitting and half sitting. Even though it was a scorching summer day, they were wrapped in leather robes that had lost all their fur and were now shiny. People walked around them, not even glancing at them. In front of them, there were only a few coins or half-eaten bread in the broken pots. Walking into the alley, it became even more crowded. There was a drainage ditch on the side of the road. Rainwater and domestic water had accumulated in the ditch, and a layer of green fur had already grown on it. One could faintly see human and cow and horse feces being washed down, gently floating on the surface of the green fur. This alley was a place where all kinds of fur, animal bones, and other grassland products were wholesale and retail. The fur and animal bones sold here were goods that had not been processed in any way. The fur had not been washed or tanned. The whole cowhide and sheepskin were hard and flat, all piled up together, emitting an unpleasant smell. However, after these things were processed and sold to the Central Plains, they could be made dozens or even hundreds of times more profitable. Therefore, some rich merchants who traded in silk and satins did not mind the overwhelming stench here at all. They would personally come to see the goods, negotiate the price, and finally load the goods that they were satisfied with into their carriages before leaving excitedly. As Yang Fan walked down the street, in order not to attract attention, he also bought a wolfskin mattress. Of course, with his current appearance, he would not buy an expensive wolfskin that was hunted in autumn or winter. Moreover, this wolfskin was not good in terms of color or workmanship. The wolfskin was still hard, and there were even a few damaged areas. Yang Fan rolled up the wolf pelt and tucked it under his ribs. He continued to look around as he walked forward. After a while, he saw a sign with a black yak drawn on it. The yak was not big, but its horns were huge. The word Li was written on the two half-moon-shaped horns. Yang Fan knew that he had arrived at his destination. The front of this shop wasn't big, and there was a pile of yak hides of poor quality in front of the door. On the other side, there was a complete ox skull with two sharp and huge horns. Yang Fan paused for a moment at the door. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he immediately walked in. There was only the shopkeeper and a young shop assistant in the shop. The shop wasn't big, and it was difficult for 3 or 4 people to even turn around after entering. There were only a few things sold in this shop. Some were placed outside, and most of the goods were in the backyard. The backyard was the spacious space, and all the shops here were like this. Seeing that there were no customers in the shop, Yang Fan used the code that Su Yang taught him when he left the capital to contact the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was in his early 50s, and his body was thin. His skinny face was full of wrinkles, and he had a sparse beard, which made him look like a big mouse. After using the code, the shopkeeper's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "In your group, you are the only one who came out alive? You actually came out unscathed?" Yang Fan was startled, and he said, "What do you mean? What happened to the other groups?" The shopkeeper asked curiously, "Could it be that your group didn't encounter any bandits or Tibetan scouts?" Only now did Yang Fan understand. He said, "I came alone, traveling with a large group, so I didn't encounter any accidents. But someone else has arrived? Did they encounter any trouble along the way?" The shopkeeper pulled Yang Fan and said, "Come with me." The shopkeeper pulled Yang Fan to the back, and as they walked, he gave him a brief explanation of the situation. It turned out that the 100 cavalry guards who had set off from Luoyang, although they had disguised themselves as merchants or travelers, had all encountered different groups of people and different degrees of attacks along the way. In the end, not a single group had been able to reach the Huangshui unscathed. Some of them had even been completely wiped out. Up until now, the shopkeeper had only received 3 groups of people. In total, there were only 7 survivors, and all of them were injured. Including Yang Fan, there were only 8. In other words, if no one else arrived, then of the 50 elites sent out by the 100 cavalry, only these 8 people were left. The guards who had been attacked had thought that there were as many bandits as there were hairs on an ox in the Longyou area. It was only in the past 2 days that they had learned from the person in charge of contacting the local army that the people they had encountered might be bandits cutting the path, but most of them were probably Gorge scouts. Only the Gorge Pass scouts, skilled in ambushes and fearless of death, in a situation where they were completely unprepared, could cause such great damage to these brave and skilled soldiers. As Yang Fan listened to the shopkeeper's explanation, he hurriedly bypassed the mountain of stinking fur goods and turned to a row of simple houses in the backyard. Zhang Shidong was slowly moving in front of the house with his walking stick when he suddenly saw the shopkeeper leading Yang Fan over. He immediately stopped and looked carefully. His hand loosened and the walking stick fell to the ground with a clang. Zhang Shidong looked like he had seen a ghost. You're Yang Fan? Yang Fan saw that he was standing unsteadily on his own. He hurriedly stepped forward and picked up the walking stick to support his ribs. Of course it's me. How did you become like this? Zhang Shitong said in surprise. You're alone. How come you're not injured at all? Didn't you meet a single Tibetan scout along the way? Yang Fan repeated what he had said to the shopkeeper to Zhang Shitong. Zhang Shitong wanted to cry, but had no tears. I didn't expect that you would escape a calamity by traveling west alone. Sigh. Let's not talk about it. I, Zhang Shitong, have been on the battlefield before, and the number of foreigners who have died under my blade is at least a few dozen. I've never fought such a stupid battle, being ambushed for no reason. Zhang Shitong said angrily, It's not that we are careless, but sometimes there are travelers who lead camels, women, and children with us. How can you be wary of them? Hey, I've been traveling with you for 3 days. A moment ago, I was singing to you around the bonfire with strong liquor in my hands, and the next moment, a knife came stabbing me. It's impossible to guard against it. Yang Fan patted his shoulder and said, I've heard the general situation from the shopkeeper. Who else has arrived? Zhang Shitong pointed to the row of houses behind him and said, They're all inside. Including me, there are only 7 left alive. Most of them are injured. I don't know how long it will take for them to recover. Yang Fan said, I'll go take a look first. Yang Fan stepped into the room. Zhang Shitong leaned on his crutch and followed behind the shopkeeper. The people who had already arrived were Huang Xiuchong, Zhang Shitong, Zhang Qi, Tian Yin, and Wei Tongchuan. Most of them were injured. Among them, Tian Yin's injury was the most serious. He had been stabbed in the ribs. Because of the hot weather and the lack of timely treatment, he had fallen unconscious after arriving at the Huangshui River. He had gotten better in the past few days, but he was still unconscious most of the time. Huang Xiuchang's injuries were also not light. He had been injured twice. After escaping from the first attack, he was attacked a second time only 3 days later. They killed their way all the way to the Huangshui River. The draftsman from the Ministry of Works they had been ordered to protect had also been killed on the way. Huang Xiuchang was the captain and the person in charge of this mission. He had great responsibilities. These days, he had been angry, and his mouth was full of blisters. Yang Fan comforted him. Captain Huang, don't blame yourself too much. You're a warrior who charges and breaks through enemy lines. You're not good at scouting. Huang Xiuchang said dejectedly, Don't comfort me. That's not a reason at all. Even those crude and barbaric Tibetans can be as cunning as foxes. Why can't we be good scouts? I was too careless. Yang Fan asked, Did you inform the Heiyuan army to capture those scouts? The shopkeeper said, That's too difficult. They usually mix in with all walks of life, just like the common people. How can we tell who is the real scout? There are many foreigners here, and there's no lack of good people among them. We can't capture them all, can we? Besides, not all the scouts in the Tongsha are Tibetans. Yang Fan said, Of course we can't find all the scouts, but it's not completely useless. Just now, Captain Huang said that along the way, they killed many people who attacked them, including our brothers who were completely wiped out. I don't believe that the other side didn't suffer any casualties. Since those Tibetan scouts have legitimate identities, they must have an explanation for their sudden death, right? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. You mean? Yang Fan said, If they want to hide here for a long time, it's not possible for those who died to come up with an excuse to go out. It's also not easy to hide from the neighbors that they died of a sudden illness. The best excuse is that they met the horse thieves when they were out grazing. Also, they don't need anyone to ask. They will spread the news themselves, so the shopkeeper continued. So, as long as we investigate the recent deaths of the bandits in the various prefectures, counties, and tribes in Longyu, we will be able to find the spies. Yang Fan said, "That's right." Zhang Shitong said, leaning on his walking stick, "But there might be people who really died from bandits." Yang Fan said, "I know. So, we still have to investigate. He would definitely be able to find some of them. These spies had to be found one by one. He couldn't just let them run wild in Longyu. I think it's because of this reason that they always try to snatch the corpses back. They don't want to expose a group of people just because of a corpse. But as long as they make a move, there will be casualties. This method can be used by the local authorities often. In the future, there will be fewer Tibetan scouts attacking our soldiers." Huang Xuchang slapped his forehead. "That's right. Why didn't I think of this?" Huang Xuchang gave Yang Fan a thumbs up and sincerely said, "This is a really good idea. I've always looked down on you. After being tricked by others, and after today's matter, I've finally accepted my defeat. A good brain is really more useful than a good body of martial arts." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Captain is too polite. I just thought of this idea by chance." It's just that Huang Xuchang said, capturing the Tufan scouts is, in the end, of no help to our mission. Right now, we have suffered heavy casualties. We are only left with these few people, and each one of them is wounded. His Majesty has placed high hopes on us. If this trip to the western region is fruitless, and we suffer heavy casualties, what would His Majesty think? Yang Fan thought for a while and said, "Captain's injuries are very serious. By the time you and your brothers recover and can move freely, I'm afraid it will take more than a month at the earliest. If we drag this out, it will be even harder to find information during autumn and winter. If Captain is trustworthy, then leave this mission to me." Huang Xuchang looked at Yang Fan in bewilderment and said, "You? Just you?" Chapter 228. Yang Fan said, "Of course, not only that. There are also the scouts from the He Yuan army helping me. I have thought about it. The reason we ended up like this after leaving Luoyang is because we're not familiar with Longyu. Even if we changed into the attire of the Longyu people, we would not be able to blend in quickly. The locals would be able to see the difference at a glance, which is why you were ambushed. I'm only one person. If I blend in with the horse caravan that is used to Longyu, it will not be easy for others to see through me. Furthermore, it is not suitable for you to move in your current situation. Why don't I go alone, along with the scouts from the He Yuan army? Maybe it will have a miraculous effect." This, Huang Xuchang was slightly hesitant. Yang Fan smiled slightly. Looking at the pitiful state of the 100 cavalry soldiers in the room, he said, "Everyone came west together. Some of our brothers have been slumbering in Longyu. It is not that the brothers here do not want to carry out the mission, but they do not have the strength to act. Our time is tight. If Yang Fan does not disappoint everyone and completes the mission, the credit will naturally belong to everyone. Yang Fan will not be greedy for credit alone." Hearing this, Huang Xuchang's black face turned red. He said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Will I fight with you for credit? I'm just worried that so many of us will be killed by the enemy." "You are alone." Yang Fan said, "What is there to worry about? Someone has to do this. Since I am a soldier, how can I be afraid of death? We have so many brothers. Some are dead, some are injured, and some are dead. I'm the only one who is still alive and kicking. If I don't go, who else can go? Can I be a coward?" Huang Xuchang looked at him for a long time. He sat up with difficulty and held Yang Fan's hand. He said emotionally, "Beta Persei, after you entered the 100 cavalry, Old Huang, started to be picky and dislike you no matter how I looked at you. Old Huang was wrong. This matter concerns the honor of the 100 cavalry. Now, I will leave it to you." Yang Fan looked at this soldier who valued honor more than his life. He did not say anything and only nodded heavily. He then turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Have the local scouts who cooperated with us come here?" The shopkeeper replied, "Not yet. Only an officer in charge of this matter came by to deliver some necessary medicine and invited a doctor from the army to treat everyone. Because your trip here is an absolute secret, and you can't move for the time being due to your injuries, we haven't sent any scouts to coordinate with you yet. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You inform them to send someone over tomorrow afternoon. We'll meet first and discuss our plan of action. Most of our people are injured, so there's no need for them to send the original number of scouts. However, the scouts must be elite. I want the most outstanding scouts here." The shop owner nodded and said, "All right, I'll inform them immediately." Yang Fan continued, "Captain Huang, brothers, stay here and recuperate. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." Huang Shuchang asked, "Aren't you going to stay here?" Yang Fan said, "It's easy for me to go alone. I won't attract too much attention wherever I go. The main reason why we were recognized the moment we arrived in Longyu is because we don't look like locals. I want to walk around and learn more about the customs here." Huang Shuchang nodded and said, "All right, then be careful." By the time Yang Fan left the leather shop, it was already late. It was already past the hottest period of the day, and it was almost dusk. The sun had already lost its power, and the wind that was blowing against his face had a trace of coolness. The people who were drowsy from the midday heat felt refreshed as they faced the wind. Yang Fan did not wander around aimlessly. In order to find his enemy, his experience of hiding in Luoyang for more than a year told him that there was no quick way to blend in with the locals in a place with different customs. Rather than wasting time on this, it was better to seek help from Shunmu. Although Shunmu was stationed in Chong, and he clearly had an enormous hidden force in Longyu. Since they were already working together, how could he not make use of such a powerful person? Yang Fan carried the wolfskin mattress and asked around until he found the Huangshui courier station. More accurately, this was the Huangshui courier station. A courier station was a place set up by the imperial court to receive officials, couriers, and other public servants. Only a level lower than it was called a guest house. It was a place set up by the local government to receive officials and public servants who had connections. Next was a private inn. The Huangshui courier station was actually a collection of courier stations, goose houses, and inns, so it occupied a large area. Yang Fan rushed directly to the northwest corner of the Huangshui courier station, where the inn was located. The grade of the inn at the Huangshui courier station was no worse than the goose houses here. This was the most high-end inn in the city. Yang Fan wandered all the way from the west of the city. After confirming that no one was following him, he entered the inn with a bundle of wolfskin. The waiter in the inn saw him dressed like this and almost threw him out. Hearing that Yang Fan was looking for someone, the waiter doubtfully asked him to wait outside the door while he went in to report. In a short while, Zhang Yi ran out with his mouth wide open. There were a few red lipstick marks on his cheeks. It seemed that this little flying general, who had not tasted meat for months, was really greedy. He couldn't wait to have sex in the garden of the Yin family, and after checking into the inn, he enjoyed the bliss of having 2 wives. Although this little flying general was as cunning as a fox and as vicious as a wolf, his attitude toward people was very simple. If you are good to me, I will be good to you. If you treat me as a brother, it doesn't matter if I risk my life for you. Yang Fan had given him 2 enchanting and moving Persian beauties in a flash. This little flying general really treated Yang Fan as a brother. "Huh, Erling, why are you here? I was thinking of looking for you to drink some other day. You came at the right time. Don't leave tonight. Let's drink to our heart's content." Zhang Yi went forward to hug Yang Fan and pulled him inside. The waiter saw that this ordinary person was really this rich guest's friend and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. "Ah, is that so?" When Shinmu heard the reason for Yang Fan's visit, he couldn't help but laugh. "I originally didn't expect the soldiers from Luoyang to be able to find any special information. I originally wanted to help you in this aspect. This is also good. Throw away those people, and you're the only one. It'll be more convenient for us to move around." Yang Fan said happily, "If that's the case, I really have to thank Brother Shan." Shinmu waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it. Speaking of which, there is no falsehood in the various reports from Longyu. The Empress is just being paranoid by those scheming officials around her. That's why she can't trust anyone. The information I've gathered might be more detailed than what the military scouts have gathered, but that's all there is to it. There won't be much difference. Shenmu said again, "Where will you be staying tonight? If you can leave, why not stay here? Gathering information is a small matter. My people have been gathering information from various places in Longyu, so it's just a matter of convenience. You don't have to worry about this matter too much. As for the matter that I mentioned, we still need to discuss it properly." Yang Fan said with a smile, "I came here today with the intention of being an unwelcome guest. If you don't ask me to stay, I will not leave either." At night, in Shenmu's room, the three of them sat facing each other. Zhang Yi is the only one drinking heartily. The wine is good, the dishes are good, but Shenmu and Yang Fan's minds are not here. Shenmu said, "The Tubo Army's organizational structure is like this. The country is divided into 4 ru. Each ru is divided into 2 sub-ru. Each sub-ru has 4 dongdai. Each sub-ru also has a direct subordinate dongdai. In addition, there are 4 Imperial Army dongdai guarding the 4 ru. Each sub-ru has a marshal, a deputy general, and a judge. In total, there are more than 400,000 soldiers and horses. Their armors and weapons are highly skilled and can be forged into excellent weapons. We have already talked about their fighting strength. Next, we will talk about their weaknesses. And they are unavoidable weaknesses." Yang Fan's spirit was aroused, and he leaned forward slightly. Shenmu said, "The Tubo are good at fighting. They dare to fight, and they're not afraid of death. This is not false, but they have a big problem. Our dynasty's soldiers and generals belong to the country. The soldiers and generals are not united. For example, the current Longyu general is Lu Shirda. If Lu Shirda is transferred to Liaodong tomorrow, and Xiushenji is appointed as the Longyu general, he can also command Longyu's hundreds of thousands of soldiers. But Lu Shirda, he single-handedly took up his post. When he goes to Liaodong, he can command Liaodong's hundreds of thousands of soldiers. This kind of situation is impossible for the Tubo." Shenmu took a sip of wine and said, "The Tubo army has a big problem. This problem exists even in the elite troops of the Tubo headquarters, and that is, the power of the general does not come from the top, but from the bottom." Yang Fan asked, "What do you mean?" On the side, Zhang Yi gulped down a big bowl of wine. He stared at them, and then grabbed the wine jar and filled it again. Shenmu said, "The Tubo army and the people are united. During wartime, they're the army, and during peacetime, they're the people. Their general is the lord and the leader of the tribe during peacetime. Because he has people and territory in his hands, he is recruited to fight in wartime. That's why he is a general. If his men and horses are all killed, he as the lord will naturally be finished. Even if Zanpu wants to use him, he can't send him to any other lord's tribe to command other people's troops. In this case, it means that as long as his men and horses are all killed, he will be penniless. It's impossible for him to become the commander and continue to live the life of a superior. Therefore, they must preserve their capital. Once the battle is too hard, even if the soldiers dare to fight, their leaders will not dare to continue fighting. They will do everything possible to preserve their own strength." Yang Fan suddenly understood and gently nodded his head. Shenmu continued, "Let's talk about those vassal tribes of Tubo, such as Yangtong, Supi, and Tuyan. They are regarded as foreign tribes by the Tubo nobles and are discriminated against. When they go out to war, the Tubo's generals and soldiers are fed with meat and drink, but they are often hungry and full. Not to mention this, as vassal tribes, they must regularly pay tribute to the Tubo's headquarters, send troops for free, and distribute the spoils of war first to the Tubo's headquarters. How can they not harbor resentment? It's just that they are forced by the situation and have no choice but to comply. Therefore, there are those who outwardly agree but secretly oppose. There are those who secretly drag the troops down, and there are those who betray our court. These are the weaknesses that we can exploit. Sway when Emperor Yang Jian and our dynasty's Emperor Taizong were able to defeat them completely because they cleverly exploited their internal contradictions. Otherwise, with the wisdom of these two sovereigns and the many elite soldiers and generals under them, they may not be able to easily win against such a brave and skillful army. Yang Fan sighed. That's right. No matter how brave and skillful an army is, if it has this flaw, as long as it is exploited, there is no reason for it not to lose. Fortunately, they did not learn our Central Plains military system. Otherwise, this tubo would be even more of a headache. Shenmu laughed heartily and said, That's impossible. The reason why I said that this is an unavoidable flaw is because of this. They can't learn our military system. Seeing Shenmu laughing, Zhang Yi also giggled foolishly. After laughing, he picked up his wine bowl and said to the two of them, Cheers! Cheers! Finishing, without waiting for the two of them to reply, he tilted his head back and downed the wine again. Yang Fan stared at Shenmu and asked, Can't learn it or don't want to learn it? Shenmu replied, It's that they can't learn it. Our Central Plains military system originated from our Central Plains agricultural system. The grassland military system originated from their nomadic system. Unless they also change to farming, otherwise they will not be able to learn it. Their current military system may have a major flaw, but can still allow them to become a strong country in the Western region. If they forcefully learn our dynasty's military system, I'm afraid they won't even be able to maintain their current situation and will soon become a mess. If a system lags behind the present and is still being implemented, then it will be a disaster. But no matter how outstanding a system is, if it surpasses the present and is implemented in the present, then it will also become a disaster. Yang Fan carefully pondered over Shenmu's words. After a long time, he was slightly moved and said, Listening to a wise man's words is better than reading 10 years later. With Brother Shin's knowledge, if you enter the court and become a prime minister, it will be more than enough. Shenmu laughed and waved his hand, saying, Erlang is too kind. This brother can only be an armchair strategist and cannot be a prime minister in court. Shenmu's smile faded and he said to Yang Fan, The Eastern Turks have the same problem as Tubo. But because they do not have many vassals, this problem is not as serious as Tubo. I plan to support the Western Turks, to resist them and tie up the Eastern Turks. The focus of this division will be on the Tubo side. Although Tubo does not have two Khans, they have a prime minister whose authority is no less than that of the Khans. This prime minister is the god of war, Qinling, who has defeated several famous generals of my Tang dynasty. Qinling is the son of Tubo's former prime minister, Lu Dongzhan. When the current Zampu was young, Lu Dongzhan was the regent. After Lu Dongzhan's death, his son, Qinling, became the prime minister and continued to wield power. Now this Zampu has grown up. Hearing this, Yang Fan finally understood Shenmu's overall plan and could not help but be shocked at the meticulousness and farsightedness of his plan. Defeating an enemy once on the battlefield would only cause a temporary loss to the enemy. Unless it was a massive casualty, it would be very difficult to damage the enemy's vitality. However, once the conflict between the two opposing factions was provoked, the damage would be huge. It could even last for decades until the other party's national strength was exhausted. Yang Fan excitedly asked, Then what can I do? Shenmu replied, Of course, you will be the one to discover this problem. You will be the one to find someone or something that the enemy can use and report it to the Empress, so that she believes that she can use this to divide and disintegrate the enemy. If you are willing to share the credit with Teacher Shui or some other general you're on good terms with, I believe that you will have a greater chance of success. Startled, Yang Fan somewhat disappointed. What I am doing is that simple. Shenmu smiled. It is that simple. Yang Fan sighed. This truly is a simple task. Chapter 229. After a long conversation last night, Yang Fan had received confirmation from Shenmu, and his heart was at ease. When the two of them had decided on a plan and were ready to drink, they found that Zhang Yi was already hugging a wine jar, curled up into a ball, and snoring away. The next morning, Yang Fan left Shenmu's place and went to Duoduo's home. The second courtyard that Duoduo lived in was usually cleaned by the diligent Madame Park, so it was very clean. After Duoduo moved in, other than the bedding and oil rice that she had to buy herself, everything else was ready. Even the stove and pots were prepared. When she moved in yesterday, there was no time to buy anything. Madame Park wanted to make this beautiful daughter her daughter-in-law, so she enthusiastically pulled her into her room and invited her to have a meal together. Madame Park was afraid that her son would feel uncomfortable sitting in the room with a young lady, so she simply chased him out the door. The poor kosho chicken was carrying a bowl of porridge with only a few strips of pickled vegetables on it, squatting on the threshold to eat. This made Duo feel very bad. When Yang Fan arrived early in the morning, the kosho chicken was no longer at home. Madame Park was about to accompany Duo to buy some necessities. Before Yang Fan left, he left a sum of money for Duo. Little Seven was still young and needed someone to take care of her. Although Duo could take on some work at home, she still had a child to worry about. Thus, the money Yang Fan left her was enough to ensure that she would not have to work for a year. Seeing Yang Fan, Duo was very happy. Yang Fan took the child in his arms and accompanied Duo to buy things. Madame Park walked in front, helping Duo. Madame Park was very good at haggling over the prices of things. She could talk nonstop for half a day until the seller completely broke down and obediently sold the things to them at the price she offered. This way, Madame Park saved Duo a lot of money. Duo was happy to be free of worry and quietly chatted with Yang Fan in the back. Yang Fan whispered, "How was it? Did you live here last night?" Duo nodded. "Yes, this place is similar to Shanzhou. I'm used to living here. But it's my first time living in someone else's house, so I was a little scared. I blocked the door at night and even put a rolling pin by my pillow." Speaking of this, Duo pursed her lips into a smile and said, "I was overthinking. This family is really honest. Their toilet is built at the back of the courtyard. Because I live in the back room, that kosho chicken is afraid of me. At night, he doesn't even dare to come to the backyard. He held it in for a whole night. When I woke up in the morning, I saw him running back like he was putting out a fire." Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Duo was able to be neighbors with such a kind and honest family. Yang Fan was relieved. Along the way, it was the Poof family who had helped with everything. There were only a few daily necessities that Duo could think of, but with Madame Park's reminder, she remembered many things that she had overlooked. When they returned, Yang Fan was a grown man, so he naturally became a laborer. He accompanied them back to the Gao residence, and it was Madame Park who helped Duo settle down. Seeing that everything was in order and there was nothing else to do, Yang Fan got up to leave, but Duo was unwilling to let him go. Soon, smoke rose from the chimney in the Gao residence's backyard. Although it was just a simple meal, with Duo and Madame Park's warm hospitality, Yang Fan was very full. After the meal, they sat for a while and played with Xiao Qi. After he took an afternoon nap, Yang Fan got up to leave. He went to the Li family's leather shop in the west of the city and saw Zhang Shitong, Huang Xuchong, and the others. The scouts sent by the Heiyuan army had already arrived. They were all dressed in commoners' clothing. When they were brought in front of Yang Fan could not see the slightest hint of a soldier's temperament. They were completely ordinary commoners of Longyu. One of them had blue eyes and a long beard, and was actually a Hu. Yang Fan could not help but secretly praise them. These were the materials of a spy. If they had only relied on these people from Luoyang, even if nothing happened along the way, they would not have been able to complete the mission given to them by the imperial court. He examined the 4 scouts one by one, and when he saw the third person, he could not help but be startled. That person was also looking at him, and his face was full of surprise. Yang Fan stared at him for a while and asked tentatively, "Gao Shi chicken?" The dark-skinned man with 2 patches of dark red on his cheeks said with some surprise, "That's me." So Mistwood was sworn brother as me. This was the first time Yang Fan had heard him speak. His voice was a little hoarse and had a strong Longxi accent. Yang Fan smiled and turned to the shopkeeper. "I don't need so many people. I only need 2. Yang Fan pointed at the Gaoshi chicken and then at the blue-eyed and bearded Hu, saying, "I just want the 2 of them. That's enough." The Gaoshi chicken was a scout of the Heiyuan army and had always been responsible for gathering intelligence in enemy-occupied areas. He was one of the most outstanding spies in the Heiyuan army. The blue-eyed and bearded man was a Turk who had lived in the Huang River region for generations. He had long since been assimilated into the Han language, and now he was also an outstanding scout in the Yuan army. His name was Big Bear. This chicken and bear pair were very disapproving of Yang Fan's plan to travel west. Although there were many journeys in the western regions on the ancient roads, very few people would travel long distances with just 3 or 5 people. The difficulty of the roads and the presence of bandits meant that they had to form a group of at least several dozen camels. Only then could they deal with the ever-changing weather, the lack of water in the desert, and the elusive mounted bandits. For Yang Fan to travel west with just 3 people was no different from sending himself to his death. Thus, the two of them made a series of suggestions to Yang Fan, such as expanding the size of the scouts, forming a large caravan, or concealing their identities to join westbound caravans. Yang Fan did not comment on any of their suggestions. When they were ready to set off 3 days later, Yang Fan led the two to the inn of the Huang River Relay Station. Camels, horses, and ox carts converged to form a long procession. The cavalrymen were all tall and sturdy, and judging from their charm, temperament, and attire, they were probably frequent customers of the western region's trade routes. Looking at their rough faces that had been weather-beaten, it was as if a desert wind was blowing against one's face, carrying with it an endless amount of sand. Gao Shi Chicken noticed that the hands holding the knives were full of calluses, especially between the thumb and forefinger. Some people even had ugly, centipede-shaped knife scars on their cheeks. Although they did not have any other weapons besides their knives, the heavy backpacks on the backs of their horses could not contain gold or silver. The real big things were probably hidden away. There were probably not many people who could rob such a procession. If there were really some blind mounted bandits who wanted to find trouble with them, they were more likely to be robbed by them if they had fewer people. The temperament of these people was really more like a group of mounted bandits, and they lacked the feeling of merchants. Gao Shi Chicken said in surprise, "Erlang, we go with them?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "How about it? With such a group of people, we can ensure that we go all the way west, right?" Big Bear stroked his beard and said hesitantly, "Of course there is no problem, but I don't know where Erlang found such a group of people and whether they are reliable." Yang Fan said with a smile, "I know that you two are the best scouts in the Yuan army, but you should not underestimate us who came from the Imperial Army. Their identity is absolutely reliable. Do you think that we came to the western regions without any preparation?" Big Bear and Gao Shi Chicken looked at each other and suddenly understood, although they actually did not hear any answer. Yang Fan said, "You wait here, I will go see their leader." After saying that, Yang Fan stepped into the inn. In front of a restaurant opposite the inn, the innkeeper respectfully handed a copper alms bowl filled with food to a Lama monk. The Lama monk took the alms bowl and nodded to the innkeeper with a smile on his face. The innkeeper hastily put his palms together, bowed repeatedly, and escorted the monk out with a smiling face. The Lama monk did not go far, standing in a corner by the roadside. He leaned his Buddhist staff against the wall and put down the basket on his back, as if he wanted to eat here. The Lama monk was thin and withered, and his robe was so shabby that its original color could hardly be seen. He looked to be in his 50s, and the short hair on his head was faintly mixed with white. Because he was thin, there were many wrinkles on his face, but his dark and ruddy complexion showed that he was still very healthy. Under the shabby monk robe was a pair of straw sandals, revealing his dusty toes. It seemed that he had walked a long way. This was a Lamuism ascetic monk. Now was the time when the Lamuism was flourishing in the western region. A large number of monks were motivated to practice asceticism and practice yoga meditation. If there was anyone who could travel long distances alone on the western region trade route, it could only be this kind of ascetic monk, because any passing caravan would not be stingy with giving them a mouthful of water or a bowl of rice. And the stealthy horse bandits would not beat up these penniless Lama monks who had to rely on others for even their porridge and rice, and who were determined to fight against heaven and earth to sharpen their will. No one noticed him, not even Yang Fan. Even if Yang Fan came face to face with him, he would not look at him more than once, because Teneno's disguise was really flawless. Even if she stood in front of Yang Fan and admitted that she was Tin Ano, Yang Fan would not believe that such a beautiful little girl could actually become like this. The wrinkles like old tree bark, the skinny body that did not have the slightest hint of femininity, and the pair of dirty feet, such an ascetic monk. How could she be the fresh and pretty Tin Ano? But she was indeed Tin Ano. Tin Ano saw Yang Fan, just when the restaurant manager handed over the alms bowl. Tian Ainu was so shocked that she almost dropped her bowl of rice. She had followed them all the way here, originally to keep an eye on Shun Mu's movements, but she never thought that Yang Fan would also come to the western regions. He really came together with Shun Mu, Tian Ai Nu thought to herself. She could not help but reveal a joyful smile on her face when she suddenly met him in a foreign land. A rich foreign merchant with a big belly and 2 servants passed by her. Suddenly seeing this ascetic monk smiling at him, he hurriedly stopped, put his palms together, and respectfully bowed to this master. Chapter 230. Shin Mu, who had disguised himself as a wealthy merchant, stuck a big beard and stuffed something into his stomach, said to Yang Fan, "This time, let Zhang escort us. The people accompanying us are all carefully selected by him. Don't worry, with these people, there shouldn't be any danger along the way." Miss Chi-Chi stood at the side, pouting. If they went any further, they would be out of the Tang army's complete control. Since the 4 towns of Anshi fell into the hands of the Tubo, their power continued to spread eastward and had now spread to the Hushi corridor. On both sides of this important road were mountain ridges. To the north were the Turks, and to the south were the Tubo. The widest part of the road was more than 200 miles, and the narrowest part was only a few hundred feet. It would be very dangerous if they were attacked. Now, there was neither the Tang army nor the Tubo army stationed in this large area. Both sides used this area as a buffer zone, which made the situation even more complicated. In addition to horse gangs and bandits, some caravans would occasionally act as horse bandits and kidnap other weaker caravans. And some of the small tribes living in this area were half people and half bandits. Shinmu was determined not to let Chi-Chi follow them. He wanted her to wait for his return at the Huang River. Miss Chi-Chi was very unhappy, but she also knew that Shinmu seemed to be easy to talk to. If she was too willful and annoyed him, then the loss would outweigh the gain. So even though she was unhappy, she could only agree. The caravan set off. Shinmu was disguised as a big merchant. Zhang, he was the leader of the caravan's guards, and Yang Fan, Gao Shiji, and Big Bear had blended into the caravan, becoming the assistants who rode on camels and pulled goods. When their caravan walked on the street and was about to turn to the West City Gate, they happened to see a group of Hiyuan soldiers dragging a few Tubo men in the direction of the magistrate's office. Gao Shichikin moved closer to Yang Fan and whispered, "General Liu already knows about the method Erlang mentioned to find out the Tubo scouts. Passed down the military order in this 1 month in all the prefectures, counties, and tribes of Longyu. If there were any strong men who died suddenly due to an accident, and those who were close to them are all major suspects, General Liu ordered, capture them first, and then screen them." Big Bear narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group of people being taken away, and said, "With all the prefectures and counties taking action at the same time, they were less vigilant and unprepared. Now, we have found a lot of evidence from the families of those people we arrested. Out of 10, at most 1 or 2 are innocent. Erlang's plan is really good. However, this method can only be used this time. In the future, they will definitely be more careful and won't hide stolen goods and weapons in their homes anymore." Yang Fan nodded slightly and said, "But because of this, they will have to be more apprehensive if they want to carry out an assassination. After all, even if there is no evidence, the sudden death of someone is still suspicious." Kosho Chicken and Big Bear nodded in agreement. Shanzhou City, Hiyuan Army Camp, Lu Shirda, Wang Xiaojia, and Qiu Shinji came out of tent one after another. Lu Shirda smiled and said, "This 100 cavalry guard, surnamed Yang, really has some tricks up his sleeves. This time, almost none of the people he arrested are innocent. Although he can't completely eradicate the Tufan scouts hidden in Longyu, he has greatly damaged their vitality." Qiu Shinji's eyes slightly turned and said to Lu Shurda, General Lu, the identities of the two Fawn scouts have been verified. Can I transfer them at any time? Lu Shurda said, Oh, General Qiu, what do you mean? Qiu Shinji said with a smile, Oh, nothing much. I just want to understand more about the two Fawn situation from them. When His Majesty asks about it, when we return to the capital, I will know what to do. At this time, Qiu Shinji and Wang Xiaojia had already moved into the army camp because Qiu Shinji said that if they wanted to understand the current situation of the Lanyu army, it would be best to live in the army camp. Wang Xiaojia naturally agreed, and Lu Shurda also did not object. The two of them now had their own tents, and the surrounding guards were also brought by them from Luoyang. After listening to Qiu Shinji's reason, Lu Shurda smiled and said, Of course. He turned his head and ordered a military official, pass down the order. General Qiu and General Wang have a right to interrogate the two Fawn spies that have been captured. They are not to disobey. Yes. The military official bowed and responded. Qiu Shinji turned around, a trace of a sly smile suddenly flitting across the corner of his mouth. Shenmu's troops left Huang River and traveled all the way west. Gradually, they stepped from Longyu to the land west of the river. After passing Wuxiao Ridge, the environment of the entire region gradually became different from Longyu. In the distance, there were snow-capped mountains that never melted, and the peaks overlapped. One could vaguely see the Great Wall that had been built over the generations. It was like a long dragon, winding and undulating under the magnificent peaks. And right in front of them was 1,000 miles of fertile land, sandwiched between the endless mountain ridges of the north and south. The wilderness was not as vast as the endless grassland, but because of the contrast between the snow-capped mountains and the wilderness, it appeared magnificent and spectacular. The sky was azure blue, and the pure white clouds seemed so low that they could be reached by raising one's hand. In the distance was the spectacular snow-capped mountains, and beneath their feet was the soft grassland. The wind gently caressed their bodies, and from time to time, cows mooed, horses neighed, and camels neighed. It added a bit of liveliness to the already lively caravan. This kind of long journey was originally a spectacular sight, but after looking at it for a long time, it became very boring. The people in the caravan all thought of ways to have fun, talking about ghosts and women, laughing and joking, and enjoying themselves. Yang Fan and Zhang Yu were lying side by side on a cart pulled by a Heineken bull. They were sprawled on their backs, their heads pillowed on their arms, and their faces were covered by a sun hat. They were chatting idly. However, outside this leisurely caravan, there were vigilant riders patrolling the area 5 or 6 miles to the left and right, indicating that this was a place with countless hidden dangers. When it was almost evening, the caravan just happened to reach the side of a lake. This was the advantage of having an experienced guide who had memorized the entire Hushi corridor by heart. He could remember the location of every lake and river and accurately control the speed of the entire caravan. When they were preparing to set up camp, they would stop at a place with a water source. The caravan stopped, and the caravan was unloaded. The camels and cows were pulled to the side of the lake to drink water, and the empty water bags were filled to the brim in preparation for the next day's journey. The person in charge of cooking quickly dug out a stove on the grass, and wisps of smoke drifted into the air with the wind. Along the way, little Fei Jiangzhang Yi, who had been lying on a cart with Yang Fan, as if his bones had been scattered, was also energized. He began to arrange for everyone to set up camp and patrol. When the sky was full of stars, everyone had eaten and drank to their heart's content. The huge camel city was placed at the outermost perimeter, like the first line of defense of a fortress. Behind it was the second line of defense, made of caravans and a large number of boxes and sacks. And finally, the tents were set up. At every line of defense, there were people sleeping there, ready to enter battle at any time. In addition, there were also roaming sentries placed at the outermost perimeter. Because it was nighttime, and to prevent a night attack, other than the side facing the water, the other 3 sides had 2 layers of roaming sentries. One layer was placed 5 miles away, and the other layer was placed 10 miles away. With such a formation, No matter if it was horse bandits or wolf packs, they would not dare to easily invade. A bonfire was set up in the camp. They had hunted some wild animals on the way, but they did not have time to slaughter and clean them for dinner. At this time, they had cleaned them up and put them on the fire. White-lipped deer, snow chicken, gazelle. After roasting for a while, they emitted a tempting fragrance. At first, Gusako chicken and Big Bear were not at ease, but along the way, they saw this team set up camp and marched in order, and they were completely relieved. Anyway, they were only responsible for cooperating with Yang Fan, and everything was decided by Yang Fan. Now they were relieved, roasting the gazelle on the fire, enjoying this rare leisure time. Erlang, our owner wants you to go over. Yang Fan was also sitting by the fire, talking to Gusako chicken and Big Bear. He found that Guseki was not a man of few words at all times. He was probably shy when he saw a woman. In such a large group of men, he also talked and laughed wittily. He was a very outgoing person. As they were talking, a guard with a full beard suddenly came over and shouted something to him. Yang Fan stood up, patted his buttocks, and followed him. The bearded guard brought Yang Fan to the front of Shun Mu's sleeping tent. Shun Mu was standing in front of the tent with his hands behind his back, bathed in the starlight and moonlight of the day, looking at the scenery in the distance. The gentle evening wind blew his clothes up and down. Yang Fan walked over and stood by Shun Mu's side. Shun Mu did not turn his head, but he knew that Yang Fan had come. Shun Mu pointed to the dark mountains on the left and right, saying 2 mountains, a single line of road, hanging for 2,000 li. The west controls the western regions. The south is separated by the Changrong, and the north covers the Hu. If we advance, we can control the western regions, and if we retreat, we can defend Guanlong. This is truly the throat of our central plains. Yang Fan said in agreement. Along the way, this place is indeed dangerous. The mountain range between the two sides, as well as the pass and the wall built over the generations to make up for the geographical inadequacies, can become an important barrier for the Central Plains. When the country is strong, it can advance from here and control the western regions. When the country is weak, with this strategic location, it can also carry out a powerful defense at the lowest cost. Shun Mu said, "That's right, so we have to work hard to obtain it." Yang Fan frowned and said, "But this place has already been obtained by us, so why would we lose it? It's not the first time that the 4 cities of Anxi have been obtained, lost, and regained." Shun Mu said, "Because our enemy is also not weak. The most important thing is the support of the people. Occupying a place is easy, but winning the hearts of the people is difficult. Since the Han Dynasty, our Central Plains has lost the western regions for a long time. If we want to win back the hearts of the people, it will not be a day's work." Yang Fan said, "If that's the case, it's not easy to obtain, not easy to lose, not easy to defend, not easy to defend. How can we think of a way to never have any future troubles?" Shun Mu smiled and said, "You are daydreaming again. How can there be no future troubles in this world? The founding emperors of the past dynasties were all wise and valiant, all of them working hard for the sake of their legacy. But when they encounter an unfilial descendant, even if all the gods and Buddhas in the world are at his disposal, he will still perish. When we do things, we only seek to live this life to our heart's content, to live happily in this life. That is enough. 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations? First Emperor has already told you that this is a big joke. The matters of the later generations should be left to the later generations to worry about." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Brother Shun is broad-minded and has a free and easy bearing, truly worthy of admiration. But did Brother Shun specially call this little brother over just to express these sentiments?" Shun Mu shook his head and pointed to the dark shadows of the mountains on the left, saying, "We will follow this great snow mountain and travel for another 3 days before we reach the Great Big Dipper Valley. At that time, I will introduce you to someone." "Who?" Yang Fan asked. Shun Mu's eyes slightly flickered as he said, "A person who can become Khan." He slowly turned around and said to Yang Fan with a smile, "If there is a Khan who needs our approval to become the ruler of a region, wouldn't we feel a great sense of accomplishment? Chapter 231. First, the sun rose from the east. Unknowingly, a ray of sunlight pierced through the cloudy sky like an arrow and shone on the earth. Then, the red sun broke through the clouds. The sky was bright, and the long night finally ended with the howling of the wolves in the distance. Tin Ano climbed out of the sleeping bag and stretched. He moved his muscles and began to pack up and wash up. The ashes from dinner were far away from where she was staying. The bones of the snow chicken were also buried deep in the ashes. This little girl had a lot of experience surviving in the wild. She knew that even a little bit of oil could attract ants, and ants would attract lizards, and lizards would attract snakes. There were all kinds of poisonous snakes in the West River grassland. When shepherds grazed, their livestock were often bitten to death by poisonous snakes. Although Tin Ano sprinkled sulfur powder around the area, he was afraid that there would be some strange poisonous snakes that were not afraid of the smell. It was better to be careful when he was alone. After brushing his teeth and changing his appearance, Tin Ano took his staff and got back on the horse. Just like Tang Sanzang, he set off on his journey again. The bonfires in Camel City were extinguished at dawn. People came out of their tents and packed up their luggage. The whole city began to get busy. The sacks and boxes were put back on the ox cart and tied to the back of the camel. The people who prepared breakfast and packed up their luggage were all responsible for their own tasks. By the time they cleaned up and finished their breakfast, the dew on the grassland had almost been dried by the sun. The huge caravan continued its journey, and the person who was in charge of patrolling last night lay down on the cart and slept soundly. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. Yang Fan thought that the day would pass peacefully, but when it was almost noon, the patrolling sentries on the right suddenly rushed back at full speed and blew the warning horn from afar. Then came the dull sound of horse hooves. A black line appeared at the end of the grassland and quickly turned into a surging tide. "Get ready! Get ready!" Little Flying General Zhang Yi shouted excitedly, not caring at all that the ground was shaking from the stomping of the horses' hooves, which sounded like a thunderstorm. This was the sound of galloping horses that could only be produced when countless cavalrymen were galloping in formation. The Gusako chicken and Big Bear nervously held the sabers under their ribs. The Gusako chicken used a long and narrow saber, while the tall and strong Big Bear used a large machete. The back of the machete was extremely thick and weighed more than 30 kilograms. Not to mention chopping people, it was more than enough to smash people. The hilt of the blade was hollow, and after inserting the wooden handle, it would become a long-handled machete. The two of them gripped their steel sabers tightly. Just as they were ready to fight, they saw a scene that left them dumbfounded. Little Flying General Zhang Yi's men were also preparing. From the backs of their horses and ox carts, they took out longbows and crossbows. They were all brand new military bows and crossbows. As the main long-range weapon, crossbows were equipped with the vast majority of the armies of the Tang dynasty. The rate of equipping bows was 100%, and the rate of equipping crossbows was 1/5. There had always been powerful nomads around China, but they had never seen heavy cavalry as their main force. This was not a coincidence. The Chinese had invented the powerful crossbow since the Warring States period. With such powerful bows and crossbows equipped, the heavy cavalry was simply a group of live targets. However, that was an army after all. This group of people, the Gusako chicken and Big Bear, watched as the crossbows were skillfully strung by those people. There were longbows and hornbows. The longbows were used for infantry, the hornbows were used by cavalry, and the crossbows were light crossbows for one person, such as arm crossbows and horn crossbows. Seeing this kind of equipment, the Gusako chicken and Big Bear immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were scouts, they were not ignorant of military tactics. There were more than 700 people present, and there were about 2,000 enemies rolling in from the distance. However, they had already entered the actual control area of the Tubo. The cavalry that suddenly appeared here must be people from the Tubo tribe or horse bandits formed by the Tubo people, and the Tubo people were not good at archery. Due to the impact of the range, the crossbow could only be fired when the enemy cavalry was within 150 steps. At such a short distance, according to the loading speed of the crossbow, when the enemy cavalry rushed in front of you and entered hand-to-hand combat, you could only shoot 3 arrows. That was why there was the saying, 3 arrows at the last moment, but that was only a theoretical saying. In fact, since the Warring States period, the Qin and Han dynasties, the crossbow had played an important role in the battlefield of China. For thousands of years, the generals had long thought of ways to make up for this fatal flaw in actual combat. One was to shoot in batches, and the other was to shoot cross shots from the front, the side, the straight shot, and the projectile shot. There is also the use of terrain and various man-made obstacles to delay the speed of the enemy's approach. Under such circumstances, only the heavily armed cavalrymen, who were equipped like tin cans, could barely rush to the front under the dense rain of arrows. However, the other side did not only have archers. Kosho Chicken and Big Bear were now watching those people equip themselves with bows and crossbows, then pull out steel spears from the ox carts and quickly assemble them into sharp spears that could stop the cavalrymen. In this case, although the other party had a large number of people, they could not gain an advantage. If the situation was really unfavorable, as long as they temporarily abandoned the supply and changed to Li Ling's riding and shooting method of guerrilla warfare, the 2,000 enemies were not enough at all. In the past, the Han General Li Ling led 5,000 men to fight against the Xiongnu's 30,000 cavalry. He shot and killed thousands of them and retreated while fighting. The Xiongnu Chanyu was shocked and mobilized more than 80,000 cavalry to pursue and kill together. These 5,000 men relied on their superior crossbows to fight and retreat at the same time. Every time they fought, they would shoot and kill thousands of the enemy. In the end, when they ran out of arrows, they were defeated and captured. At this time, the 5,000 Han cavalry had been chased by more than 100,000 Xiongnu cavalry for more than 10 days. They had shot and killed more than 10,000 enemy chieftains. Surprisingly, there were still more than 3,000 of them alive and kicking, and only 1,000 casualties. After Li Ling was captured, he looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. He said that he only needed to give each of them a few dozen arrows, and they would be able to shake off the pursuit and return to the Han territory. Judging from the familiarity of these valiant guards who looked like horse bandits with crossbows, they must be men who were skilled in riding and shooting. Against a Tufan cavalry who were not good at riding and shooting, there was nothing to be afraid of. At this time, those people were getting closer and closer. There were close to 2,000 cavalrymen galloping as fast as lightning. From their clothes and the messy weapons they were holding, it was obvious that they were not a regular army. They were either horse bandits or a tribe that wanted to rob a merchant group. When Shen Mu saw this scene, he frowned and ordered, "Prepare for the cavalry battle." This armed force was to escort him, the hidden sect sovereign. Naturally, he had enough wealth to arm these few hundred men to the teeth. However, these weapons could not be used unless it was the last resort, because once these weapons were used, the enemy would immediately think that the Tang dynasty's army had secretly infiltrated. It was impossible to annihilate this entire cavalry. Once the news spread, it would bring them great trouble. Hence, even if they had sharp weapons in their hands, they could not use them unless it was a matter of life and death. Third brother, Zhang Yi, carried his saber, circled his horse, and ran to him. Shen Mu whispered a few words in his ear, seemingly explaining the pros and cons of this matter to him. Zhang Yi nodded and said, "I understand. They're just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Even if we don't use these crossbows, we can still take care of them." Zhang Yi carried his horse and rushed to the front of the defensive line formed by the camels. He shouted, "Niu Mang, bring your men to protect third brother. The rest of the brothers, follow me and charge." The incoming cavalry was like a tide and had an overbearing aura. Zhang Yi raised his sharp long saber and howled towards the sky, leading 500 cavalrymen to meet them. Gaoshi Chicken and Big Bear looked at Yang Fan eagerly. Before they became scouts, they were brave warriors in the army. When they saw this scene, they wanted to rush up and fight. Yang Fan rode on his horse and glanced at Shen Mu. Shen Mu laughed. There is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Erlang, you cannot go. Yang Fan smiled. Of course, he knew why Shenmue did not let him go. In Shenmue's eyes, his value was not just that of a warrior. Swords and spears had no eyes. Shenmue was not willing to let any accidents happen to him. He also wanted to see the combat power of Shenmue's private army. Hence, he only waved his saber at Gao Shi Chicken and Big Bear and said in a low voice, "Behave yourself. We are here to be scouts." Gao Shi Chicken and Big Bear had no choice but to let go of the reins and join the team on guard. Like a sharp arrowhead, the 500 men pierced straight into the incoming cavalry. At the same time, a large flag was also raised in the rear. It was a white flag with a black arrow in it. This was the flag of Little Flying General Zhang. This meant that once this battle was discovered by others, it would only be a battle between horse thieves and horse thieves. Roar, 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 roar. Zhang, he led the horse thieves and charged into the enemy's formation. In the past few years, his team had wandered all over Longyu, the territories of the Turks and Tubo. They were famous for being difficult to deal with. When the unknown horse thieves saw the flying arrow flag in the rear, they knew that they had made a mistake in stepping on the plate this time. They had mistakenly treated the ancestors of the thieves as fat sheep. But at this time, they could not retreat and could only grit their teeth and charge forward. Clang, 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 clang. There was a burst of harsh sounds of weapons clashing. Under the sharp sabers that were like snowflakes and the thunder like spears, as soon as the two sides clashed, countless people screamed and fell off their horses. Both sides were entangled with each other like a group of angry beasts. People screamed and horses neighed. Blood spurted out. It was a fierce battle. Wen Yangfan was in Nanyang. He had helped his senior to quell a rebellion. But that kind of battle was closer to mountain warfare. Moreover, in those small countries, the number of soldiers that could be mobilized to deal with the rebels was small. This was the first time he had seen such an intense battle on horseback with such a large number of people. Zhang Yi's men had been roaming around Longyu for the past few years, fighting with soldiers, Tubo, Turks, and other horse thieves. The elite troops that had been tempered through blood and fire could really fight 1 against 10. Each of them charged forward bravely and were unstoppable. Not only were they strong individually, they were also good at teamwork. 3 horses in a group, some wielding spears, some wielding sabers. Defense and offense, long and short, long and short, long and short. Their teamwork was as ingenious as if they were one person. Wonderful, wonderful. Yang Fan was an expert in martial arts. With one look, he could see the ingenuity of the battle. He studied it seriously and was overjoyed. This kind of joint attack was ingenious and also benefited from long-term teamwork. It was very effective in close combat and often caused the opponent to lose sight of one another and die with one slash. This whole process happened in an instant, following which the 3 of them turned to attack another opponent. As the 3 of them stood in different positions, the main attack and defense changed at any time. The other party originally wanted to split their forces to attack Shenmue and Yangfan's camp. But when they saw that these 500 people were so valiant, like a hot knife through butter, and that there were still nearly 200 people in front of the goods, their leader unconsciously hesitated. Shenmue stood in the middle of the formation and saw that the other party's formation was wavering. He clapped his hands and laughed. Little Flying General is really good. They're going to lose. Before he finished speaking, the shaking of the ground suddenly became more obvious. Dust flew up from afar, and a black mass of elite cavalry, like a large net, pounced towards them. Shenmue's face changed, and he shouted, "Prepare the crossbows." Chapter 232. Seeing another group of men charging towards them from afar, Zhang Yi's main force was engaged in a fierce battle with the horse bandits and was unable to send reinforcements. The 200 men who remained on guard immediately tensed up. Niumeng hurriedly rushed to Shenmue's side and shouted, "Third brother, let me escort you out of here first." Shenmue glared at him, and before he could speak, Yang Fan suddenly said, "Wait a minute, they may not be our enemies." And Shenmue turned his head and saw the sudden appearance of the men from afar. Not only did Zhang Yi and his men get a shock, even the horse bandits quickly gathered and got into a defensive position. From the looks of it, this group of men that suddenly appeared are not their accomplices. When the men rushed to the left, most of the cavalry drew an arc and went diagonally to the side of the horse bandits. Only 20 to 30 riders split off and rushed toward Shenmu. If they have evil intentions, how can they come so close? Shenmu cupped his hand over his eyes and squinted to take a closer look. He laughed loudly. Not bad. They're on our side. With that, he urged his warhorse to meet them. Yang Fan and Niu Meng also urged their horses to catch up. Seeing that they are about 7 to 8 feet away from the enemy, the burly man in front flew down from his horse and threw the reins. He took a few quick steps forward and cupped his fist towards Shenmu. In a loud and clear voice, he said, "Young Master Shun, I am late to welcome you. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." Shenmu flipped down from his horse and welcomed him with a big smile. "You came at the right time. Let's chase away those annoying flies first." That man laughed. "That's what I was thinking." At this moment, there was a woo-woo sound of a bugle horn. Upon hearing the sound of the bugle horn, the riders who were on their horses to cut off the horse gang's escape route suddenly turned back like a raging tide. They turned in unison and pounced towards the horse gang. Zhang Yi did not know that help has arrived. He was instantly energized and roared, "Let's go together and F***CK them over." On the other side, Yang Fan had already dismounted with Shenmu and was sizing up this person who led a large group of cavalry to rescue them. This man's face was dark and scarlet. His shoulders were broad and thick, and he looked exceptionally sturdy. When he stood there, he looked as steady as a deep pool resting on a mountain. He looked very imposing. As Yang Fan got closer to Shenmu, the man glanced at him. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Shenmu smiled. Come, Erlang, let me introduce you. This is the person I wanted to bring you to see. He is Mohedigan, Turkic official title, military commander of the Western Turkic Khagan Hesero, the great leader of the Turkic Cavalry Division, Wuzhile. Oh, Wuzhila, this is the Yang Fan that I mentioned to you in my letter. Wuzhile clearly knew about Yang Fan's background. Upon hearing these words, he immediately strode forward and gave him a Turkic hug, heartily laughing. Brother Yang, I've heard a lot about you. When Yang Fan heard that this person was a general under Ashina Hesero, he instantly felt a sense of familiarity and returned the hug. But the moment the two parted, Yang Fan suddenly recalled the words Shenmu had said to him last night. A person who can become Khagan. The Western Turks already had a Khagan, and that was Ashina Hesero, but Shenmu was saying that he wanted to bring him to see a person who could become Khagan. Just what kind of Khagan did this Wuzhile want to become? At this time, Wu Zhila's army, which had just joined the fray, had already begun fighting with the mounted bandits. Their tactics were different from Zhang Yi's, but their attacks were just as fierce. Wu Zhila had brought no less than 3,000 cavalry with him this time, and he had the advantage in numbers. Their fighting power was even greater, and they either wandered about or attacked ferociously, killing them cleanly. Seeing that the situation was bad, the mounted bandits immediately broke out of the encirclement and fled. In the chaotic battle, less than 300 managed to escape before Wuzhile's subordinates split off to pursue them. Zhang Yi excitedly ran over, and Shenmu introduced him to Wuzhile. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the confused Gao Sheiji asked Yang Fan, Erlang, I've heard of the Tukashi tribe before. They're part of the Western Turks, and after Hesero fled back to Luoyang, he was temporarily in charge of the 10 tribes of the Western Turks. They're Turks loyal to the imperial court, but what are we doing here? Yang Fan coughed and said, this person has often fought with the Eastern Turks, and he's currently in the territory of the Tufan Empire. He has the greatest understanding of both sides. Don't you think that we can learn a lot of useful information from him? Gao Sheiji and Big Bear glanced at each other, and Big Bear couldn't help but ask, if that's the case, what are we doing here? Yang Fan thought to himself, if it were any other 100 cavalry, wouldn't they be relying on you to fight to the death? But he laughed and said, if you listen to one side, you'll be in the dark, but if you listen to both sides, you'll be in the light. We naturally can't just listen to what he says. We have to verify for ourselves. As Yang Fan spoke, he recalled what Shun Mu had said to him, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He and Hisaro had met in Luoyang, and they had fought together to defeat the Tufan Empire. Later on, Hisaro, as a great general, had not hesitated to lower himself to befriend him. Yang Fan had always kept this friendship in mind. If Shenmu's plan was for Wu Zhilei to replace Hisaro, Yang Fan would find it somewhat difficult to accept. No, I have to get to the bottom of this matter, Yang Fan quietly thought to himself. Unfortunately, Yang Fan did not have a chance to be alone with Shenmu. Wu Zhilei and Shenmu seemed to have many matters to discuss, and the two were inseparable as they traveled in the same carriage. Who knew what they were discussing? Yang Fan saw that there was no chance to communicate with Shenmu, but he was in no rush. After all, this matter was not something that needed to be carried out immediately. As they traveled, he carefully observed the 3,000 cavalry of the Turkic Cavalry Division. He felt that these cavalry were not only brave in battle, but also disciplined. Yang Fan thought to himself that they were able to mobilize 3,000 cavalry just to welcome Shenmu. This was enough to show that the Turkic Cavalry Division was strong and well-trained. Judging from this troop, Wu Zhilei also had good command over his troops. No wonder Shenmu thought so highly of him. But he did not know how good Hisaro was at ruling the 10 Families tribe. It was a pity that he did not go to Chong and on his way here. Apparently, he was recuperating there. 3 days later, they finally arrived at Big Dipper Valley. Big Dipper Valley was backed by a snowy mountain, and there was a hot spring at the foot of the mountain. The water from the snow on the mountain flowed down and merged with the hot spring at the foot of the mountain, forming a lake with a circumference of several dozen li. The Turkic Cavalry Division was camped next to this lake. By the time Shenmu and the others arrived, it was almost dusk. Above the sea, fish were leaping between the waves, water birds were flying low, and herds of cattle and sheep gathered on the shore. Shepherds on horseback were singing ancient pastoral songs. Among the lush weeds that reached the knees, a group of half-grown children who looked like calves were wrestling with their backs bare. There were also a few little girls with rosy cheeks, carrying buckets filled with milk as they skipped towards their homes. Their arrival was immediately welcomed by the entire tribe. Shenmu, Yang Fan, and the others dismounted and walked with Wu Zhilei into the camp. They had not gone far when they saw a dozen or so burly men in leather robes hurrying towards them. There were old and young people in this group, and the youngest among them was in his early 30s. Yang Fan had thought that they were all people with a certain level of authority in the tribe, but when he reported their identities, he found out that they were the chiefs of the Mukun tribe, the Hulu tribe, the Shushu tribe, the Ashiji tribe, and the Gashu tribe. Wu Zhilei smiled at Yang Fan and Shenmu. These chiefs live closer to me. When they heard that our esteemed guests were coming, they hurried over. The chiefs of the other 4 tribes are too far away from the land of nomadism, so they couldn't make it back in time. However, there will be a chance for us to meet in the future. The chiefs were all very polite to Shenmu, and when they heard that Yang Fan was Shenmu's brother, they also treated him with great respect. As Yang Fan returned the greeting, he was secretly alarmed. Look at how these people treat Wu Zhilei. They do seem to be following his lead, and they clearly know about his deal with Shenmu. Even if Wu Zhilei isn't telling the truth, the other 4 tribes aren't coming because they are too far away, but because they are not on the same side as Wu Zhilei. Wu Zhilei already controls the majority of the power in the 10 Families tribe. That night, the tribe held a grand banquet to welcome their most esteemed guests. The entire tribe was in a state of jubilation. Inside the tent, Wu Zhilei and the other 5 chiefs clustered around Shenmu, Yang Fan, and Zhang Yi, constantly urging them to drink. A few beautiful girls from the tribe danced to the accompaniment of the flutes and zither, adding to the fun. Wu Zhilei was a forthright person. Even in front of the most esteemed guests in his heart, he did not put on any airs. He drank in large bowls, then used a small knife to stab large pieces of beef, lamb, and blood sausage on his plate and began chewing on them. Everyone, After the dancing girls were treated with smiles on their faces, Wu Zhile picked up a bowl of wine and said loudly, "Chiefs, under the combined oppression of the Tubo people and the Gulu people, our 10-family tribe has had a very difficult time. Now, we have finally found a place to settle down so that our tribesmen can live and reproduce here. The most difficult days are not over yet. Many of our cattle, sheep, and horses have been stolen by the enemy. We need to endure through the winter and wait for the livestock to give birth to more offspring next year before we can regain our strength. These days are all thanks to young Master Shun's righteous help. If in the future we can have a prosperous population and have herds of cattle and sheep, it will all be due to the merit that young Master Shun has bestowed upon us. Let us toast to young Master Shun." The chiefs all responded, raising their cups to Shun Mu to express their thanks. Shun Mu smiled and drank his cup. At this time, two maids carried over a whole lamb that was roasted until it was a glossy yellow. Wu Zhile personally walked up and picked up a silver knife from the side of the wooden plate. First, he nimbly shaved the meat from the tenderloin onto the plate and brought it to Shun Mu, followed by Yang Fan and Zhang Yi. Yang Fan tore off a strip of roasted lamb, dipped it in the fine salt on the plate, and gently stuffed it into his mouth. This roasted lamb was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The skin was crispy and the meat was smooth. It was abnormally fresh and delicious. He gently chewed on the delicious lamb as he watched Wu Zhilei's actions. After Wu Zhile personally served the lamb to the three of them, he did not return to his seat. Instead, he personally served the other chiefs and elders of the tribe, not leaving a single person behind. This man, who looked as rough as a lion, was far more meticulous than his appearance suggested. Chapter 233. The feast lasted very late into the night. The warriors in the tent were all big eaters, and they had already eaten 3 whole roasted goats. At this time, there were still 2 whole goats that were roasted to a shiny yellow color, hanging on the stove in front of the tent. The people in the tent were already 80 to 90% full, and began to compete with each other in drinking wine. Wine jars were scattered around them. The people of the steppe loved wine. Although they had been forced out of their homes by the Tubo and had fled to this place to find shelter, the wine had not been left behind. Seeing that the people in the tent were no longer able to eat, Wu Zhile ordered the roasted goats to be distributed to the guards in front of the tent, eliciting another round of cheers from the guards. It had to be known that in this era, roasted goats were an extremely famous dish at the banquets of the nobility. Ordinary shepherds and tribal leaders, while their main diet was meat, did not have the right to enjoy roasted goats. This action caused Yang Fan's opinion of Wu Zhile to rise even higher. Ever since he had arrived in Luoyang, he had seen many high officials and nobles, but it was truly rare to see someone so considerate and caring for their subordinates. Wu Zhile had drunk so much that his face was red and his tongue was stiff. This action of his came from the bottom of his heart and was definitely not an attempt to win his favor. Shun Mu did not drink much. Although everyone toasted him first, to this honored guest, he only took a small sip, and the bystanders were not picky. He did not drink much, but he had eaten quite a bit of milk skin, milk tofu, blood sausage, and roasted meat, so his eyes were still very clear. After drinking for a while, Shun Mu rose and went to relieve himself. Yang Fan took the opportunity to follow him. 2 Turkic girls supported Shun Mu away from the bustling crowd and into a quiet corner. They smiled and gestured to him, indicating that he could relieve himself here. One of the girls gracefully squatted down, intending to help him take off his pants. At this moment, Yang Fan appeared in front of him. Shun Mu waved his hand. After the 2 girls had left, he smiled at Yang Fan and said, "Erlang seems to have something on your mind?" Yang Fan said, "There's one thing I don't understand, but my wisdom is shallow, and I can't figure it out no matter how I think about it. If I don't ask you face to face, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep peacefully." Shun Mu laughed. "Since when did Erlang become so scholarly? We are brothers. If there's anything you want to say, just say it." He did not try to avoid Yang Fan. After undressing and relieving himself, a Turkic girl, standing in the distance, quickly stepped forward, took a handkerchief from her waist, and respectfully offered it. Shen Muqing washed his hands and gestured to Yang Fan an invitation, and the two began to stroll through the yurts, the two Turkic girls following at a distance of 30 zhang. Yang Fan said, "The person that Brother Shen spoke of who can become Kagan is Wuzheil?" Shen Mu said, "Not bad. What do you think of this person?" Yang Fan said, "He is indeed a hero. However, which Khan does Brother Shen intend to support?" Shen Mu smiled. Erlang is asking a question you already know the answer to. Naturally, the king of the 10 Western Turkic tribes. Yang Fan stopped and turned to Shen Mu, sternly asking, "The Western Turks already have a ruler, and one who is loyal to our court. Why does Brother Shen want to make another Kagan?" Shen Mu replied, "Huzalo? Huzalo is naturally loyal, but so is Wuzheil. They are both loyal, but Wuzheil is even more worthy of being a ruler than Huzalo." Yang Fan asked, "What does Brother Shen mean by this?" Shen Mu replied, "Huzalo is skilled in martial arts, but not in commanding the tribes. In battle, he often uses the weak to fight the strong, forcing the Western Turks to repeatedly lose the upper hand in their confrontations with the Eastern Turks, losing their land and losing their people. As a result, the tribes are forced to leave their homes and wander the world. His prestige is no longer enough to convince the masses. This is the first reason. Hsuro Qian was an autocratic ruler who was not good at protecting the tribes. He was cruel and often whipped his soldiers when he was drunk. He would also severely punish the other tribes if they made any small mistakes. This caused fear in the tribe and dissension in their hearts. As a Kagan, these two qualities are enough, especially when the Western Turks have powerful enemies and are in dire straits." Yang Fan hesitantly said, "There's such a thing? When I was in Luoyang, I interacted with Great General Huzalo. His personality seems to be very different from what Brother Shen has described." Shen Mu suddenly understood. "I was wondering why you had so many misgivings about supporting Wuzheil as Khan. So this is the reason." Shen Mu bitterly smiled. "Erlang, the two of you fought on the same battlefield. He views you as a friend, not a subordinate, so his attitude is naturally different. But this does not mean that his subordinates are the same. In truth, if I supported Wuzheil, I would be able to obtain the same benefits from him as Huzalo. If Huzalo is someone who can be supported, wouldn't it be easier for me to support him than Wuzheil? This person truly cannot be groomed. If you don't believe my words alone, you can ask anyone in the 10 Families tribe about his character and ability to lead his tribes. You've seen for yourself how much the tribes support Wuzheil. If Huzalo was a wise ruler, would his subordinates be so disloyal?" On his journey here, Yang Fan had not only witnessed Wuzheil's ability to train his soldiers, but also the sincere support of his subordinates and the subservience of the other tribal leaders. He had also personally witnessed Wuzheil's attitude toward his subordinates. In the Central Plains, it was extremely rare for a superior to show such care and concern to his subordinates. In the tribes, the relationship between nobles and their subordinates was almost like that of master and slave, and there was such a great difference in status. But in this aspect, Wuzheil, the Western Turks were being suppressed by the Eastern Turks and Tubo, and their living space was shrinking. In these difficult circumstances, a change in ruler could easily lead to unrest, plunging a tribe already on the verge of extinction into even greater danger. Moreover, in this sort of situation, if Shen Mu could provide them with help, he could also obtain from Huzalo what he could obtain from Wuzheil. This was probably the only reason why he would choose to support Wuzheil. When he thought of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but waver. He did not believe that Huzalo was an evil person, but a good person was not necessarily someone worthy of being a leader. Yang Fan hesitated, still holding on to a sliver of hope. Huzalo was originally the ruler of the 10 Families tribe. Is it possible for Wuzheil to suddenly replace him? Shen Mu saw that he was about to be convinced and gave a relaxed smile. Do nobles, generals, and ministers have guts? Why does Erlang also believe in the rotten theory that only those of the imperial clan can become king? The current empress is not a descendant of Li Tang's imperial clan. So, is she not the current emperor? As for Huzalo, unless my Tang dynasty recognizes him, his position as Khagan might not be legitimate. Putting aside the fact that the Eastern Turks still had Ashina-Galu, even in the Western Turks, Huzalo was not a successor to the throne. The ruler of the Western Turks was originally Ashina-Mish, and Huzalo's father, Ashina-Buzhan, was Khagan's brother. He wanted to establish himself as Khagan, so he murdered 20-some of Mishi's brothers and nephews and usurped power. Ashina-Mish led the Chuiwe and Chumi tribes under his command to submit to my Tang dynasty, and Emperor Taizong conferred upon him the title of Shili Dwalu Khagan. Ashina-Buzhan declared himself independent, but many of his tribes refused to submit. Buzhan could only submit to my Tang dynasty and was conferred the title of Left Guard Great General. Later on, Ashina-Buzhan falsely accused Ashina-Mish of treason and was killed. Only then did Buzhan take the 10 tribes under his command. Shenmu chuckled. This matter happened 20-some years ago, and everyone in the 10 tribes of the Western Turks knows about it. Now that Huzalo has inherited the throne, he cannot win the hearts of the tribes. What difficulty is there in replacing him with Wuzhile? Young fans said, although I've only seen a little of Wuzhile's abilities, I have to admit that he truly has the air of a hero. But it's precisely because he's so talented that if we support him, won't we be nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity? Shenmu chuckled. Erlang, you've always planned for the sake of our court. Such thoughts are admirable, but this way of thinking is gravely mistaken. He placed his hands behind his back and slowly walked forward. With a wave of his hand, he pointed at the countless twinkling stars beneath the starry sky. If a great clan, when the chief branch doesn't have any outstanding descendants, still envies the talents and suppresses the descendants of the branch clans, then this clan will never be able to exist for 1,000 years. If an important official can not only recommend talents based on talent, constantly worrying that someone else will one day become an even more outstanding official than he is, then he will sooner or later become a treacherous official who uses his power to his advantage, unable to leave his name in the annals of history. If an emperor is always worried that his subjects will outdo him, and if he doesn't even wait to eliminate external threats before getting rid of those talented and capable civil and military officials, then he will sooner or later become the ruler of a subjugated country. Erlang, just the Tubo army is no weaker than our Tang dynasty, and there's also the Eastern Turks. What will the result be if we continue to be so wary of our own people? Can Wuzhile destroy the Tubo and the Eastern Turks? Impossible. But if he can strengthen himself, where will he get his strength from? Even if people rely on themselves to survive, the territory is only so large. Dividing it among the 3 families will only bring us benefits. It's true that Wuzhile is very capable, but in this dangerous environment, the help we can give him is limited. It's precisely because he has the ability that our great clans and the imperial court have the value to support him. Otherwise, what use is there in having him? While supporting him, we naturally have to control him. This has nothing to do with whether Wuzhile is a Turkic or not. If the Tang dynasty weakens to the point where it can't even control the strength it raised, or if the ruler is blinded by greed, then those with ambition, whether they are of the same clan or not, or even related by blood, will all the same replace them. There's no need to look far away for examples. Isn't our dynasty a living example? After a long silence, Yang Fan asked, "Why did you bring me to see him, and why did you let me know of this matter?" Shenmu replied, "Because if he wants to become Khagan, he needs the support of the imperial court and a righteous title. In truth, whether you admit it or not, the authority of the 10 tribes is already in Wuzhile's hands. It's just that Huzalo is completely unaware of this, and Wuzhile has not shed all pretense of cordiality with him. If our imperial court does not agree, do you think that Wuzhile will give up his authority? He won't. Huzalo will still have to face the betrayal of his own people. If that happens, what do you think will happen to the Western Turks who are being watched by 2 fierce tigers? If that happens, our imperial court will lose an important force to restrain the Eastern Turks. Erlang, in such a situation, do you think it's better for Huzalo to stay in the imperial court as a great general and a rich man, or to let him come back and cause the 10 tribes to all die in the internal strife. If you report these pros and cons to the Empress, I am confident that after weighing the pros and cons, the Empress will not be reluctant to part with the title of Kagan. Huzelow's remaining in the court will only bring him benefits and no harm. For the imperial court, he will be one more bargaining chip to control the 10 tribes of the Western Turks. If necessary, we can even bring him out if Wuzheil really has any intentions of rebelling. Wuzheil, I swear to the heavens that if I am Kagan, I will never betray you. With these words, Wuzheil strode out of the darkness. He was still drunk, and his feet were a little unsteady, but his face was brimming with excitement, sincerity, and solemnity. In the distance, 2 Turkic girls bowed deeply to him. Yang Fan was not surprised that he had run over, only asked, "How can I trust your promise?" Wuzheil sneered. "You can only trust my promise. If you're worried that once I get stronger, I will have thoughts of rebelling, can you guarantee that once Huzelow gets stronger, he will definitely be loyal to you?" Yang Fan naturally could not guarantee this. After a few moments of silence, he slowly said, "Can you guarantee that all of you will always be loyal to the Tang dynasty?" Wuzheil placed a hand on his chest and lightly bowed. "I can only guarantee myself, my friend. This is my most sincere vow. If I say that I can guarantee anything for my descendants, then that would be the biggest lie to you. Everyone has their own path. Whether it's you or me, who can guarantee what our sons, grandsons, great-great-grandsons will do?" Yang Fan softly sighed, looked at Shen Mu, and then at Wuzheil, and asked, "What exactly do you plan to do?" Shen Mu gave a joyful smile. Yang Fan's words meant that he was truly a kindred spirit. Shen Mu straightforwardly said, "First, the imperial court must allow Huzelow to remain in Luojing. Even if Huzelow doesn't have this request, the imperial court must think of a way to keep him in Luojing. Only this way can the tribes of the Western Turks avoid internal strife and internal strife. Second, the imperial court must accept the old, weak, women, and children of the 10 Turkic tribes, numbering in the tens of thousands. Move them to Longyu or Guangzhou. Only then can we have nothing to worry about and also lessen the burden on these tens of thousands of people. We can concentrate our elites and fight our way back to the 4 garrisons of Anshi. That place has always been the place where the Western Turkic tribes have settled." Yang Fan said to himself, "At least 6 of the 10 tribes are already standing on Wuzheil's side, and with Shen Mu's secret support, staying in Luojing is probably the best outcome for Huzelow. As for moving the tens of thousands of old and children to Longyu or Guangzhou, it's not a big problem. They can work on farming and livestock, essentially becoming hostages of the 10 tribes. This is probably what Shen Mu is planning." Shen Mu added, "I will provide you with sufficient evidence for these 2 matters. You're the scouts sent by the Great Empress, so all you need to do is present them to the Great Empress and do your best to persuade her to accept them. Of course, I will also use other people to help you from the side." Wuzheil said, "What I need to do next is what I need to do. Internally, I need to rest and recuperate. The 10 tribes have suffered heavy losses. Don't be fooled by the fact that we don't have to worry about food and clothing. In truth, because we were forced to leave our homeland, and many of our livestock were captured by the enemy while we were fleeing, we don't have enough livestock to sustain the tribe. I need to get through this winter in order to slowly recover my strength. During this period of time, I need to recover my strength and train the troops diligently. I need to combine the elite troops of the 10 families tribe to create a force that can compete with the Tubo and Gula tribes. As for external forces," Wuzheil turned his gaze to Shen Mu. Shen Mu said, "Externally, Wuzheil has already sent a secret emissary to the Tubo royal city to seek an audience with Prime Minister Trinling and tell Trinling that Wuzheil wishes to replace Huzelow." Yang Fan's eyes flashed. "Feigning allegiance?" Shen Mu gave him a thumbs up in praise. "Correct, feigning allegiance. Feigning allegiance to Trinling and obtaining his support so that he can become the lord of the 10 tribes. Trinling naturally wouldn't easily believe Wuzheil's sincerity, but to be able to take over the elite soldiers of the 10 tribes without a fight was an enticement that he couldn't refuse. The place where Wuzheil is stationed is called Big Dipper Valley. It's a shortcut to Huangzhou and also an important pass for the Tubo north to enter Hushi, so this place is extremely unsafe. But right now, Wuzheil doesn't have the time to find another place with lush water and grass to station his troops. He can only use this as a pretext to get through this winter. Yang Fan nodded. Even if Trinling doesn't fully believe him, as long as he wants to take over this force, he won't act rashly. This way, it'll be enough for us to catch our breath. In the Tubo language, the prime minister was called Luan, so Trinling was often called Luan Trinling. In order to save trouble, Yang Fan also used their title. Shenmu said, "Not only that, I will also think a way to let their Zanpu know of this matter." Yang Fan frowned. The Tubo Zanpu and Luan Trinling are already at odds. Wuzheil interrupted with a smile. "Not only that, but they're also very scheming against each other." Yang Fan thought it over, then said, "I'm afraid this plan won't work." Shenmu smiled. "Why won't it work?" Yang Fan said, "Taking over the 10 tribes tribe will cause too much of a commotion and won't be able to keep it a secret. No matter how much Luan Trinling wants to bring such a massive force under his rule, he can only discuss it in secret with this side and do something in secret. He wouldn't be so stupid as to not tell Zanpu about this matter, would he?" Shenmu gave a sly smile and slowly said, "Trinling is, after all, the prime minister of a dynasty, and one who wields great power, one who even Zanpu looks up to. Would he impatiently rush to Zanpu's side to claim his merits at the slightest bit of news? He needs time to verify Wuzheil's sincerity. He has to first think of a way to control the power of the 10 families tribe in his own hands, and this will take more time. Before that, he will not rashly report to Zanpu, and what I want is this period of time." Yang Fan came to a realization and said, "I understand. As long as the Tubo Zanpu hears this news from someone else before Luan Trinling. Even if Luan Trinling rushes to Zanpu to confess this matter, Zanpu won't believe him. In fact, he'll be even more wary, because he'll think that he has Luan Trinling's eyes and ears by his side." Shenmu waggled his thumb at him and roared with laughter. Wuzheil also chuckled to the side. Yang Fan looked at the two of them and felt that one of them was a scholar and the other a warrior. One was as fierce as a wolf, the other as cunning as a fox. As for himself, he had the wildness of a wolf and the vigilance of a fox, but compared to these two, he was still too immature. If he wanted to mature, he still had a long way to go. Chapter 234. Hiya! The warhorse galloped. Yang Fan had once seriously practiced horsemanship with Chu Kuanga in Luoyang. It finally came in handy here. He felt that this kind of place was truly suitable for a fine horse to gallop. The sky was high and the ground was wide. The wind swept the grass, and the horse's hooves on the ground seemed elastic. The man and the horse were one, and they followed the movements of the fine horse to ride the waves. It was simply joyful. "Erlang, do it!" the Gusako chicken shouted. Yang Fan held the horn bow, pulled the string, and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow hit the butt of the marmot. Yang Fan still shooting was already very accurate, but on a galloping horse, this kind of accuracy was already considered extraordinary. The autumn marmot was the fattest, and the arrow in the butt was not fatal. Under the pain, it ran even faster. The Gusako chicken laughed and grabbed the bow. Almost as soon as the bow was in its hand, a sharp arrow was already on the string. It seemed to take a casual aim, and with a whoosh, the arrow hit the marmot. The sharp arrow pierced through its head, and the marmot ran 2 steps before falling dead to the ground with a whine. Autumn was a good season to hunt marmots. There were many fat marmots on the grasslands, and they were an important source of livelihood for the grassland herdsmen who both grazed and hunted. Marmot meat could be eaten, and marmot skin and marmot oil could be exchanged for merchants for daily utensils such as salt, cloth, rice, and iron pots. In addition, they also needed marmot oil. The winter here was very cold, and any butter or butter would solidify. Only marmot oil could maintain its liquid state. In the coldest days and windy weather, applying a layer of marmot oil on one's hands, feet, and face could play a very good role in preventing the cold. Yang Fan galloped to the front of the marmot, stooped down and lifted the fat marmot up. Although his archery on horseback was still inferior, relying on his excellent skills, his horsemanship was not inferior to that of human. Yang Fan put the fat marmot on the back of the horse. There was already a lot of prey on the horse's back. There were even more prey on the backs of Kosho chickens and Big Bear. There was even a fat red deer. They had encountered this marmot on their way back from hunting, and they had already chased it to the vicinity of the yurts of the cavalry division. If it wasn't for this timely arrow, once it entered the group of yurts and was seen by a herdsman, it would have become their meal. Gao Shiji galloped over. Yang Fan smiled at him and said, Gao Xiong's arrow did not miss its target. You are really awesome. Gao Shiji said modestly, I don't deserve such praise. I used to be proud of my archery skills, but ever since I saw Little Flying General Zhang Yi's archery skills 2 days ago, I don't dare to boast anymore. I really don't know where Little Flying General learned his archery skills from. He can actually shoot 9 consecutive arrows. He is the most brilliant archer in the grassland. If there is a chance, I want to learn from him. Yang Fan said, Little Flying General, that guy is really amazing. That level of archery skills is godly. How can he? Just as Yang Fan said this, he saw Little Flying General Zhang Yi coming out of yurt. His clothes were untidy, and he was tying his belt. Behind him, a young girl with braids from the tribe came out. She happily hugged him from behind and kissed him hard on the cheek. Zhang Yi turned around and said something. The young girl with a red face went back into the yurt with a smile on her face. Yang Fan stiffened and said with a bitter smile, This guy's archery skills. Don't tell me he learned it from a woman? Big Bear licked his thick lips and said enviously, Little chicken, let's treat Zhang Yi to a drink tonight. If we make him happy, he will teach us a few moves. Gao Sheiji said, Okay, that's what I was thinking. Big Bear said, You learn how to shoot from him, and I will learn how to make women happy from him. Yang Fan and Gao Sheiji looked at each other. Returning to the yurt where they lived, Yang Fan, Gao Sheiji, and Big Bear only kept 2 snow chickens and a Zaren leg from their hunt. The rest were distributed to the shepherds sent to serve them. There were a few young and pretty Turkic girls. For the past few days, Yang Fan and the others had given them game. The girls were really happy. Pairs of big watery eyes glanced at them. It seemed that if they wanted to learn from Zhang Yi, they would be very willing to be their target. Big Bear, that guy on the outside, was probably a little moved. He tried to strike up a conversation with the girl in the Turkic language. Although he tried his best to make it sound like he was beating around the bush, almost no one could not understand the meaning behind his words. One little girl was not a big deal, but there were several little girls in the tent. There was also a Geo Sheki who could also understand Turkic language. After being teased by these people, the little girl who received the gift from the Geo Sheki ran away with a red face, leaving Big Bear staring at her swaying little but with a disappointed look. At this time, Niu Meng suddenly rushed in. When he saw Yang Fan, he said, Erlang, my master wants you to go over immediately. Yang Fan saw his nervous face and knew that there must be something important. He immediately followed him out of the yurt. At this time, Yang Fan was also dressed in Turkic attire. Accompanied by Niu Meng, he quickly walked towards Shenmu's yurt. Halfway there, he suddenly saw a Turkic girl beside Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was holding a copper bracelet in his hand. After talking for a while, he helped her put it on her wrist. While the girl was admiring herself, he pulled her little hand and went into the yurt beside him. Yang Fan's eyes widened. Zhang Yi, this fellow, was practically a stud horse. When Yang Fan walked into Shenmu's yurt, he saw only 2 people inside. One was Shenmu, the other was Wu Zhila. The 2 were sitting cross-legged opposite each other, their faces gloomy. After Niu Meng put up the curtain for Yang Fan to enter, he put down the curtain and stood guard outside. Yang Fan looked at the 2 and went straight to sit next to Shenmu. He asked what happened. Wu Zhila said in a muffled voice, I'm afraid we will have to move to another place. Yang Fan was startled and asked why. Shenmu said indifferently, It's not just moving to another place. I'm afraid our original plans will all be for naught. We need to think about it further. Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, Just what happened? Shenmu said, The people that Wu Zhila sent to secretly request an audience with Luan Trimling were tied up the moment they arrived at his residence and brought to see Zanpu. In addition, they pointed out that this was Wu Zhila's delaying tactic. They should attack Big Dipper Valley before winter arrives and drive the Tukashi tribe out into the wilderness to be dragged out and frozen to death. Yang Fan looked at Wu Zhila. Wu Zhila pounded his thigh in frustration and said hatefully, "There's a spy. Someone leaked our plan to Luan Trinling." Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. "Who did you tell?" Shen Mu snorted. Wu Zhila's black face immediately turned red. After a moment, he said in a muffled voice, "The chieftain of the main tribe, the elders and the leaders of the other 9 tribes, Shen Mu, said, the problem is you didn't ask these people to keep it a secret, so the entire tribe knows." Wu Zhila straightened his neck. "I trust my tribesmen." Under Shen Mu's sharp glare, Wu Zhila shrank back again. In a low voice, he said, "How could we hide this kind of trick of feigning surrender from our tribesmen? If we don't say it, it's hard to avoid someone making it real. It's not like you don't know that the relationships between the tribes are very distant. If we want to feign surrender, we have to communicate with each other. It's not like the army of the Tang dynasty, which obeys every order and doesn't need to let them know the reason." Shen Mu sighed and shook his head, saying nothing. Yang Fan said, "If that's the case, then we have no way of finding the spy." Shen Mu said, "It's not important right now whether we can find the spy or not. Since it's something that the entire tribe knows about, the spy might just be a small character who doesn't speak, or someone might have inadvertently leaked it to an outsider. What's important is where the Tukashi tribe needs to move to in order to survive this winter without suffering any losses. In addition, we need to find a way to drive a wedge between the Tufan Zanpu, king, and the great minister, great prime minister. We need to reconsider our survival and the way we deal with our enemies. It seems that just getting through this difficult time is a very difficult task, not to mention anything else." The tent was silent for a moment. The 3 of them lowered their heads in silence. Wu Shalai thought for a while, then raised his head to look at Shen Mu. Seeing Shen Mu's gloomy expression, the light of hope in his eyes gradually dimmed. This happened a few times. Yang Fan, who had been ignored by him all this time, suddenly said slowly, "Perhaps I have a way." Shen Mu and Wu Shalai turned their gazes to him. Wu Shalai couldn't help but ask, "You thought of a good place to move to?" Yang Fan was taken aback. "You're 100 times more familiar with the situation in Hushi than I am. If even you can't think of a good place to move to, how can I?" Wu Shalai was also taken aback. "If it's not migration, then what method have you thought of?" Yang Fan said, "I still don't know if this method of mine will work, but I've been thinking about it over and over again. I think that if this plan can be carried out, then you won't need to migrate. And the plan to break up the relationship between the Tubo monarch and prime minister can proceed as planned." These words caused even Shen Mu's eyes to light up. "Erlang, speak quickly. What brilliant plan do you have?" Yang Fan glanced at the door. Shen Mu said, "Relax, there are only my people here, and the people on my side are absolutely reliable, because no one can pay the price of bribing them." These words were very arrogant, but Yang Fan believed his guarantee. Yang Fan nodded. "I remember that when we were about to reach the Huang River, Brother Shun had little Fei rush over to meet Zhang Yi. As soon as he saw me, he stabbed me in the face, saying that I was the nephew of the Eastern Turkic Kagangu Dulu, Musi." Shen Mu asked suspiciously, "That's right. What about it?" Yang Fan said, "It's not strange for people to look alike. I just want to know how good Zhang Yi is at reading people. Is his claim that I'm identical to Ashina Musi reliable?" Shen Mu said, "Zhang Yi and I have known each other for a long time, and his ability to read people is truly superb. If he says that you're identical to Ashina Musi, then he can't be wrong." Yang Fan said, "In Luoyang, I once met Ashina Huzelo. That person has yellow hair, a sharp nose, light blue eyes, and a dark skin. Besides my dark skin, I have nothing in common with Ashina Huzelo. Huzelo and Musi are both Turkic royalty, so their characteristics should be similar. Am I really that similar to Musi?" Chapter 235. Shen Mu said, "The Turkic royalty originally had yellow hair and blue eyes, but that was a matter of long ago. The Turkic nobility originally called themselves the Blue Kin and the ordinary Turks the Black Kin, because the appearance of the Black Kin Turks is not much different from the people of the Central Plains. For several hundred years, the Turkic nobility had many marriages with the Black Kin and other races. Moreover, many of the Turkic nobility had gathered foreign beauties to serve them, causing the appearance of their descendants to be very different from their ancestors. Although there are still some who maintain the characteristics of their ancestors, there are also many descendants of the royal family who look no different from us. Look at Wuzheil. He is also a descendant of the Turkic nobility, but now he has black hair and black eyes. How is he different from the people of the Central Plains? Wuzheil nodded. Correct. My grandmother is a Han, and my wife is also a Han. Some of my sons are tall and burly like me, but some of them are very scholarly and weak. When they put on your robes, it's impossible to tell that they are children who grew up on the prairies. Shenmu asked, What? Your plan is related to this matter? Yang Fan replied, Correct. I must first confirm that my appearance is identical to Ashina Muse's before this plan can be carried out. Without another word, Shenmu immediately shouted to the entrance of the tent, Go! Call Zhang Yi over for me. A short while later, Zhang Yi came running in, his clothes in disarray. He excitedly said to Shenmu, Third brother, is there another battle? Shenmu pointed at Yang Fan and asked, Zhang Yi, I know that you have a good eye for people, but this matter is of great importance. You must seriously confirm that Erlang and Ashina Muse are identical without any flaws? Zhang Yi was startled, but seeing Shenmu's solemn expression, he did not dare to be careless. He carefully examined Yang Fan and said, Erlang, please stand up. Let me take a closer look. Yang Fan stood up and stood in front of him. Zhang Yi circled around Yang Fan a few times as Wuzheil and Shenmu watched with bated breath. Zhang Yi slowly turned back to Yang Fan and nodded, saying, Identical in appearance. He looked up and down a few more times and said, The height is exactly the same. Wu Zhila and Shenmu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Yi continued, Fat and thin. Musi is a little fatter than Erlang, but there is a limit. Even if you look closely, it is not easy to tell. But Erlang's skin color, and if you look closely, Musi's face is a little redder than Erlang's. Because of the special climate of the area, the cuticle of the face was too thin, and the capillaries were dilated, forming a reddish, blood-like redness. Even the most pampered nobles would inevitably have this kind of skin color in such an environment. Yang Fan had only been here for a short time, so it was natural that he was different from Musi in this aspect. Shenmu said, Nothing else? Eyes, beard, and so on. Zhang Yi said, No, Musi doesn't have a beard either. If there's anything different, it would be the accent. Other than that, there's nothing else. Shenmu nodded and said, All right, you can get lost now. Recuperate for the next few days and get some rest. I need you to do something, so don't fool around all day. Zhang Yi agreed with a cheeky grin and quickly retreated. Shenmu turned to Yang Fan and said, If it's just adding a little redness to the face, it's very easy. But I wonder what Erlang's plan is? On the banks of the Jitu River, cattle and sheep were breeding, forming herds along the road. There are also some places where barley and other crops and vegetables were planted. When Princess Wenqing married, she brought over the advanced technology of the Central Plains, such as textiles and medicine, including farming, which greatly improved the agriculture here. A caravan of camels from afar entered the Tubo kingdom with a melodious sound of camel bells. The city was very prosperous. With the Jiakang Temple as the center, the circular streets were bustling with activity. On the streets, there were stalls selling all kinds of fruits and pastries, such as steamed cakes, wontons, soft sheep noodles, and white meat. There were also shops selling silk and satin, porcelain, knives, hairdressers, saddlemen, cobblers, and divine sculptors. The believers shaking the prayer tubes, the rich people in loose robes, and the refugees begging on the streets formed a very complicated picture. In front of them, a few warriors in red walked with their heads held high. Tubo worshipped red, and the warriors always tried their best to make their armors, flags, and helmets red, which was very eye-catching. At this time, more than a dozen tall horses galloped over. The riders on the horses scratched each other, and both sides began to quarrel. A moment later, a fight broke out. One by one, they unsheathed their swords and began to fight fiercely. The passers-by quickly moved away, but there was not much panic on their faces. It seemed like they were already used to this kind of scene. Over the years, Tubo had annexed many other tribes, such as Supi, Yangtong, and Tuyahan, so there were often conflict between them, and a small conflict would lead to a big fight. In Tubo's original internal tribes, the royal family and the eunuchs, the Buddhists who quickly became the mainstream religion of Tubo, and the local believers of Tubo's old religion, the rising nobles and the declining nobles, could be said to be full of contradictions. Street fights like this were common. Even wars between two tribes were common. Therefore, since the time of Sonsen Gampo, Zampu, and the ministers who were actually the leaders of the big and small tribes would hold a small alliance every year, a big alliance every 3 years, and now it had even developed into 2 alliances every year. This kind of alliance meeting was where everyone sat in rows, complained about their grievances, vented their anger, and then shook hands and made up. At the end of each alliance meeting, Zampu would preside over the ceremony. In the small alliance, sheep and dogs would be killed, their feet broken, and then their stomachs and intestines would be cut open. The shaman would offer a sacrifice to the gods of heaven and earth, and everyone would swear together. If anyone has a change of heart, conspires against each other, and kills each other, the gods will know, and will punish them like animals. When there was a big alliance every 3 years, dogs, horses, cows, and donkeys would be killed as animals. Sometimes, in order to show the grandeur, they would even use humans as animals. Zampu would personally offer a sacrifice to the gods, asking the ministers to work together to protect Zampu, and whoever broke the alliance would be slaughtered like those animals. This kind of alliance meeting could not be said to be completely useless, but there were still contradictions, and naturally, it could not completely solve the problem. The camel team that had just entered the city saw the 2 groups of warriors fighting in a mess in front of them, and stopped for a moment. Then, with the guide leading them, they turned into another road. Yang Fan was wearing a Tubo robe, and his hair was also Tubo style. He was riding on the back of a camel, watching the scenery on the street with great interest. On both sides of the street were residential houses. Most of the residential houses here were relatively simple and rough houses, and those with better family backgrounds mostly had stone masonry buildings, and the outer walls were painted milky white or beige. Soon, they stopped in front of a masonry building with a white outer wall. Standing at the door waiting for them was a man and a woman, and they seemed to be a couple. The man wore a khaki-colored robe diagonally, with one sleeve hanging casually at his side. He was tall and strong, with a broad forehead, and his dark face glowing with oil, appearing quite dignified. The woman was about the same age as him, also in her 30s. She had a strong body, with a thin braid wrapped around her head, and many coral bone beads and other similar ornaments hanging down. Seeing Yang Fan's group of camels, the couple immediately came up to greet them. The woman was more talkative, talking to the guide of the camel team with a smile, and greeting everyone. The man just bowed, and then led the camel, silently leading everyone to the backyard. The backyard was very wide, overgrown with weeds. It seemed that after it was enclosed into a courtyard, it had not been used for much. The camels were not tied up, and they were directly released to graze freely in the yard. Yang Fan and the others were led into the building and arranged rooms for them. The guide was a Tubo man who had lived in the Han area since childhood. Today, his name was Yu Shan, and he had been doing business on the Sichuan to Tubo route. Of course, he was also Shenmu's man, and this time he was Yang Fan's guide, and also the person responsible for arranging this task for him. After Yu Shan put down the luggage, he went to Yang Fan's room. Yang Fan was standing in front of the stone window, looking out at the street with the curtains. When he saw him come in, he put down the curtains, returned to the carpet, and sat down. He invited him to sit beside him, and asked, "Who is this family? Are they reliable?" Yu Shan said, "They are ordinary people, named Luan Ju Xia, and their family is not bad. Some of my business is done for them. They only know that I am a foreign merchant from the Han area and never ask about my business. They are a very dutiful family. Moreover, this family is a follower of the Bon religion. So even if they find something wrong, it is unlikely that they will make things difficult for us. The Mo religion mentioned by Yuqing Shan was the traditional religion of Tubo, which had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. When Buddhism first spread to the east, it bypassed Tubo and spread to other places because it was resisted by the Bon religion. But starting from Sansin Gampo, Tubo Zanpu began to believe in and vigorously spread Buddhism. Many Bon disciples were excluded and had to flee to other places. Most of the Bon believers who stayed in Tubo were extremely dissatisfied with Zanpu, so it was unlikely that they would become supporters of the Tubo court. Yang Fan grunted and said, "So, when can we start?" Yuqing Shan said, "There is no hurry. We will stay here today, and tomorrow I will go out and prepare to sell the goods we have brought. Our business needs to be carried out in the meantime so that we will not attract attention. When I came here to trade before, I dealt with the housekeeper of the Minister of Internal Affairs. Tomorrow I will try to contact him." The Tubo Imperial Court officials were mainly divided into two categories. The first category was the Prime Minister. Among them, there was a great Prime Minister called Dalin, which was equivalent to the Prime Minister of the Tang Empire. Under the Great Prime Minister, there was a Deputy Prime Minister called Shaolin. There was also a Marshal of the Army and Horses with a Ping Zhangshi, and a Vice Marshal of the Army and Horses with a Ping Zhangshi. The second type was the Prime Minister's subordinates. Among them, there was the Great Minister of Internal Affairs, who was in charge of domestic affairs, the Great Minister of General Affairs, who was in charge of criminal laws, and the officials who were in charge of foreign affairs and financial affairs. These officials were all inherited by their sons after the death of their father, and if they had no sons, it would be inherited by their close relatives. Once someone broke the tradition of inheritance, it would inevitably lead to a huge dispute. The Minister of Internal Affairs mentioned by Yuqing Shan was called Buluan Che. He was the highest-ranking official in charge of the Tubo Kingdom's prisons. Moreover, he was extremely loyal to Zanpu and opposed Luan Trinling's dictatorship. He was a representative of the Royalists. Chapter 236. Tubo's internal affairs were internal affairs. He had just reached 40 years old this year. He was a strong and vigorous man in the prime of his life. He was wearing a black robe. His hair was tied into a bun on his forehead. His mustache was thick and black. He looked very dignified. He scrutinized the Persian man kneeling in front of him and asked, "You said you are from Uzhail?" "Yes." Sharon was only in charge of guarding the horses and camels. But in the end our messengers were seized by Great Minister Trinling and sent to the palace. Sharon did not know what happened. I could only run away in panic. After enduring for these past few days, I finally found out the reason. Sharon really had no other choice but to come and complain to Darren that we are wronged. Speaking to this point, Big Bear's tears and snot flowed down his face. His situation was unspeakably miserable. They were able to become scouts. They were good at disguise. They knew how to act. These were their greatest strengths. Bo Chue picked up a wooden bowl inlaid with red coral beads. He blew on the surface and drank a mouthful of horse milk wine. With a cold laugh, he said, "Wronged? What you wronged about?" Big Bear said, "Our Tulshi cavalry division was driven into a corner. We really had the intention to seek refuge with Tubo. We absolutely did not have any intention of pretending to surrender." Bo Chue put down the bowl and looked at him with a smile. He said, "If you had the intention to surrender, why didn't you surrender to Zanpu, but to the Great Minister's mansion?" Big Bear nodded his head and said, "Sharon also did not know. The palace was heavily guarded. We came from afar. We could not find the way in. We were just in front of the palace looking for a guard or official to explain our reason, asking him to pass on our message. In the end, we just happened to meet the Great Minister coming out of the palace. When the Great Minister heard our intention, he brought our men back to his mansion, and then they were arrested." Bo Chue's eyes flashed. He leaned forward and asked, "Did you hear it with your own ears? Saw it with your own eyes?" With a bitter smile, Big Bear said, "If Sharon saw it with my own eyes, I would have been arrested long ago." Sharon did not hear it. But when the messengers ordered Sharon to guard the horses and camels, they said they were going to find someone to report to the palace. I saw them go, and then they met the great minister and his men. You know the great minister? Bo Chue asked. Sharon does not know, Big Bear said. It was Shaorin who followed great minister all the way back to his mansion. Only then did I know. Shaorin led the camel and horse and waited outside for a while. I saw the great minister personally came out with our people. Seeing Shaorin by the roadside, our messenger repeatedly signaled Shaorin with his eyes, telling me to run away. Shaorin realized something was wrong, so I had no choice but to abandon the camel and horse and escape without a trace. Bo Luan's interest was piqued. He stroked his beard and asked, "In that case, why don't you escape back to your tribe?" Big Bear wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Sir, this lowly one is only one person. How can I go back? I'm afraid that once this lowly one leaves this city, I will be killed by the bandits. Besides, if I were to return like this, there's no way Chieftain Uzhile would let me off so easily. This lowly one has no other choice but to complain to my lord. I know the situation of our tribe the best. Chieftain Uzhile has gathered the entire tribe to discuss whether or not to side with the Tubo, and we've come to a consensus. There's no way we're lying." Bolun looked deeply at Big Bear and said, "Take him away first. Put him in the dungeon." Big Bear cried out, "Interior Minister Darren, everything this lowly one has said is the truth. I beg Interior Minister Darren to uphold justice for us. We've been wronged." Amidst the cries and shouts, Big Bear was taken away by the warriors. Bolun pondered for a while, muttering to himself, "If what this person said is not the truth, why did he come to complain? If what he said is the truth, why did the great minister say that they were pretending to surrender? It's illogical to refuse such a thing that has hundreds of benefits and no harm." Boluin sat cross-legged, his hands crossed, his two thumbs subconsciously circling. After circling for a while, his eyes gradually revealed a look of suspicion. Early the next morning, Boluin entered the city to seize on Pooh. He purposely asked about this matter, wanting to interrogate the few cavalry tribe members. Unexpectedly, these people had all been skinned, and even their skulls had been dug out to be used as butter lamps. Not a single person was left alive. Boluin was very depressed. He returned to his mansion unhappily. The head steward, Si Nanshi, tiptoed in. Bolun glanced at him and asked faintly, "What's the matter?" Si Nanshi quickly took a step forward and said with a fawning smile, "Sir, the merchant that sold you a pair of celadone pots has come to King City again. This time, he has brought a pair of vases. I wonder if sir is interested?" Bolun was immediately interested. This person liked to collect Central Plains porcelain and would not hesitate to buy the rare ones. Once he heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "All right, ask him to bring it for me to take a look." Si Nanshi hurriedly said, "My lord, this lowly one also said the same thing. But they traveled a long distance, and in order to prevent damage, the porcelain was carefully tied up. Once they arrived at King City, they had to let the guests inspect the goods, so the tying up was removed. This pair of vases is too large and needs to be tied up again before they can be transported. It is truly inconvenient, and the slightest carelessness can lead to damage, so my lord must personally take a look." It was not easy to make large porcelain, and coupled with the inconvenience of traveling, especially on long journeys, porcelain was easily damaged. Thus, it was very rare to see large porcelain from the Central Plains. When Bolun heard that this pair of vases was extremely large and difficult to move, he became even more excited and said, "Very large porcelain. Let's go and take a look." Shenmu had made many preparations for this operation. Using his vast intelligence network, he had learned which Tibetan minister had been on a diplomatic mission to the Eastern Turks and had met Ashina Musi. This was not difficult. The Tibetans and the Eastern Turks had worked together to deal with the Western Turks, driving them away from their homeland, which had been the primary nomadic territory of the 4 garrisons of Anchi. At the same time, they had also defeated the garrison of the Tang dynasty there. In this process, the two sides had to frequently communicate with each other in order to unite their forces and divide the spoils. After investigating, he discovered that 4 Tibetan ministers had been on diplomatic missions to the Eastern Turks, and Ashinamuzi, as the nephew of the Turkic Kaghan Tulu, had attended every one of these meetings, so they had met. Shenmu investigated these 4 Tibetan ministers and discovered that 2 of them were close to Luan Trinling. One of the other 2 did not have much authority. Although he was not on Luan Trinling's side, he did not necessarily have the courage to make an enemy out of Luan Trinling. In the end, he had decided on Bo Luan Shi as his target. Bo Luan Chue excitedly left the mansion. The people who were secretly monitoring him immediately passed on the message. Yang Fan and the others immediately began to prepare in full swing. The porcelain was on the first floor of Luan Jingxia's residence, and there were many other goods that were too bulky to be placed outside. When Bo Luan Shi arrived at Luan Jingxia's residence, Yu Qingshan immediately went to greet him. Bo Luan Shi had no time for pleasantries and excitedly rushed into the residence. His eyes were immediately attracted by a pair of massive vases that gleamed with a faint light. These vases were nearly half the height of a man, and though Bo Luan Shi had collected many pieces of porcelain, he had never seen such a pair of treasures before. His eyes were immediately glued to them. After staring at the vases for a long time, Bo Luan Shi lightly reached out and caressed them. Feeling their warm and smooth surface, he suddenly said, "Light some torches to brighten up the place." This sort of tall stone building did not have very good lighting, and it was rather dark inside, making it difficult to see clearly. A few torches were lit around the vases, and the 2 vases shone brightly, and Bo Luan Shi's eyes could not help but light up as well. The texture was exquisite. The vases were thin and smooth, and the bones were compact. Knocking on them produced the sound of metal and stone. There were all kinds of patterns on them, such as red-crowned cranes, pine trees, clouds, and court ladies. The more Bo Luan Shi looked at them, the more he liked them. He repeatedly nodded his head and said, "I want them. These 2 vases, I want both of them. Move them to my house immediately." By this time, Yang Fan and another group of people had already arrived at the residence of the Tufan Great Minister Luan Jingling. Along the way, Yang Fan stuck a full beard on his face, concealing his original appearance as much as possible. He followed Yu Qingshan's group to the Tufan King City. Meanwhile, Niu Meng and the others disguised themselves as another group of merchants and entered the city right after him. While Bo Luan Shi was impatiently waiting to buy the pair of Yu kiln vases, Yang Fan had already left and blended into Niu Meng's group of merchants. Niu Meng's group of merchants sold a lot of silk, satin, porcelain, and Buddha statues to the great minister's residence. Yang Fan disguised himself as a young worker carrying goods and followed the cart into the rear courtyard of the great minister's residence. Move in, be careful." The steward of the great minister's residence shook a bunch of keys in his hand, standing in front of the storeroom and shouting loudly. Yang Fan carried a bundle of satin on his shoulder, and with the brim of his hat pressed low, he looked around vigilantly. He slowly walked into the storeroom and placed the goods according to the steward's instructions. In the distance, Yu Qingshan, with a dozen of his workers, carefully carried 2 huge vases and slowly walked over. The warriors of the great minister's residence protected them, and along the way, they chased away the common people, for fear that someone would recklessly barge in and damage the beloved treasures of the great minister. Along the way, there were people disguised as all kinds of travelers and peddlers. Every few dozen steps, there would be one person to pass the message back. In front of the great minister's residence, the cart driver sat on the shaft of the cart, staring at the hand signals coming from afar. He secretly signaled to the people carrying goods in the courtyard and adjusted the speed of their movement. Bo Luan Shi was worried about the 2 rare vases and personally escorted them back to the residence. Such huge and heavy vases could not be moved quickly, so it was easy for Yang Fan's side to adjust the speed of the movement. When the signal came from the other side, indicating that Bo Luan Shi was approaching, they had just moved the last few goods into the storeroom and placed them properly. Get out, get ready to go back." Niu Meng waved his hand to chase them away, and Yang Fan and the other workers left the backyard. Returning to the door, Niomang bowed and said to the steward of the great minister's residence, "Head steward, the goods are all here." The head steward nodded arrogantly and placed a heavy bag of gold in his hand and said, "Count it. In the future, if there are goods of such quality, feel free to come again. In this imperial city, other than our great minister's residence, there are really not many who can afford it." Niomang smiled. Of course, there's no need to count. Head steward, do you think I don't trust you?" As he said this, he took out a few golden beans from the bag and stuffed them into the steward's hand, and said with a smile, "You have worked hard. You have worked hard." The head steward smiled with satisfaction and wiped his abdomen with his hand. The few golden beans disappeared, and no one knew where he had stuffed them. At this moment, Boluan was leading the way on horseback, and behind him, a dozen strong men were carrying 2 large vases with wooden poles. They were protected by Tubo warriors, and they swayed with each step. Walking out of the residence, Yang Fan's back was facing the great minister's residence, and he quickly tore off his full beard. A person beside him nodded to him and lightly patted his stomach and said in a low voice, "I have also succeeded." Chapter 237. Tubo's Minister of Internal Affairs, Bo Luan, was leisurely riding on a tall and majestic foreign horse. When he reached the great minister's trundling residence, he unconsciously glanced at the entrance. There was a group of people and a carriage parked at the entrance. Even without these people, when he passed by the great minister's residence, he would have subconsciously glanced at it. He saw the steward of the great minister's residence escorting the group of people to the entrance and closing the door. These people escorted the empty carriage and walked towards him. In the middle of this group stood a man wearing a round hat. His warriors came forward to urge them to move to the side. This man walked to the side of the road and raised his head to look at his entourage. With this raised face, Bo Luan could clearly see Yang Fan's appearance from his high vantage point. Bo Luan's gaze had already swept past that man's face and suddenly flashed back, his eyes widening. What a familiar face! Bo Luan felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not recall it. He only had a vague feeling that he had not seen him in the capital. That was even stranger. He had not been to many places, and this person, Bo Luan, suddenly pulled on the reins. He remembered that person's appearance. He had seen him in the tent of the Eastern Turkic Khagan Gudulu. This person was a Turkic, the nephew of the Turkic Khagan. He could not remember his name, but when he remembered where he had seen him, he remembered his identity. Bo Luan's suspicions rose. The Turks and Tubo were also at war, but they were working together to deal with their strongest enemy, Tang. A descendant of the Turkic royal family coming to Tubo should be a very grand event. Why did Zan Punat know about it? Why was this Turkic prince dressed as a commoner? Why did he sneak out of the great minister's residence? The more Bo Luan thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Because he pulled on the reins of his horse, the entire entourage stopped. His attendant did not know what the Minister of Internal Affairs had instructed and hurriedly ran to his side. Bo Luan bent down and whispered, "Did you see that group of people leaving the great minister's residence with an empty carriage?" The attendant hurriedly nodded and said, "Take 2 smart ones and follow them. See where they're going to land. Be careful not to let them find out. After confirming the location, leave someone to guard it. Come and report to me immediately." Seeing his serious expression, the steward did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly brought 2 people back. Bo Luan brought some people to escort the 2 vases back to the mansion. After the vases were properly placed, the steward ran back. He had already followed the people to their resting place. Bo Luan sent Yu Qing Shan and the rest away and immediately changed into a set of casual clothes. He also ordered the dozens of warriors to change into casual clothes and hide their sharp blades before following him out of the mansion. Bo Luan rushed to where Niomang and the others were staying, then hid in a nearby shop and waited patiently. In the evening, Bo Luan saw these people leave the inn they were staying at and went to a nearby restaurant to eat. Bo Luan confirmed their identities again and left most of the warriors in the mansion to keep a close watch on them. He immediately rushed to King City. The Tufan Kingdom received the Minister of Internal Affairs in a magnificent imperial palace built with huge stones. This huge and magnificent castle stood on the peak of the Red Mountain, looking extremely majestic. The Tufan King was only 20 years old this year. He looked somewhat weak with a fair complexion and a somewhat melancholic temperament. The Interior Minister Bo Luan Shui recounted everything he saw to the Tufan King from beginning to end. He also told the Tufan King about what Big Bear, who was still locked up in the dungeon, said. Hearing this, the Tufan King's expression immediately changed, and he muttered to himself, "What is Trinling doing?" Bo Luan Shui bowed slightly and did not speak. The more the Tufan King thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Since he was a child, it was Lu Dongzhan and Trinling, father and son, who were the regents of the state. Now, he was an adult, but Lu Dongzhan was a famous minister, and Trinling was even better than his father. Not only was he outstanding in governing the state, he was also invincible in leading the army to war and enjoyed a high reputation in the country. Now, Trinling's Gar family had already controlled the military power in most of the Tufan country. Their prestige even surpassed that of the royal family of Zampu. If not for the fact that the hereditary system of the throne of Zampu had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and no one thought that the throne could be overthrown, he would most likely lose his throne. After coming of age, the Tubo king deeply feared this powerful prime minister. In the last few years, Luan Trinling had fewer opportunities to lead troops in a battle, precisely because the Tubo king did not want him to have the opportunity to control more troops and wield more power. The Tufan king paced around the unusually spacious main hall for a while before slowly stopping. He faintly said, "If the tribes of Wuzheil were not pretending to surrender, can this matter be explained?" Bolun cautiously said, "Zampu is saying?" The Tufan king laughed coldly and said, "If the tribes of Wuzheil really had the intention to surrender and sent envoys to see you, but were intercepted by Trinling. After finding out the truth, he kidnapped the envoys and said that he had received information that Wuzheil was pretending to surrender. Is this not possible?" Bolun said, If Wuzheil surrendered, it would be of great benefit to our court. Why did the great minister do this?" The Tufan king coldly glanced at him and snorted, "You already know the answer, but still ask." Bolun bowed and revealed an awkward smile. The Tufan king knew that he was loyal to him, but did not want to hear from his mouth that Trinling had ill intentions. He said, "Originally it would not make sense, but now with the mysterious appearance of that Turkic prince, even I was kept in the dark. This matter is not impossible." Bolun did not answer, only listening. The Tufan king gloomily said, "Trinling has always had ill intentions, but although he holds military power, it is not very possible for him to make them rebel against me." Bolun said, "Yes, Zampu can make use of the authority bestowed upon him by Zampu to wage war in all directions, and all the generals and soldiers will naturally follow his orders. But if he wants to use this saber to stab at Zampu, this saber will not agree." The Tufan king proudly smiled and said, "But if Wuzheil leads the 10 tribes of the Eastern Turks to seek refuge with our court and is used by Trinling, will this saber listen to him?" The hall instantly fell silent. Although the hall was very spacious, the atmosphere was abnormally oppressive. After a long time, the Tufan king finally said, "It is a pity that Wuzheil's envoy does not understand his ambitions. Since he wishes to seek refuge, he will naturally seek refuge with me. I can bestow upon them status and territory, while Trinling does not have this authority." Balin, seeing that Zampu had already made things so clear, said, using his father's many military exploits to establish his prestige, although he could not suppress Zampu, he could make it so that Zampu could not easily touch him. If the 10 families tribe were to be used by Zampu, his power would plummet. So, since he could not be used by himself, he deliberately sabotaged Uzheil's defection and repeatedly begged Zampu to immediately send troops to attack Big Dipper Valley. The Tufan king nodded and smiled proudly, saying, "Fortunately, Big Dipper Valley is where his tribe is stationed. In order to prevent him from leading troops again, I did not agree. Otherwise, I would have fallen for his treacherous scheme. Boluin said, Zampu is wise. The Tufan king thought for a moment and said, This Turkic prince, it seems like he is the messenger in contact with the Turks. Although the Eastern and Western Turks are of the same root, due to the struggle for the throne, they have become irreconcilable enemies. When Trindling saw that I was unwilling to send troops, he incited the Eastern Turks to attack, but I do not know what conditions did he agree to. At this point, the Tufan king's eyes turned gloomy once more. Boluin thought for a moment, then said, I'm afraid that, under the pressure of the Eastern Turks, the 10 tribes were forced to agree to serve him. The Tufan king said, That's right. We cannot let him succeed. The Tufan king suddenly turned to Boluin and said, Immediately take some men and capture those Turks. We cannot allow them to reach an agreement. Then release that Wuzheil man from prison and send some men to escort him back so that he can discuss the matter of his allegiance with Wuzheil. Boluin knew that the situation was urgent and hurriedly agreed, quickly leaving the palace. The Tufan king stood there alone, his fists gradually clenched, his voice as bleak as the highland winds. Trindling, now is not the time for me to fall out with you, but sooner or later I will deal with you. By the time Boluin Chue left the palace, the sky had already darkened. Boluin Chue immediately mobilized his warriors and rushed to the lodgings of Niomang and the others. At this time, they had already finished eating dinner and returned to their lodgings. This was also a blockhouse. Without a word, Boluin Chue immediately ordered his men to attack the blockhouse they were staying in. The people in the blockhouse were all exceptionally valiant, relying on the sturdy fortress to stubbornly resist. Very quickly, a row of nearby houses and shops burst into flames, and the entire street was plunged into chaos. After a round of fighting, the people in the blockhouse broke through and escaped. By the time they killed their way into the blockhouse, they only managed to carry out a few corpses. After a round of searching, Boluin Chue found in the most luxurious and spacious room some valuables that the escapees did not manage to take with them. From the value of the room and the clothes and jewels, it should have been used by one of the leaders of the group, and this person was undoubtedly the Turkic prince. Among these valuables, the most important was an armband. This was a unique Tufan armband, inlaid with CC, a type of jewel shaped like a pearl, green in color. Just like the officials of the Tang dynasty were distinguished by the color of their official robes and the patterns on their clothes, the Tufan officials were distinguished by their armbands. These armbands are divided into 5 types: CC, gold, gold, silver, silver, and bronze. Only officials of the rank of Great Minister Trindling could use CC as an armband. Without a doubt, this was a gift from Trindling to the Turkic prince, and at the same time, a token. When Boluin Chue entered the palace that very night and reported to Zanpu about the capture and presented this armband, the Tufan king took it in his hand and examined it for a long time before he smiled coldly. The seeds of suspicion and hatred had long been buried deep in his heart. At this moment, it was as if that seed had met with rain, sunshine, and fertilized. It grew wildly and vigorously in his heart. Chapter 2:38. Snowflakes were falling, and the beginning of winter had come. The snowflakes were falling in spirals, and when there was no wind, they looked especially gentle and beautiful. On the court next to the observation platform, the palace maids were still kicking the ball excitedly, but the 3 main players of the Imperial Court team were not on the court. Nowadays, Princess Taiping only occasionally came to relax. Her favorite was no longer the court, and her mind was no longer on those things. Xiaoman was standing on the side of the court, but she just watched and did not join in. Xiaoman was not on duty today. She was wearing a man's shirt, a soft-legged wig, a round-collared, narrow-sleeved robe, a leather belt around her waist, and a pair of black sheepskin boots. There was a valiant feeling in her graceful and pretty appearance, but her eyes did not have the excitement and joy that they had when she saw the court in the past. Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and other close friends who were good friends with her all felt that the once cheerful and lively Xiaoman had changed. She became sad and sad. The snowflakes today somehow touched her feelings. She had originally agreed to go to the court, but when she walked to the court and saw the snowflakes falling from the sky, she suddenly lost interest. Xiaoman was thinking about her elder brother. She remembered that winter, when it occasionally snowed, she and her elder brother hugged each other and hid in the broken temple to avoid the cold. In the end, the people sent to Guangzhou Prefecture didn't find her brother. Xiaoman didn't want to believe it, but she was really close to despair. She stared blankly at the figure running on the field and foolishly thought, maybe brother has already left the mortal world and went to another world like mother. At this time, Shanghai Wanner walked over with light steps. Wanner was also wearing men's clothes, a headscarf, a stone blue cotton robe, and a leather belt around her waist. She looked free and at ease. Her lips were like red paint, and her eyes were clear and bright. She was just like a charming, beautiful, and charming young man. It was snowing. This was the first snow of this winter. Wanner's heart was like the light snowflakes, fluttering, very happy. Yang Lang had said that when the plum blossoms, he would come back. Now that the snowflakes had bloomed, would the plum blossoms be far away? Of course, Yang Lang had also said that at the very latest, it would not be later than the time when the peach blossoms bloom. But that was just in case. Wanner would rather believe that the person she yearned for day and night would soon return to Luoyang. Xiaoman, why are you standing here? Let's do some kuju. Wanner saw Xiaoman and called out to her with a smile. Xiaoman shook her head and said, let's wait for the imperial edict. I'm not feeling well. Wanner was originally eager to try, but seeing her lonely face, she couldn't help but pull her hand and pull her to the side of the field. She picked up 2 praying mats, brushed away the snow on them, and placed them on the stone bench. She said to Xiaoman softly, come sit down. The 2 of them sat on the praying mats. The new praying mats were soft and dry. At first, they felt slightly cold, but after a while, they warmed up. Wana looked at Xiaoman and asked, for a long time, I always felt that you were very unhappy. Is there something on your mind? Xiaoman shook her head, but her eyes suddenly turned red, and tears almost fell down. She hurriedly turned her head away. Wanner said, if you have something on your mind, why don't you tell me? It's not good to keep it to yourself. I'm a few years older than you. Maybe I can help you make a decision. Xiaoman sniffed and sadly said, there are some things that no one can help with. Wanner gazed at her, her eyes like water. Xiaoman was silent for a long time. Finally, she told Wanner what was on her mind bit by bit. From the first time she met her elder brother, to the 2 of them relying on each other for survival, until they parted on the street, until she never forgot the promise from back then. She searched again and again, was disappointed again and again, and hoped again and again. Wanner listened to her story, and her eyes turned red. After Xiaoman finished speaking, she said to Wanner, wait for the imperial edict, do you think? My elder brother is no longer in this world? Wanner did not directly answer her question. In Wanner's view, this person was very likely to be no longer in this world. A beggar did not need to travel a long distance to beg for food elsewhere. In her view, this was not necessarily a bad thing for Xiaoman. A youth who was as pure as water in his childhood might grow up to be a dirty person with a heart full of filth. A beggar, a man who grew up in a beggar's den. How noble could you expect him to be? If such a person had long forgotten the purity of his youth, but used a pure girl like Xiaoman, from then on attached to her like a leech, using the warmth and friendship of childhood to extract everything from her, how unfortunate would that be for Xiaoman? Xiaoman saw that Wanner did not answer, and her eyes turned red again. Wanner said softly, everyone has loved and cared for them, but no matter how great the sorrow and nostalgia, it will always gradually fade with the passage of time. Why do you always keep thinking about him? I feel your nostalgia for him even exceeds that of your mother. Xiaoman said in a daze, it's not like that, it's just because I know mother has passed away, but elder brother is still alive. Wana sighed. She always felt that there was something wrong with Xiaoman's excessive obsession, but she could not tell what was wrong. The 2 of them sat quietly, and for a moment they were a bit speechless. Only the quiet snowflakes fell silently, sprinkling on their eyebrows, their shoulders. There was something called love in this world, but everyone's love had a different taste, and it happened differently. There was love at first sight, and there was love after a long time. There was passion, and there was calmness. For Xiao Man, it was the accumulation of little by little. Bit by bit, it was treasured in her heart, and slowly fermented in the bottom of her heart. As she grew up, that stubborn, persistent, gentle, loving, and protective boy had actually been growing with her in the bottom of her heart. That boy had always been her support, her only support. When she was young, it was only her elder brother. When she grew up, the image of that boy was also constantly repaired and perfected in her heart. Now, in the bottom of her heart, whether that image was family or love, in fact, she did not know. At this time, Princess Taiping came, walking in high spirits. She was wearing a scarlet feather cloak that was like blood, reflecting the graceful snowflakes in the sky, shimmering, revealing a valiant charm that made people's hearts beat faster. Wanner sighed in the bottom of her heart and gently stood up. She found that these days, not only had Xiao Man's temperament changed, but Princess Taiping had also changed. She became strange to her, and she did not want to get close to her. But she did not realize that, in fact, it was not only the two of them who had changed. She had changed no less than the two of them. In the west of the river, heavy snow was swirling. Thousands of miles of mountains and precipitous ridges were covered with white snow. In the valley where the snow was 3 feet deep, the stream that usually flowed had long been frozen into a dead snake. There was a hot spring here, but the temperature of the water was not high, and it could not play a role in such a raging cold. Under the ice, there was faint spring water flowing, but above it was a 3-foot-thick layer of ice. In the valley, the biting cold wind whistled, and the whistling sound was like the mournful howling of a wolf on the top of the mountain. There was snow, and there was wind. The wind rolled up the snow, and the face was like a knife. Originally, the wind was invisible, but at this moment, the wind wrapped in snowflakes seemed to make people see its shape. However, the special geographical environment of the Big Dipper Valley played a role in the end, so that the tribe station here could avoid the terrible harm to the tribes and livestock of the terrible white disaster. On the north and south sides were high mountains and precipitous ridges, which blocked the cold wind. On the east and west sides there were high ice walls. The tribes of the steppe had invented this method long before the Han Dynasty. In the cold weather, they could use the frozen snow to quickly build high walls to block the wind, thus providing a certain protection against the cold. The yurts surrounded by the two sides of the mountains and the two sides of the ice walls were grayish-white to begin with. Now that they were covered in a layer of snow, it was almost the same color as the ground. If one did not get close, they would not be able to tell that these were yurts. The thick layer of snow was in danger of collapsing the yurts, but it was not without its benefits. There was a certain amount of snow at the corners and roofs of the yurts, which could also seal all the gaps and keep the yurts as warm as possible. The herdsmen in the tribe had cut down a large amount of wood from the mountains long before the cold winter came. They kept a fire in their tents from morning to night, keeping the tents warm and protected from the snowstorm outside. Although they had done their best to protect the livestock sheds, some of the animals had still frozen to death. However, in such a large blizzard, this small amount of damage was negligible to them. In Wu Jila's tent, Yang Fan, Shunmu, Wu Jila, and the others were eating hot pot around the fire. In this era, hot pot was called antique soup. It was named after the sound of food being thrown into boiling water. The cooking utensil they used was a 3-legged dipper. This dipper was originally a tool used by the army. During the day, it could be used for cooking, and at night, it could be used for night watch. The sound of the dipper referred to this item. Within the dipper were thin slices of frozen cattle and sheep, as well as wild vegetables picked and dried in the summer and autumn, giving off a rich aroma. In front of each of them was a small plate with some seasonings. As they cooked the mutton and beef, they drank wine at the same time. It was a completely different world from the commotion outside the tent. Since ancient times, it had been the best strategy for military strategists to employ. Yang Fan had revealed himself to the Tibetan Minister of Internal Affairs in order to arouse his suspicions. Originally, Yang Fan had been worried that this move would not be enough to arouse the Tibetan king's wariness, so he had prepared a backup plan. Unexpectedly, this backup plan was no longer needed. The Tibetan king and Trinling had long been suspicious of each other. The sudden appearance of this Turkic prince in the great minister's residence, coupled with Big Bear's complaint on behalf of the Tukashi tribe, had caused the Tibetan king to completely suspect Trinling's intentions. Trinling's spy was no longer useful. No matter what kind of information was sent, Trinling could not convince the Tibetan king. Not only did the Tibetan king refuse to send troops, he even sent someone to escort Big Bear back to the Tukashi tribe to negotiate their surrender. One condition, one request. Time passed as the messengers traveled back and forth. When winter came, a huge weight was lifted off Uzheil's shoulders. In this season, even if the Tibetan king saw through his delaying tactic, he would not be able to launch a large-scale attack. After confirming that their plan had succeeded, Yang Fan and the rest left the Tibetan capital. First, they headed in the direction of Sichuan. After making a detour, they found the little flying General Zhang Yi's reinforcements. Zhang Yi had led his team of mounted bandits through Longyu, Hashi, the Turks, and the Tibetans. He was very familiar with the geography of this area and had now safely brought them back to Big Dipper Valley.